For a while, but a lot of the players here are also obviously, well, very familiar with how it goes here in Krefeld.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday was the warm-up day for some of the players. I joined them playing some football in the soccer hall.
You did?
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
I saw Lambo organize it, right?
Yeah. It's his thing, right? He is organizing this group of people, and we have been like 16, 17 people yesterday, I would say. We had 4 teams, kind of.
Nobody hurt anything?
No, everyone is good.
Like we're all getting to our like 30s now, you know, like people get a little.
You say 30s. I mean, I'm almost 40. I don't know. But yeah, I have leg problems today. I'm not even kidding.
You did, okay.
I'm not even kidding. Left leg, it hurts. Yeah, I warmed up only a little bit. I already regretted in the beginning. I was like, yeah, let's start. Okay, I should have warmed up. But yeah, it was great. It's always nice to warm up. Met the people again and have a nice chat with some of the people already. And yeah, familiar faces. That's what you said. I saw in the couch right behind the caster. There's always the great people that come to every single HomeStory Cup, such as you, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
I actually just arrived. I have the luxury of living like maybe a 2-hour drive away.
We are neighbors.
Yeah, we can just kind of, you know, I can just drive up the morning off, and usually I either leave like the morning after or sometimes even right after the finals if it's kind of early. It kind of depends on how it runs. Yeah. I wasn't there yesterday, but I heard it's a lot of fun. Like I know that a lot of the guys.
Roddy also organized a pedal thing, right? With the guy.
Oh, I actually don't know about that.
Yeah. Eon Blue told me as well. And Roddy, which I was surprised, he went to pedal first and then came to the soccer hall as well. and he was dying in the end. But I mean, I was surprised that this old man can still go that long.
Yeah, he's still going at it.
Yeah,
That's nice.
I mean the Roddy way, but
yeah,
was nice, mate. I mean, this HomeStory Cup, 27th edition. Looking to the lineup a little bit. I mean, some of the top players didn't attend this time. The ones we usually always have here. Sarah, for example.
You got a bit unlucky.
Yes, we got a little unlucky.
It's kind of funny because I think this HomeStory Cup was scheduled at like the end of last year.
Yes.
Which is like, like 6 months or so ago. And at the time, like the calendar was empty. There was no tournament announced yet. We didn't really have any of the events that we normally see on the schedule. And then everything just kind of slotted in around you. EWC a couple weeks after this event, all of the qualifications right before it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't really blame the guys, right? Like, if you want to focus on the World Cup, it makes sense that you want to just put into practice.
Absolutely. I mean, I said on the one hand. On the other hand, I feel like this is the opportunity for some of the other players.
Exactly.
Especially for the Germans here as well.
Yeah.
Because at some point, I mean, I still have hopes for people.
All three of them are here, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I still have the hope that the pizza guy, the Hero Marine, at some point will make it all ShoWTimE, all Lambo.
Well, they're qualified for the EWC too.
All of them.
And they are here.
All of them. Yeah.
So it's become like almost like a cultural thing in the StarCraft world to like just make the trip right over here to Krefeld, right? And
so what do you think about the lineup? Do you think there's someone who usually, when there's people like Clem and so on being around, that usually would be the underdog, but could be this one, could be one of the guys that actually makes it?
I think one of the Germans can actually win the entire event for sure. Like it's I feel like it's always one of those possibilities, but you would have to take down Clem, you would have to take down, for example, Sero and some of the other top dogs.
Or Reina, right?
Yeah, it's really difficult to consistently win against them, and I think all of them can do it, but to do it consistently is pretty much impossible. But this time around, I think it's going to be difficult to like predict who can win it. We've had the same winners now for several years. They're not here, so someone new can pop up.
I mean, I wanted to injury SOS yesterday, while he was also playing football, but
okay.
I mean, I wanted, but I couldn't. He was so nice.
It's so fun to have SOS again. Like, he played some in the GSL earlier this year. I don't know if you've seen some of the games, but he was known for like all those crazy build orders and strategies that really like they shouldn't really work, but he somehow still makes them work, so I'm hoping we're going to see some of that too.
Yeah.
I know Fjont was saying he had something special in mind for the first series already.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, we have a great lineup still, and I hope for some surprises, to be honest.
Yep.
Something that everyone will be like, what the hell is going on here? This is what I want. I hope you already are tuned in here, the HomeStory Cup 27. We have some great guy on the couch waiting for you, right?
Yeah, he's just sitting there by himself. You can, if you look way out into the distance, you might be able to. There you go. You can see a couple of hands waving around.
I mean, Wardy, how's it going?
welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup. HomeStory Cup number 27. It's been far too long. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people chats, and by our plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something special, something different here. Welcome to some grassroots European StarCraft. Welcome to the HomeStory Cup. Welcome, baby, welcome. Here we go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys would have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and welcome to 3 days of HomeStory Cup action. Here we are live with day 1, followed by day 2 tomorrow, and then, of course, day 3 thereafter. The brackets are stacked, and some people did take note, of course, that we are missing some of our regulars or some of the big names in the European region. Let's head on over. Let us head on over. Let us catch up, bam, on the bracket itself. As you can see here, we do have our 2 groups. Again, day 1 is going to be Group A, Group B. Day 2 is going to be Group C and Group D. So we'll get there later on tomorrow evening. For the time being, though, we have our first group. Group A is going to be coming up first here. We have Lambo, Ryung, Mana, DNS, Fiant, and Optimist as well. So we have our first set of 6 players. Again, each group has 6 players in it, and 2 players will advance on to the playoffs. It is a brutal format. Not even half of the players, but only top 2 of each group are able to make it through into the next round. It is a very brutal format, very cutthroat, and we wish everyone the best of luck. Likewise, Group B, we have ShoWTimE, Spirit, Jumy, Baby Marine, Mixu, and Luna C. Great to see Luna C traveling, I believe, traveling to HomeStory Cup for the first time. So big shout out to Luna C. Of course, Luna C was at DreamHack Dallas as well. Now here joining us also at the HomeStory Cup. As a momento here, as I believe I need to be flipped. I got you. Bam. Beautiful. Beautiful. Scrolling down, though, we have Group C. Group C, we have Zan, Laser, Geralt, Uthermal, Moja, and Hydra. Uthermal, I'm a little bit surprised, not gonna lie, that he did travel. I mean, again, Uthermal, he does reside in Mexico. Didn't know he was going to be traveling, didn't know he was in Europe, but yes, apparently he is. So Uthermal also going to be there. Exciting news, exciting things to come. Zan, of course, traveling, repping Team Vitality, and not just the only one. Ryung also, of course, repping Team Vitality as well in Group A. So we do have our lineup, and Group D is going to be Hero Marine, Hearthstone, SOS, Kelazur, Zebessus, and Shino. Shout out to StreamerZone. I know StreamerZone, they've been supporting their players for quite some time, and likewise, they have allowed for SOS and the other Europeans, of course, on StreamerZone to travel to compete and to take part in the main event as well. So again, really sick lineups here. As we mentioned, there are some players that we are missing, players like, or players such as Clem, Raynor, Cyril, for example. They are not going to be here. For those who are unaware, Clem is in Korea, or Clem, he's traveling to Korea. I know that Raynor's in Korea, Trigger's in Korea, so there are a lot of players that are going to be traveling to Korea that are going to be boot camping. They're boot camping together to train, to improve, and to get ready for an Esports World Cup. Likewise, Cyril also not going to be traveling here. Also, I would imagine, likewise, is preparing for EWC as well. So a lot of players are going to be are not going to be available as much to travel, or they've decided not to travel, decided to focus on preparation, focus on training, focus on preparing for that big world final of the year. So we don't blame them whatsoever. So best of luck to players like Clem, like Raynor, like Cyril as well, in the preparations for that event, or for EWC. But we have everyone else. We still have a stacked lineup regardless. We still have a very stacked lineup, and all I want to know, where is Eon Blue? Where's me Eon Papi? Where is he? Este Eon. So unfortunately, there's no Eon Blue this time, but outside of that, we have a pretty good lineup nonetheless. We'll get there. Just catching up. Este Sounder. But as you can see, our first matchup is on. It's actually right above me. Right above me here. Lambo versus Optimist is going to be up next on the channel. Is going to be the first series of the broadcast. Currently, if you're curious, you can actually see our full listing of matches that we are scheduled to broadcast. We're going to be covering Lambo versus Optimist. We're going to be covering Lambo versus Fiant, Fiant versus DNS, DNS versus Optimist, and Fiant versus Optimist as well. So we do have 5 best of 3s ready for us here. Now, there are opportunities, depending on how fast our matches are, we might be able to catch some of the other matches as well. For those who are curious, 3 matches are happening at once. Actually, you can see here, bam. 3 matches are happening at the same time. We have our 3 best of 3s, and the mainstream have priority. The mainstream does have priority. Oh, here we go. Sorry, just missing some players. But the mainstream do have priority. I believe the mainstream is covering Mana versus DNS, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check, actually. Let us have a look here. Mainstream. No, sorry. The mainstream, they're covering Ryung versus Fiant. They're covering Ryung versus Fiant, so that's going to be on the mainstream. We have Lambo versus Optimistic, and there is 1 series in Limbo. There's 1 series in Limbo, so we won't be able to touch that series unless we finish a little bit early. Then we might be able to slip on into that match as well. That is the current plan, at least. The current plan. Typically during HomeStory Cups, because we have been in the B stream for the past couple of years, we typically do like a replay cast afterwards and covering some of these mismatches, like for example Mana versus DNS, or some of the other matches that are kind of in limbo. The other one being, for example, Mana versus Optimus here in the 2nd round. Just as a heads up. Here we go. That's what they... True. Aisha, the main channel, the bet is on for the PvP. We were told that they were going to be covering Ryung versus Fiant, but they may have changed their mind. It's possible. Look, we have limited information to work with. Okay, smudge. So they might be covering the PvP instead. True. Might be on it. It's all good. Is there a C stream for Mana versus DNS? Unfortunately, there's only 2 streams, main stream and B stream. Unfortunately, there currently is no 3rd stream. Ideally, we'd have 3 streams and all the matches happening at once, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Maybe some language stream though. True. That is where you can find them. For example, if there's like a French stream, and if they want to cover all of DNS's matches, then you might find them over on Comeback TV. Or for example, if there's a Korean stream like CranKy or like Inu, and if they're covering like Ryung and all of Ryung's matches, then they might have you covered there, covering all of Ryung's matches as well. So there are definitely instances where other languages, other streamers will be able to catch you up there. Gamba. The storied cup of home. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, it's going to be a very intense night of StarCraft, of course. Typically, this is what, like 10 to 12-hour days? It's... I saw someone mentioning earlier, like, oh, they thought they were talking about like table football or something. No, yeah, the players actually all met up and they all had a match of soccer or football together. A couple of matches actually, so it was really cool to see. They're posting photos. I'm looking at the mainstream. Yeah, they have Ryung versus Fiant. They've got them on cams. Ryung and Fiant. So I think your best bet if you want to catch Mana versus DS is check Indie, right? Indie, Polish caster. Indie might have Mana, or Comeback TV, they might have DNS. Okay, we're good to go. As you can hear, the vetoes are done, and we are jumping into game number 1 here, jumping into our first game of the broadcast of the night of HomeStory Cup 27. Also, a shout out, I didn't even get a shout out. Shout out to Take TV, Dennis, of course, for organizing and posting the event. Shout out to Wardy, Loco, and Rotterdam, as they're going to be casting over on the mainstream as well. It's going to be sick, it's going to be hype, it's going to be exciting. And here we go, we're jumping in and spawning in the top left hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player from the land of the UK. It is Optimist. Here we go. Whew. And again, all right, of course, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Papi. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. Best of luck. Of course, Lambo, he was showcasing his own ZVP and his own ZVP prowess quite hard previously in the EWC qualifiers and the global qualifiers. I mean, it was so close, it was so clutch, but Lambo, he was one of the final players to make it into the Esports World Cup, thankfully to ShoWTimE. Originally, Lambo, he was not going to be a part of the event. He was not going to be a part of the global qualifier. But if you remember, ShoWTimE, he was able to make it through due to his performance at Star Zagora. At Star Zagora, ShoWTimE, he made it through. He was able to qualify for EWC. That meant that Lambo could actually be a part of the global qualifier. And there, he took down Goblin, he took down Australia, took down some big Protoss players to be able to make it through and to qualify. GG, and happens to be playing against another Protoss as well. So Lambo, well versed in regards to his ZVP. He's ready, he's geared up. Of course, he's also going to be holding back a little bit and preparing and hiding some strategies, I'm sure, for EWC. But regardless, I mean, you know, HomeStory Cup, it's about competition, yes, but it's also about, you know, the community coming together. It's great to see players like Lambo, ShoWTimE, Hero Marine, Jumy, all there, like the local talent, the local boys. And again, the three of them, Lambo, ShoWTimE, and Gabe, they all happen to be part of EWC. It's great to see. Great to see. I'm sure the Take Boys are all excited. All excited, man. For the time being, standard opener. My apologies. Standard opener up until now is Gate Expand into Cybercore, into not a Stargate, not a Twilight Council, a Robo opener out of Optimist. Okay, interesting. Curious to see where this takes us. Curious to see where this goes. As with this, we can potentially turn this into, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen, say, a Disruptor drop opener or a Colossus drop opener. Like Estrella and Nina would do this, what, maybe 3-4 years ago? It's been a while. Robo into Twilight Council, never mind. This does look like an Archon drop. Looks like Archon drop here, so from here we can start the Warp Prism. I almost said Shuttle. We've been casting a lot of Starcraft Illusion recently. We can go into the Prism, we can go into the Temple Archives, into a delayed Archon drop. Yeah, it's on the way. So Archon drop opener out of Optimist. This is an opener. This is a style that has been rising through the ranks and rising in popularity amongst the European players, referring to players like Mana, Geralt, Christiana as well. A lot of the Polish Protoss players. Skillus does dabble in this every now and then. Max Pax, he's dabbled in it a little bit as well. Oh, my apologies. Oh, no Temple Archives are going straight for the charge. Straight for a Zealot all in. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. So waiting for the gateway explosion here. Meanwhile, across the map, Lambo currently is in the dark. The initial overlord was deflected, so he has limited vision. He can check for the third base timing and check for the nexus here as well. Speaking of, Lings do move out. They spot the attempted expansion. They will delay. And they dive on the initial adept. Adept does go down. From here, we can force a cancel. Immortals are on the way, and again, this should just be a 2-base all in. Like, this third base is more fake than anything, and Lambo, he's droning. Lambo, okay, thank God. I was gonna say, hopefully he does get a safety Roach Warren. Hopefully he doesn't take this for granted, and he is playing safe, does go for the Warren. He is securing himself back at home, and here comes the all-in out of our Protoss. We have 4 or 5 gates on the way, 1 already done, 6 in total. So 2 base, 6 gate all-in. We'll see if we throw down any more. We're gonna send it, We're gonna send it. As again, thankfully, Lambo, he's getting a safety Roach Warren. He's currently taking a second Gas Geyser as well, so he will have a little bit more gas income. He can make Roaches, his Lings are moving out, and again, his goal here is to try to get a read on what the hell's going on. So far, I believe we have a 7-gate setup here. That's a lot of gateways. Overlord does confirm. Yeah, he sees the gates. He sees the gates, the Twilight Council, the Robo. He sees everything he needs to. More importantly, do you see what I see? No gas income. No gas income on the gas geysers. That screams charge all in. So Lambo, he sees everything he needs to piece it all together to confirm that it is charge. As 0 gas is on the way. Back at home, Spine Call is being thrown down as we speak. So it's going to be 2 spines in total. The Spore moves forward. That will zone away the Prism. And Roach production has begun. He's just massing up Roaches. Oh, this is not EWC. My apologies. We'll have to remove that logos mod. As the Prism has arrived. Rocking his way over in between the bases. Queens, they're holding their own. And again, Lambo cuts work at 50. Does go workers at 50. So far, better SimCity here for Lambo, making use of the force field even against those Zealots. Oh, trying to dive in. Spine Crawler coming to play. Does catch 2 Queens. Not bad. Yeah, 2 Queens are going to be going down. But they coming from behind. They trigger the shields on the Immortal. Yeah, shields are triggered. Spine Crawler does not borrow. Yeah, a little bit late there from Lambo. Despite that, Lings are collapsing in, and he's done it. Yeah, Lambo, he will shut this down. Cleans up all the Zealots. And Warpin is on the way. Only 2. Only 2 Zealots. Where are the Warpins, Pappy? There we go. We have 4 more on the way. But Lambo, he will overwhelm this. We have plenty of roaches in production. Queens, they get themselves the Prism. They at least try to. Spine Crawlers are repositioning. And there's just not enough here. There's not enough here. They're going for... Oh, no! They're going for the kill. They're going for the Prism. He wants it. Oh, no! The Prism goes down. GG gets called. And Lambo, he will take game at number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. Solid scouting there out of Lambo. As you mentioned, he was able to, yes, deny the third base. And I liked the third base from Optimist. It was like a fake out third designed to try to make it look like a standard build and a more standard setup, at least somewhat of a more standard build. But Lambo, he got into the main base, and again, he saw all the gateways, he saw the tech, and he saw the lack of gas income as well. He was well prepared. GG. GG, well played. I do apologize for just assuming that it was going to be an Archon drop opener, just because, I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've seen a 2-base charge all in. I'll be at this level of play, at least. So, cheeky build. It was a cheeky build. Unfortunately, it got scattered. It got shut down. We'll see what else Optimist has up his sleeve. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. I'm ready for it. Do we get a Gamba? Yeah, the Gamba was going. Was going, but here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the German Protoss, the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the player from the UK representing Team 8-Rax. It is Optimist. Let's go. Let us do. Just catching up with the chat. 12 hours? Only half a day for light? True, true. Only 12 hours. It's gonna be a short day today. Comeback TV casting dinner smart. There you go. There you go. Thank you as well, Lidlix, for letting us know where the other matches are taking place. But as we mentioned, yeah, even though the mainstream or our stream, there are some matches that we're not going to be covering, there is a high chance, or there's a chance that some of the other language streams will be covering those matches instead. Whether it's indie, whether it's Comeback TV, whether it's Rex. So yeah, worth looking around if you're looking for a particular series. For now, though, we do have our Hatch Gas pool standard opener out of my apologies. Pool first. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. Pool first opener here at Lambo, so very safe play is what I will say. There's no early gas, so we're not rushing into Link Speed, we're not rushing into Banelings or Roaches. I would say just overall a safer start. And after what just happened, I don't blame him. Like this would shut down like a proxy or like a cannon rush, for example. So Lambo's playing safe. Of course, the probe does scout. The probe is aware that there's an earlier pool, so as a result, Optimus should be getting ready back at home. Is aware that Lings are on the way. And it's not that many. Again, it's only 4. Only 4 Lings. Remember, this is not an aggressive opener, it was a more defensive one. More of a defensive one instead. Zealot is in production. And we should be able to settle into a longer game state. These Lings, they shouldn't really get much done. Oh, and I will have to get rid of that Esports World Cup logo. We were discussing the EWC earlier, but alas, not related to HomeStory Cup. Not directly, at least. Zealot is out. The Lings, they dip in. They can maybe get a probe. They can maybe get a probe kill. Speaking of, one of the workers taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. With good enough worker micro here, Optimus, he should not lose anything. Does pull his workers away. And so far, so good. And we have a standard opener, this time Stargate. So Stargate opener out of Optimus. From here, we can go into an Oracle opener. We can go into a Void Ray, technically, to hide tech. Based on what happened in Game 1, question is, do we try to go for another cheeky build, or do we play standard? You know, do we have the aggression out of our system? You know, are we done with it? Shall we now settle into a standard game, or do we just double down again? What's it gonna be? Oracle first, no Void Ray. Here we go. As Lambo does poke in. Likewise, Optimisk also shades into the mineral line. Will try to get a drone kill. But alas, shouldn't be able to. Yeah, Legs get a full surround. Adept goes down. No kills here. Clean defense out of Lambo. Doesn't lose anything. The Oracle's on the way. And spores have begun. We have a spore in the main. We have a spore in the main. We have a spore on the way in the natural. The Oracle is making its way across the map. And as Optimus gets a second Oracle, third base. So again, standard opener, just Oracle, Stargate, Oracle into a third. Nothing crazy. Not yet. Yeah, spores are a little bit delayed here. Getting one, two drones. Oh, I spoke too soon. Getting one. One drone so far, gets into the main, spore is done, and is deflected. So far, one drone it's okay, but ideally you do want a little bit more than that. So far, the defense has been solid enough here from Lambo. Likewise, we have our Forge, Twilight Counts follow. This should be +1 and Blink on the horizon here from Optimus. Double Oracle to the main. Faster Eva Chamber out of Lambo. This does scream +1 melee into Hydra Tech, but we'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he does go do something crazy and go into range. He takes extra gases. Oracle's a scout the Eva Chamber. And this game, Lambo may opt to delay his Roach Horn or just skip it entirely. So far, nice control, 6 drone kills, nicely done. As you mentioned, there's +1 melee. Again, usually if you rush into an early Eva Chamber, it is for melee upgrades, not range, and this is typically designed to get straight into Hydra Tech. So you're going to be relying on Ling production, of course. You're going to be preserving and conserving your gas, and spending that on the lair and on Hydras and skipping Roaches. And this was all scouted by Optimus. He's going for Charge as a response. I do like this. Charge is a way where you can punish a player that skips Roaches and skips Banelings, but as I mentioned that, there it is, Baneliness is on the way. Players, a lot of them do skip this just to go straight into Ling Hydra, but here Lambo is playing safe. So he won't have the best response here to the +1 charge timing, but Banelings will help, for sure. Let's take it into the middle line, 2 drones, not bad, Oracle's back in. Oh. Trying to get some transferring workers, so far unable to. Still poking in. Going to be forced back. And it's going to be on Lambo to scout this. Seeing this many Zealots this early on is a massive tell. There should not be this many Zealots. And now he scouts. Yeah, he sees. He does scout. He does know. He's now aware. He's fully aware, and we should be seeing Banelings. There we go. Banelings are instantly morphing in. Lambo, he's now aware of the build. He's now aware of the timing. He's getting ready. So once again, Sword scouting here from Lambo. And the Banelings, they'll finish up just in time. Lambo did jump up to 68. They should be fine here. As long as it doesn't waste the Banelings. Banelings are trying to get some decent connections. Nice splits here. Oh, no. Zealots, they do clump. Yeah, they clump towards the end. A nice bait on the stasis. And Banelings, they will connect. And the connections are good enough. Yeah, they're good enough. We had some splits there from Optimus, but alas, he's still overwhelmed, and Lambo holds. Lambo, he holds on, he shuts us down, and now he can counterattack. Back at home, we are switching into Stalker. The big problem, though, no Blink. There is no Blink. Blink is delayed in favor of Charge. The Charge timing was not successful enough. As he mentioned, if Lambo didn't scout, he wouldn't have had Banelings. If there were no Banelings, I mean, maybe Optimus breaks the third, but was able to get them ready in time. Did scout, did react, did respond. Behind this, we can see Optimus trying to wall up, throwing down just a field of stasis traps. Overload into the main. Does Lambo notice? Oh, he does. Yeah, he barely does notice. Oh no, he saw one, not the other. Nice connection. Optimus is just buying time. Links are being forced back. Optimus, he's holding. No shield batteries. Bold move. Very bold move. Behind this, I did mention that ideally you do want to rush into Hydras if you're going for +1 melee. There it is. Hydra production has begun. Hydra upgrade's almost complete. Coming in for the surround, and Blink is still not yet done here. Not for the Protoss. Brutal surround. Stalker's going to be going down, and brutal losses here for Optimisk, losing every single Stalker. Remember, Blink was late, and Blink finishes after the fight. And that's just too many losses. Too many losses too quickly here. Stalkers go down. Third base hit's going to fall as well. Not the best use of the Banelings, but it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Stasis gets baited. Now there's Blink. Now Optimus can kite back. Now he can blink back. But Lambo should have enough. He's just rallying across the map. He should break the expansion. There should be no way for Optimus to save this. Oracle goes down. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will overwhelm Will Snowball out of control, taking the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Lambo. He will claim the series. Some cheeky builds here out of Optimus. Game 1 and going for a 2-base all-in, going for just a straight up 7 to 8 gate 2-base all-in there with mass charge lots and immortals, but last he got scattered, he got shut down. Here in game 2 we had a standard opener, Stargate opener into a 3rd base into +1 and charge, not Blink Stalker, and the goal there was to catch Lambo without roaches, and it worked. There were no roaches, but there were Banelings, right? Lambo, he was able to scout in time, he saw the Delta coming out, he morphed in Banelings immediately, and he was able to defend. We saw Optimus, he was doing a decent job, I would say, at splitting his army, at avoiding those Baneling connections, or avoiding the efficiency of the Banelings, but, I mean, they still clumped anyway, they clumped enough, the Banelings connected, Lambo held, and GG. GG well played. From there, Lambo counterattacked, and we saw that just before Blink finished, Optimus got surrounded. Optimus, he got surrounded, he got shut down, he couldn't escape with the Stalkers, he lost like 12 Stalkers in that first fight, and that was game. That was game then and there. GG well played. With that, Lambo, he will claim the series, and we'll see. Well, if they have any other updates. Are we the first one to complete? That's the real question. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, as in a way we are. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Un momento as I try to find the other players. Here we go. As we do have some updates here. We do have updates. We have Lambo. Of course, Lambo does take down Optimus 2-0. That was the series that we were covering, that we were casting. Scrolling down, we have Ryung. Ryung is up 1-0 versus Fiant. Actually, can I zoom in a little bit? Oh, not quite. But there we go. So Ryung is up against Fiant 1-0 mid-series. That's over the mainstream. And then we have Mana versus DNS. Currently, Mana is up 1-0 as well. But they just got out of game, so we might be able to jump in mid-series. We might be able to jump in. Unless there's an update. There might be. Meanwhile, yeah, they're 8 minutes into game 2. Fiant and Ryung, I mean. Currently mid-series. And with that, Lambo does start things off with a strong start here. Again, shout out to Optimus. Optimus, he's, you know, one of the more dark horses in the group. I would say he's maybe a little bit less experience than some of these other players when it comes to this bigger stage, when it comes to these big tournaments, but I hope he's there to have a good time nonetheless, and I hope we're able to get some good games. Again, we had some cheeky builds, and I can see a world where we can catch some of these other players off guard as well. I can definitely see a world where that can happen. Scrolling down, our next match, if we don't get into Mana versus DNS game 2 or game 3, then our next series should be, I believe, let me just double check here, should be Lambo versus Fiant. So we're going to be following Lambo into Fiant in a ZVZ. That will be our next series, assuming that we don't jump into Mana and DNS. Assuming. Oh, we good? Hopefully everything is good in the chat. Otherwise, from here, we are going to be going on a short break, I suppose. Yeah, it looks like Man and Dinas, I think they wrapped up. I think they wrapped up their match. So we're going to be going on a short break here. We are going to be waiting for the main stream to wrap up, and then we can get ready with the second round with Lambo and Vians. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Enjoy. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Second series here of the HomeStory Cup 27. We just started with our first matchup, and now we're going to be following Lambo into his next series of the broadcast. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Swedish Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg representing Team Brody. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing ShoWTimE Rebellion. It is Lambo. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our second matchup. Second best of 3 of the broadcast. Let's go. Let us go. First things first, hatch gas pool. We have our initial openers here. No early gases, no early spawning pools, no early aggression from either player. For the time being, we're calming things down. We're settling in. Whew. Good old Fiambo. Ah, Fiambo. Beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, it's great to see them once again. Not their first time at HomeStory Cup, and the more that they go, the more experienced they're going to be. Fiant, of course, is one of the more younger up-and-comers in the European region. Has been around for quite some time at this point, has been slowly progressing, slowly improving, and we'll see how he fares here at this HomeStory Cup. Let's go. So far, so good. So far, everything is looking normal. Everything's looking standard. Our eyes are open for any kind of big deviation. We're looking for these big moments like an earlier Bailiness, or I should say skipping a Bailiness, going for a faster third base, or walling up with a Evo Chamber and a Roach Warren. So we'll keep an eye on our tech of choice here to see if we do go for a third and get a nest, or if we skip it and play on 2 bases. Likewise, we could be seeing an earlier Evo Chamber into an earlier upgrade hidden here for a 2-base all-in. Earlier hidden Roach Horn as well. So there are ways to be aggressive coming into the mid-game, to high tech. For now, though, everything's looking as it should be. Now everything is looking normal. We don't really expect a Lambo to be the one to deviate too much. I mean, in the last series, Lambo, he was just reacting to his opponents, reacting to Optimisk, and I could see him doing the same here as well. As we have Fiant moving out for his third base, and Lambo should soon be doing the same. So good. Third is being taken. Likewise, Fiant pulls one out of gas. Lambo does the same. So we pull out of gas, getting a third expansion. Lings a poke out to confirm the third base is on the way. And so far, we're both mirroring each other. From here, we should be getting our Bailey Nests. There we go. Bailey Nests are on the way for both players as well. Thrown down for Lambo, thrown down for Fiant. So mirrored builds all around. From here, we should be droning. We should be making a small amount of Ling Bane just to be safe. We'll see if anyone does commit. Oh, again, there we go. I was like, we'll see if anyone commits. Lambo, 14, 16. Zerglings on the way. Lambo, he's going for a Ling Flood. He's going for a Hyper Aggression. The goal here is to break the third. And we'll see if Fiant can hold on, because Fiant is droning. Fiant is droning. Fiant is saturating. Fiant is playing standard. And he has yet to confirm what exactly is happening here. Fiant, there we go. He knows. Complete. Oh, Jesus. But Fiant, he does spot the Lings. Bailings are on the way. 4 Bailings in production here for Fiant. And we'll see what Lambo can get done. So Lambo does rush forward. Goes to the hatchery. Hatchery almost gets surrounded. Taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. We can't afford to lose it. Oh, no. Yeah, the base is getting low. Base getting very low. Does bypass. Heads in towards the natural. Bailing's going to be going up. They head for the mineral line. And no major connections. Yeah, no connections yet. Oh. Gets into the drones. Yeah, 5 drone kills so far. Nice control here by Lambo. Does pull away. The base is saved, but at a cost. At a cost of 5 workers. And behind this, Lambo, he's been droning. Lambo, he's been droning. He's been saturating. Pulls off once again, or does peel off. And now he has to deal with a counterattack. Uh-oh. So Lambo does take a massive worker lead. But has he been too greedy? Back at home, Queens. Oh, no! Oh, my God. Bailing goes up. Gets 4 to 5 Lings. Another Bailing going off as well. Decent connections. Pretty nice, pretty solid. Connections are good. Are they good enough? Queen gets surrounded. Remember, Lambo dropped up to 42. He dropped up so much here. And Fiant, he's headed for the mineral lines. No queens to defend. Nice split here by Lambo. Does split, does pull the boys away. But workers are still going to be going down. Yeah, so far 4 drones, 6 drones. 6, 7 drone kills, not bad. Oh, does say Bailey to the face towards the end, and as it all settles, Fiant is still behind though. Yeah, Fiant's still down 4 drones, needs a little bit more. Ta-da! This is a worker. Almost another. Fiant's still committed. Fiant, he still needs more damage. But the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be here for Lambo. Another better Bailey connection. Lambo, he does zone away. Fiant trying to rotate. Looking for another way in. Nice bait on the Bailing. Nice bait. Lambo, he's been joining behind this. Oof. And Fiant is all in. Yeah, Fiant, he's all in at this point. He's rallying roaches across the map. No lair, no extra gases. Just purely leading Bane. Oh no! Bailey's, he gets spent on the Queen. And he's going to be overwhelmed. Going to be overwhelmed here. Oh god, the Lings, they get thrown away. And Fiant just getting a little bit too antsy. A little bit too impatient. I mean, it's been an uphill battle regardless, right? Like, he is behind, he's all in, he has to end the game here and now. It's hard to pull this off regardless. And Lambo's holding. Lambo, he's holding on. Roaches are now popping out for Lambo. He's up all the reinforcing roaches. And can now counterattack. He can now counterattack, he has momentum on his side. Ooh, Bailings do connect to the natural. Okay. 5 drones, not bad. Lambo's still ahead. Lambo's still up in workers. I think I might get spotted. Fiant's behind this, taking gases. We do see Lambo getting an Evo chamber. Working towards some upgrades. Pulls away. Remember, Lambo, he doesn't have to attack. Like, Lambo, he's up in workers, he's up in economy, he's going to be up in upgrades as well. Lambo does not have to push in. Goes to the scout, confirms no. Almost confirms no lair. Fiant's trying to re-drone. Fiant's going to try to claw his way back in. To pull this off, his goal here would have to be to maybe lure Lambo in and make Lambo over-drone and overcommit to economy, and then catch him with an all-in. Or just in some way go for a run-by or a counterattack. Yeah, Lambo scouts the third, sees barely any saturation. So nice scout by Lambo. Behind this, lair is on the way. Lambo working on +1 range. Lambo's next goal was to see whether or not we've been droning up the third base even further. And he's moving out. Yeah, he's moving out for the scout. Roaches are building up. Lings, they move in. And Lambo, he up. Yeah, does see saturation. So he sees full saturation.
Under attack.
That tells him to drone, takes gases. 7 more workers on the way. So once again, solid scouting here from Lambo. And now he just has to wait for his upgrades. Wait for +1, then he can push. Then he can move out. Behind this, lair is now done for Fiant. He could try to go into mutas or something crazy like that. Into burrow play. Drop a lords. Alas, for the time being, just droning. Overseer confirms lair is done. Confirms no extra gases, no spire. That was the next big tell for Lambo, is to make sure there is no spire. And we're still waiting for roach speed. Roach speed is almost complete. Lambo is built up on 3 bases. The worker counts are now close, but they've been higher for longer for Lambo, right? Like, Lambo, he's just had a higher worker count for a much longer period of time. That's why he does have that supply lead. Upgrades now done. Now it's go time. Yeah, now it's go time here for Lambo. He's got +1. He's got roach speed. He's got the supply. Oh, he does get surrounded though. Ravager surrounded. I would say best case scenario here for Fiant. Up. No, he doesn't get one. Does not get the roach. Does not get the Ravager, I should say. Barely not. Lambo's now moving in. And there's no saving this. Yeah, there's no saving the expansion. Behind this, we have an equivalent roach count, but no Ravagers. Yeah, no Ravagers here for Fiant. Just now morphing in. Files, they don't connect. Oof, they have brutal files here on the eggs, on the larva. And the base is close to going down. Remember, Lambo, he has those upgrades as well. Defender's advantage here for Fiant, true. Lambo kiting back. Oh, nice splits. Very nice splits. And GG gets called. He overwhelms at Lambo. He will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Interesting dynamic is what I will say. Remember, Lambo initially was the aggressor. Lambo, he was the aggressor. He went for the initial Link Flood, and he was able to get crippling damage. He was able to get into the mineral line, got 5 drone kills, like 5 to 6 workers went down. He started things off with a lead, and remember, as he was doing all that damage, he droned up to 40. He droned up heavily, droned up to 42, actually. I was a little bit concerned that he was too greedy. I was concerned he droned up too much, but he barely had enough at home to defend. He did have some losses. If you remember, he lost his queens, right? He lost both queens, and he was struggling here with his reinforcements, but after Lambo pulled off that initial defense, after doing crippling damage, and after getting away with a lot of droning, took a lead. Got ahead. We saw that Fiant, he tried to go into a roach base all-in afterwards, in the aftermath. He was committed. I mean, he was down in workers, but alas, he barely didn't have enough. We saw some brutal baneling connections from the side of Fiant, where he did take a lot of banelings to the face, and he barely couldn't quite break through. And with that, we ended up in the mid-game with Fiant falling behind and unable to recover. But now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the yellow Zerg player. We have the Swedish Zerg representing Team Ruddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. Here we go. Lambo, of course, when it comes to his ZVZ prowess, known for his builds, known for his, at times, mind games, and also in recent weeks, he actually took Serral to the ace match. He had a really strong showing against Serral at Star Zagora. Lambo, he popped off, showing just how powerful his ZVZ can be, of course. So, not an easy opponent to be up against. We'll see if Fiant can cause that upset. We'll see if he can force the ace match. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. For now, once again, standard openers. For now, we're not going for an early gas or an early spawning pool from either side. For now, hatch gas pool. Everything's looking normal. I should also give praise to Lambo when it comes to his scouting. If you remember, he was able to initially scout the third base for droning and saturation. He was able to re-scout to make sure that Fiant was still droning and actually got it to full 3-way saturation. He also got into the main base and scouted the lair. He scouted the gases. He saw no spire, no mutaplay. So Lambo, he was just all over the scouting as well. And that's one of the big parts here, one of the big factors of ZVZ is actually knowing when you're safe, when you're not safe, what tech your opponent has, if they're cutting workers, especially in a mirror matchup, but I feel like even more so for ZVZ, at any moment you can cut workers, you can commit, you can go for an all-in, and scouting is that much more important. As even at the highest level, you can be caught with your pants down. Like we've seen many a Zerg player just fake droning, like pull workers from their natural, pull them into the third base, when really the natural is just completely wide open, and try to make it look like they're droning, go for a hidden all-in, deny scouting, fully wall off. We'll see how our players will approach this. For now, everything's looking normal. Lambo does pull 1 out of gas, likewise so does Fiant. So far so good. So Lambo is claiming his third. Likewise, neither player is going to be going into 2-base play. So third base for Lambo, third base for Fiant, and both players get their Baneling Nests as well. No one is skipping tech, no one is cutting corners. Not yet. Now, last game, it was Lambo that initiated with the Link Flood. Does he do it again? Is it going to be Fiant's turn, or do we go into a passive early game? Lings are poking in. If you can wear pants, you can be caught with them down. True. Oh no. So we do have a couple of lings on the way here for both players. No major like ling surge like we saw last time. So just a couple of lings here from Fiant. Does move out. He's got 11 in total. Another 2 on the way. Bailing's morphing in for Lambo. He will deflect. And again, like, there shouldn't be any major losses here. Bailing goes off, takes down 3 Zerglings. Behind this, Fiant is droning. Yeah, Fiant is droning. Fiant is saturating. Like, there's nothing here. It's just poking. Just poking forward. Trying to force a reaction out of Lambo. Oh, the healing. Let's go. The healing pads. Fiant taking the fight. Behind this, earlier Roach one out of Lambo, slightly compared to Fiant, but both players were getting to the mid game. As opposed to last game, this time we're slowing things down. Our players, they poke, they prod, but there's no major damage yet. And we're getting into Roach versus Roach. So far, this is a much more standard ZVZ. Oh, Lambo gets a drone. Gets a drone at the same time. Fiant gets a queen. They're both going for the queens. Oh my god. That was almost brutal. Lambo unable to detonate in time. Ooh, wasting the Bailings here. Yeah, Bailings are getting wasted, and with that, Fiant, he holds. Nice defense here from Fiant. That was, what, 5-6 Bailings going down. Better trade for our Swedish Zerg player. And Lambo looking for more damage. Does collapse in. Bailings, oh. Does scare him off. Now, Lambo, he did run up to 41. He's cutting workers to take 3 gases, and Roaches are amassing. Lambo is going for a push. He's moving out. Lambo, he is moving out. Fiant likewise trying to keep up. Oh, getting caught out on the map. Lings do fall. Fianti's pushing, but Lambo has just a massive wave of Roaches waiting for him. Yeah, the Roaches are ready. Remember, Fianti's reinforcing with Zerglings. Meanwhile, we have how many Roaches? We have 17. 17 Roaches here for Lambo. More than double the Roach count here of Fiant. Again, Lambo, he was able to join faster, and he's just been hammering down that R-key. Nothing but Roaches. Nothing but Roaches. Now he's backing off. Okay, now he's droning. He's falling back. I feel like he could have gone across the map, but he's playing it safe. Playing it safe instead. Lambo still has that worker advantage. Fiant has been having a hard time droning. And I don't blame him, right? Like, he saw those Roaches, so he got terrified. He got scared. Oh, nice run by. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 drones. 5. Fiant. Okay. Very nice. Takes down 5 workers. Lambo feeling that much more pressure to move out. Remember, behind this, he's still droning. Still droning, still saturating. Again, you can see just how small this map is as well. The rush distance by ground and Persephone is insanely short. Especially when we expand towards each other, I should emphasize. Oh. So Lambo does move out. Snipes an Overlord. Speaking of, there are so many bunched up here. That may come into play. Ooh, Lambo heavily supply blocked. 5 Overlords on the way. That is going to slow him down. Speaking of supply block, we mentioned the Overlords. He sees them. And he gets 2. Oh. Gets 1. Gets 1. Yeah, Fiant has to split. Has to spread out. Oh no! Gets another. That does supply block Fiant. Yeah, the Overlords are being hunted down. 3rd Overlord goes down. Ling run by is attempted by Lambo. There are Bailings in position. Lambo getting... Oh my god, almost another. Almost another Overlord. Behind this, Lambo droning. Saturating does get the 4th Overlord. And Lambo just getting further ahead, amassing up a massive army. +1 is about to kick in. Doesn't have Roach speed, but remember, because how small this map is, I mean, hey, we can just walk in anyway. He's already across the map. He's already across. Oh. Vials are connecting. Forcing back the army, and Lambo just has a massive supply lead here. Again, 29 to 20. Lings, they collapse in from behind. Vials the mineral line. Oof, gets a drone. And Fiant just cannot keep up. He was forced to make a wave of overlords. He was getting supply blocks. His joining was delayed. And it all slowly added up to this. Oh no, not again. Not again! No, the overlords! Oh my god, gets 3! 3 overlords in one volley. Ay, ay, ay. Watch your rally, Pappy. Watch your rally. Not like this. Oh no. Zerg players, look away. Overlords, look away. Was that 10? 9. 9 overlords have gone down. Ay, ay, ay. Get out of here, Pappy. Get out of here. Oh, Lambo being fancy behind the Spire. Spire's on the way, going to mutas. Lambo, at this point, he can trade. He has a bank. So now's the time. Collapsing in. Takes out the expansion. The base is very low. And it does fall. And from here, Lambo, he can just keep pushing in. There's no reason to stop. Plus 2's halfway done. Getting to overlord speed. And it will just overwhelm. Yeah, the greater concave, the greater economy. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on, solidifying his score. GG. GG. Yo, I was on autopilot. I'm so used to like covering a bracket. It's like, this is not a bracket, it's a group. True, true. It is a group. GG, well played. Lambo, he does take the series 2-0. A strong start here from Lambo. He takes down Optimus 2-0, takes down Fiant 2-0. So far, Lambo on top of the standings, on top of the group, but things only get harder from here as he will have more dangerous opponents waiting for him. Oh boy. For now though, GG well played. And again, a shout to Fiant as well. I do think that game 1 was a little bit more back and forth for sure. Like game 1 was more chaotic, especially when it came down to the early game link bane aggression. Here in game 2, we saw that Fiant, he initiated the aggression. Lambo was able to deflect, able to get a higher drone count once again, able to get into his own Roach Ravager, and it did feel like Fiant was just slightly behind throughout that game when it came to the economy, the workers, his own Roach production as well. Had a hard time keeping up. The supply blocks were also brutal. To be fair, both players did get supply blocked, but Lambo was a little bit more proactive when it came to forcing that kind of supply block out of Fiant. That was slowing him down, and eventually he was overwhelmed. And you can also see just how little room you have to breathe on Persephone. Unlike on the previous map, here you're right next to each other, so Lambo's just applying so much pressure in your face. It's hard to find the room to drone. It's hard to justify droning when your opponent's right outside your front door. You don't know if they're going to commit in or not, so you're kind of stuck in a rough place where you have to make roaches if they attack. If they don't attack, then you fall behind because you made roaches, didn't make drones. Like, it's very tense. Very tense. With that, GG. GG well played. Lambo does claim it, and with that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. As we do have some updates as we get into round number 2. Already done. Oh my god. We were the last ones to finish, actually. That's crazy. But Lambo takes down Fiant 2-0. Ryung takes down DNS 2-0. And Mana takes down Optimus 2-0 as well. A lot of 2-0s here in round 2. Apparently ours was the last one to complete. And now we have round 3. Now we have round 3 here. We have Lambo versus Mana. Ooh, some of the titans here the group are going to be facing off. We have Ryung versus Optimus, and we have DNS versus Fiant. And quickly checking our schedule here. We are going to be following Fiant. We're going to be following Fiant into a ZVP. Up next on the channel, Fiant versus DNS. Let's go. We'll just measure the players. Vetoes are underway as we speak. Vetoes are underway. But yeah, so far the initial early rounds are a little bit faster, just because there might be a bit of a more like skill gap or skill disparity between some of the players. But again, Lambo versus Mana, that's gonna be a banger. That's gonna be over on the mainstream, of course. Eventually, Lambo versus Ryung, papi. That's gonna be a banger as well. And of course, Ryung versus Mana. Those 3 matches that I mentioned, Lambo Ryung, Ryung Mana, and Lambo Mana as well, I believe they should all be on the mainstream. They could be covered there. We are going to be covering some of the other matches instead. Just catching up. Just catching up in the chat. Advancing on to the next game. Yeah. It's fine, Bobby. It's fine. But for now, we are going to be going. Going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have Dinas and Fiance coming at you next. Just quickly heading over here to the main stream. What's happening? They're just setting up as well. Okay. Hopefully they're okay. Looks like Fiance is taking his loss a little bit rough there. So much love to Fiance, much love. But yes, we are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have next series. We'll have a next matchup. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Oh. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we returned. We returned here with our third match of the broadcast. I do apologize for the delays as the players are just getting food. I did try to give an update on Twitch and on YouTube, but yes, the players were just getting food. They were just getting stocked up as it was lunchtime over at HomeStory Cup, and now we are jumping in to our fresh best of 3. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Swedish Zerg player. We have our yellow Zerg representing Team Ruddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing himself. Currently teamless. It is DNS. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our Gamba going. Gamba, let's go. As we are jumping into our fresh best of 3. And so far, so good. Again, DNS, he has had, I want to say, a bit of a stronger start to the group so far. Let me just double check here. DNS, he went down to Ryung, he went down to Mana. Likewise, Fiant went down to Lambo, went down to Ryung as well. So far, both DNS and Fiant have a bit of a rougher start to the group. So far, 2 losses apiece, but now one of them will come out on top. One of them will come out with a win. Who? We're about to find out. We are about to find out. So far, gate expand here out of DNS. Likewise, Fiant going for a hatch gas pool. So far, everything's looking normal. Everything's looking standard. But welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love has a much shorter rush distance by ground. It's one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Is a map of extremes where if we can get up to 4 bases. If we can get up to 4 bases, we can slow the game down, we can defend, and we can force a split map scenario or an attempted split map scenario and get into a longer later game. But before that, at around 3 bases, that is where you are at the most vulnerable here. Again, the 3rd base is more exposed. We do have this area in between the 3rd and the natural and the 4th base as well, where we have seen a lot of all-ins take place to kind of pick and choose where to attack, where to go. German taxis have been very prevalent because the rush distance by ground between 3rd base and 3rd base is insanely short. So we have seen a lot of German taxis, we have seen a lot of aggression. So we'll see if Fiant does embrace that aggression here and now as well. So he was playing pretty standard against Lambo, I will say that. 3rd base is now on the way, expanding towards his opponent, and a Stargate opener out of DNS. So Stargate out of our Protoss. We saw Optimus earlier against Lambo, and Optimus, he was so aggressive, so assertive, going for charge all-ins, going for charge timing attacks as well, being very in the face of Lambo. Ooh, as the Overlord is hunted down. Aye. That does supply for Fiant. Yeah, brutal supply. Better start here for DNS. As Fiant, he'll have to break out, making 2 Overlords at a time. But again, Optimus, he was hyper-aggressive against Lambo. DNS, a little bit less so. DNS, I feel like he thrives mainly in the mid-game. Again, we used to cast a lot of DNS and shut down as well back when they were on the Platinum Heroes back in WTL. That was, what now, 2 years ago at this point. In the aftermath, we saw that DNS, he joined Berserker Esports, but then Berserker Esports, they did disband their pro team. So in the aftermath of the disbandment of Berserker, we just haven't seen as much of DNS, as he's not the most active of players nowadays. I rate him quite highly, but again, when he's in his prime, when he's in peak condition. For now, we're settling in. But now we have Fiant on patrol, looking for the soon-to-be 3rd base. It's going to be interesting. Oracle first into a 2nd Oracle, but we are banking up the Oracles. Okay, a couple things are happening here. First things first, remember, Overlord got sniped. The Overlord to get sniped, so Fiant, he has very limited scouting information, and because the first Oracle doesn't move out across the map, it looks like it's not a Stargate opener, and because that, Fiant, he should be skipping his spores. You can see here, no spore in the main, no spore at the natural. He's delaying his spore production because, I mean, there's no reason to get a spore. Lings are checking with the expansion. It's a late expansion here out of DNS, and it looks like a Twilight Council opener. Roach Warren's on the way. And now we get a spore between the bases, ready for DTs. Yeah, it's a Dark Templar spore instead. Lings do the base. There we go. The Oracles are revealed. They have to be revealed defensively. Now they're moving out, but this does give Fiant a heads up. Now he knows. Now he is aware. Adepts, they do shade into the 3rd base. 2 drones do go down. Likewise, Spore's not ready in the main, but remember, Fiant, he got to see this ahead of time. He is ready. He's prepared. So the Oracles, they won't get as much done as the other way should have. Despite that, mining is denied. Lings, they move out for a massive counterattack. There's a 3rd Oracle on the way. And DNS does get 4 drones so far. Lings going for the surround. 3rd Oracle has arrived, will defend. The Oracle defends, and so far, good damage. Yeah, sorry, DNS getting 4 drones, denying the aggression, shading into the natural, getting up to 6 more drone kills. Aye. This is all slowly adding up. Denying more mining time is finally going to get surrounded, finally cleaned up. Fiant holds. He holds. Does rally in. Yeah, it does overextend. Massive big off. One Oracle goes down. Fiant, he does hold his own. Fiant defends. Fiant, he defends, moving out for his counterattack. DNS back at home. Not much to defend. No shield battery. Uh-oh. And no shield battery, but there are 2 adepts, and the Oracles, they make it back in time. With that, DNS, he will hold, and you see what I see? I see Overlord speed. We mentioned at the very start of this game for a reason. Because this map is so small, German taxis are prevalent, especially when it comes to the rush distance between the 3rd base and the other 3rd base. Rush distance is very short. What do we see? Overlord speed, Lair. This screams German taxi. We are in Krefeld. We are in we're at HomeStory Cup, so it makes sense here. We're hailing a cab, and we're gonna send that baby. Let's go. As we're matching up at Lings, Roaches, Queens, here come the Jumper Lords, here come the taxis. We're about to load up, and it's going to be all or nothing here for Fiant. Back at home, we do see what our defense is looking like here. We have a couple of Adepts, we have a couple of Oracles. The tech is late, by the way. We have a Forge, but where's the Twilight Council? This should be done. Oh, okay, never mind, sorry. I was focusing on the Twilight Council. Double Robo, double Immortal production into a Bay into Colossus. Crazy setup here, but it needs time. And we need time for the Immortals. And that means no blink. There's 1 Immortal. There's 1 Immortal so far. Again, we're going Mass Immortal. If given enough time, DNS he can hold. But here comes the taxi. Coming in with the surrounding shield batteries. Not ready. No, there's no shield batteries. Yeah, he's caught with his pants down. He's not ready for this. He's not expecting the all-in. Biles, they connect. They shut down the Immortal. And there's nothing here. There's just nothing here. There's nothing left. Again, we're waiting for the Immortals. They're just now coming out. So at the time, GG gets called, and Fiant, he will overwhelm. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, honestly, pretty decent start for DNS. He was killing workers. He was getting damage done with the Oracles, getting damage done with the Adepts. He was denying mining time. It wasn't a bad start for DNS, but the counter all-in, the German taxi, did catch him off guard. DNS, he didn't have any shield batteries. No shield batteries at the 3rd base because he had no idea the all-in was coming his way. Likewise, going for a double Robo, double Immortal production follow-up is greedy. It's greedy because it takes so long. It takes so long to really get going. If we had a normal game, a standard game, then he would have been able to get into it, but he was taking so much. Remember, it wasn't just double Robo, double Immortal. It was a Forge, a Twilight Council, and a Bay as well, with a low gateway count. So he was taking up so much, staying on a low gateway count, so no warp-ins, no shield batteries. Again, just too much greed out of DNS. And now here we go, we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of lane lines. We have the Swedish Zerg player, we have the yellow Zerg representing Team Roddy. Leading the series 1-0, it is Fiant. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have Zabona, we have the French Protoss player, we have the red Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, and we'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is DNS. Hello. As Fiant, he moves out with the initial drone, moving out for a hatch block. So a cheeky move here by Fiant. Basically, what's happening is that we're mirroring each other. We have DNS coming with the pylon block on the low ground, Fiant coming in with the hatchery block on the low ground as well. So both players are being denied their expansions. Both players will have to respond and to react. DNS pokes in. Nothing in the main. Gas. Oh, gas as a follower. So hatch gas here out of Fiant. A couple of boys are being pulled. We have 5 probes off the mineral line on the expansion. On the hatchery. DNS, he's here on the low ground. Set up, does pylon block, will delay the expansion, forcing out a spawning pool. And so far, you can see the hatchery will delay the expansion of a DNS, and he will make a zealot as well. So forcing out a zealot, delaying the expansion, denying mining time, damage is being done. This hatchery should not finish, it should be cancelled. And Fiant does take the unnatural natural. So it does expand elsewhere. I see in the chat. Nice evo block, very nice. We'll delay a little bit further. StarCraft 2, where eventually you find out what players wear under their pants. Oh no, not like this. Also not true though. Sorry, I should say also very true. Very true. Ooh, as we attempt the gas steal. DNS is in position. I will force out a couple of probes. Oh my god. does gas steal in the end. Slick moves there out of Fiant. Ay, ay, ay. Again, does force that probe away. For those that are curious, if you hold positional worker next to the gas guys, you cannot morph in an extractor. That's why the probe was in position, but last was forced away, and the gas steal continues, or commences. So just forcing more inefficiencies here. Oh, as the drone does get killed, does get sniped. Finally, DNS can expand, and we're settling in. From here, link speed is on the way. We're droning on up. Adept does move out, and it's going to be on Fiant to keep up with the Adept to minimize losses and to secure his bases. Do we have to sign him now? Ah, no. It's a deep cut. Oh, meanwhile, GNS being a little bit cheeky himself, I assumed we were just going to go for a standard opener, but that is a Twilight Council. Twilight Council out of DNS. We're going into what should one of two things here. We can either rush into Glaive Adepts and go for a Glaive Adept opener, or we can use this to go into a Robo, into a Dark Shrine, and go for a DT-based opener instead. Technically, you can go into a Charge All-In. We saw that out of Optimus earlier against Lambo, but that's a very rare and very niche build. No Robo, though. 3-gate? We could go 3-gate Blink into an economic opener instead, which is pretty old school. I say old school, like from a year ago. Overlord's being hunted down. The Overlord will confirm. Does get eyes on Twilight Council. Big scout here for Fiant. Does confirm the tech. We're waiting for the Overlord to go down before we throw down what we're really intending here. What's it going to be? Does stay in gas. Show us a Dark Shrine. Show us that Dark Shrine. Robo's on the way. And there it is. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. The reason why I assumed it was Dark Shrine is because if we go into Glaive Adepts, we typically pull out of gas. You don't need 3 and 3. You don't need 6 workers mining. You can get away with just 2 and 2 with 4 instead. So continued mining here confirms that it's going to be DTs. I mean, we now see it. So a Dark Templar opener here out of DNS. Fiant back at home. He's droning. He's saturating. He saw what he needed to. A little bit nervous though because he's getting 2 Roach Warrens. He's getting 1 in the main, 1 at the natural, just so he can make Roaches that much faster. Kappa. So a little bit nervous there from Fiant, and hopefully he does notice in time. Hopefully he does cancel, as that is a bit of a waste of resources. We have safety spores on the way. Spore at the natural, aka the third. The unnatural natural. Lings, oh, they attempt this around, but they don't quite get it. DNS does pull away in time. We have the lair on the way. Spore in the main. No spore here on the low ground, so that is going to be potentially an opening. Potentially. Yo, shout out to Kanoya in the chat. Ay, 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 papi. Este Kanoya. So here we go, warping in for Dark Templar. DT's warping into the main. There's no Spore. The Spore did reposition. There is a lair, but there's no Overseer. And with that, the lair is going to be targeted down. Where is the detection? Overseer just now floating over. That's going to be close. It's going to be close. The Overseer does arrive in time. Whew. And we'll save the expansion. And so far, quick moves there out of Fiant. Again, I mean, I swear we had a Spore on the way earlier, but alas, looks like it was maybe cancelled, repositioned. You scared me, papi. But in the end, he does save the base. He does pull away his worker, so he saves the mineral line, saves the expansion. And now here comes the counterattack. Here comes the Roaches. The Lings are all moving out. And remember, because we committed everything into the Dark Templar, there's barely a ground army. There's no shield army at the third base, but there is an Immortal on the way. That's going to be a big part of the defense. Is that one Immortal? Is it going to be enough? Prism did recall back home. We have 2 Archons as well. Nice around on the Zealots. Yeah, the Zealots are surrounded. Roaches, they dive in. The Archons have arrived, and with that, DNS holds. Yeah, DNS, he does hold. He does force Fiant's back. Ooh, even pulling those Roaches. Oh my god. Yeah, the juggling is brutal here as 1, 2, almost 3 roaches go down. I said, sorry, 4 roaches go down. With that, Fiant does back off. He's been droning, he's been saturating, getting up to a 3 base economy. He's droning on up. Likewise, taking his gases, and we're building up into the mid game. Okay, so we have Fiant getting up to 3 base saturation, and so is DNS. The game will continue. Right now, there's still quite a bit of pressure on DNS to get some more damage done. I will say that Fiant, where's the 4th? The 4th base is late. We should have had one by now, so late 4th base means late saturation. I'm a little bit concerned here for Fiant. Archons, they drop in, they can force a cancel, and this delays the 4th base even further. It's already late. Oh. Yeah, it's already delayed. Nice rotation with the queens. Oh my god, clutch transfuse. Yeah, clutch transfuse. Prism is zoned away. Going for the Spire, going for Mutas. Bold move here by Fiant, but very well calculated. Basically, a couple things are happening here. When you go for a DT-based opener like this, and when you go for the Immortal follow-up, there's a very high chance that you're not going to have Blink. And there is no Blink, right? There is no Blink Stalkers. So going into Mutas, there's nothing to really keep up, right? There's no Blink Stalkers, there's no Phoenixes, for example. There shouldn't be any Blink Stalkers. There's no Stargate, I should emphasize. So Mutas have a lot of potential. The downside is the main army. Like, you could force an all-in, and then DNS could move out with a wave of Immortals and Archons, and he could just end the game, right? He could just end the game with just an all-in with a counterattack. And Mutas have a hard time engaging into the Archons. Speaking of push, yeah, here he comes. Like, here comes DNS, and Mutas, they will not help in this defense. We're massing up Roach Ravager. Now, there were some spotting links, right? There was some scouting links, so Fiant, he does spot this. He does see it ahead of time. Nice snipe, but he's getting ready. We have 15 roaches on the way. Thankfully, even though Fiant does have a Spire, he's not making Mutas. Remember, he saw this push, he saw the move out. He saw what's coming his way. He respects it. He does respect it. Yeah, does engage. Brutal force fields locking down part of the army. Yeah, roaches, they get locked down. A Ravager as well. And the DNS is going for the kill. He's going for it. Warping in, what, 6, 7 zells at a time. Queen's getting caught out as well, but nice time with the Archon. He gets 1. Oh, brutal force fields once again. Force fields, they've been on points. They have been on points, but we're running out of zealots, running out of reinforcements. Again, there's 8 gates behind this, and DNS is expanding. From here, he backs off. Backs off, he pulls away. Uh-oh. Fiant, he doesn't spot the Prism. Prism slips into the main. And now would be the time for Mutas. But Blink is almost done. Now would be the time. Fiant, he defends. Still no 4th base. Fiant is falling behind. Yeah, he's falling behind at this point. DNS, he has a greater economy. He's up in bases, up in expansions. Fiant is being forced all in. He's being forced all in here. We'll see if he can knock down the 4th. No. DTs to distract the main army. He was about to knock down the 4th base. He's dragged back home. Mutas are revealed. And we'll see what Fiant can get done. What can he do? He cannot fight the main army. There's just so many Immortals. Oh god. Yeah, force fields, they lock him down. Let's try to break out. While Zuno connect. DNS, he does push. Again, he's got 6 Immortals and 7 Archons. This is a beefy army. And Fiant has to slow it down. Gets 1. Ooh, rallies immediately in. Yeah, Mutas are deflected. Files are grazing the army. Takes down some of the Archons. But he does dive in. Boys are being pulled. And DNS, he's done it. DNS, he's done it. He breaks through that defensive line. Again, Fiant, he just never got a 4th base up running. Roaches, they just melt before the army. GG gets called. And DNS, he will overwhelm. He will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we are going to the ace match. DNS, the initial opener, was relatively successful, but what was more important was the follow-up. Remember, after the initial DT defense, I will say that Fiant didn't really lose much of the Dark Templar. He defended well for himself, but he then counterattacked. He ran into a wall of Immortals. He got shut down. More importantly, he never got a 4th base. His 4th base was late, and by the time he tried to get his 4th base up and running, it was denied. It was cancelled time and time and time again. The 4th base was denied, and with that, he could never... And with that, he could never actually keep up economically or keep up production-wise either. We saw the attempted muta play, of course, with the Spire, but we saw that he never quite got to make use of it, of course. DNS was too aggressive, was too active, and was just in the face of Fiant. Never allowed him to expand or to recover or to get into the game itself. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Swedish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Roddy being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is DNS. Go. But again, Fiant, he defended well against the initial DTs, but the follow-up, the mid-game is where he did struggle here. Never got a 4th base, never got a saturate, never got a good economy up against DNS, and likewise was never able to really make use of his muta tech, of his spire tech either. DNS just snowballing out of control. But now we're getting to the ace match, and welcome one all to Persephone. Persephone is an interesting map. There are some unique features like the healing pads, or like the goal bases, or the speed zones on the right hand side. But the rush distance bike round can be quite short. If we expand towards each other, the rush distance can be very short. We experienced that earlier in the broadcast in Lambo versus Fiant in the previous series. Like Lambo and Fiant, they both expanded towards each other, and they were touching tips. Like they were just in each other's faces, or specifically Lambo was in Fiant's face the entire game, and Fiant was just so uncomfortable, and he was just so he was just so pinned back that he never had the breathing room to actually expand or to drone or to get comfortable. It was almost a suffocating series or suffocating game. And we'll see how our players will approach this time. I would imagine that DNS will expand away from Fiant. And Fiant will have a little bit more breathing room. But we'll see. So now hatch gas pool, standard opener. This time there's no hatch block, there's no gas steal, there's no shenanigans. Likewise, there's no pylon block either. So both players can freely expand. Freely expand. Lewd? What did I say? What are you talking about? Get your head out of the gutter, papi. Aye, aye, aye. As for now, Stargate opener here out of DNS. Stargate opener. This time opening up in a standard fashion. Remember last game it was Dark Templar. This time, Stargate most likely into Oracle. We saw that in game 1, DNS tried to hide his Oracles and hide his Stargates, but this time it's closer to the edge of the main, so there's no hiding it here. There's no hiding it, should just be zooming across the map. He said they were touching tips. Ah, no. I mean, they were. Aye, aye, aye. You're an animal, buddy. You're an animal. Not like this. Their bases were touching almost, is what I was getting at. Aye, aye, aye. SMH. As here we go. As the Oracle does rally across the map. Was rallying across. Oh. From here we have the second Oracle on the way. DNS will soon be moving out. Lings looks like they will keep the first Oracle busy here. Not bad. Keeping DNS busy, keeping him pinned. Back at home, Fiant droning, saturating, taking another base, taking another expansion. Ah, no. Ah, no. This isn't a pig StarCraft cast, okay? Calm down, baby, calm down. Hey. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Esther Jared. For now, though, standard follow-up. Forge into Twilight Council, +1 in towards Blink. Likewise, Oracles are deflected. Again, they were delayed, so we've had plenty of time to get ready. Spores are done, Queens are in position, and drones are not going down. Oh my god. Nice target firing. Oh, as one Oracle goes down for not a single drone kill. Look at the efficiency here. 2 Lings have fallen for 1 Oracle. Ay. So beautiful defense here from Fiance. Beautiful defense. And oh my god, do you see what I see? Overlord speed. There's no reason for Overlord speed unless we're going for a timing, unless we're going for a German taxi. Let's go. Once again, Pappy, we're in Krefeld. We're in Germany. It's time to hail another cab. Why not? Lair is on the way to actually morph in the Overlords. Overlord speed is on the way to zoom across the map. Roaches are amassing, Lings are amassing, and Fiance is going to just send it. Again, we saw this earlier on Ultra Love. We're seeing it here on Persephone. I did mention that both Ultra Love and Persephone, smaller maps, shorter rush distances by ground. These all-ins do make plenty of sense on these smaller maps. Another one alongside them would be Pylon. If we load into Pylon, I would also echo the same sentiments. And here they come. Here we go. We're loading on up. Now, the question becomes, DNS, no scouting. Now, one of the reasons why this is going to be even more effective, DNS, he just lost an Oracle. He just lost 1 Oracle. That means less scouting potential. He's now moving, he can't move out with the first one because the Lings are keeping him back home. He sees nothing. 0 shield batteries. 0 shield batteries. 0 defensive setup here. DNS, he sees nothing. He knows nothing. The pants are down, Pappy. They're completely. Oh my god. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. We have a backup pilot on the way. We have Archons on the way. The army has arrived. And again, 0 defensive setup. Nice stasis, though. Oh my god. Very nice stasis. Stasis goes off, but the Zelts are falling. The Zelts are crumbling. We have a charge about to finish up. Charge will not help in the defense. The Wilds. Oh my god, they catch at the mineral line. Archons coming in from behind. That's going to be 14 probe kills. And DNS is going to be forced back, going to be zoned away. The wall is open. Lings, they flood in. They bait out the stasis. Stasis goes off. The third base is forfeit. It's going to go down. And third base is going to fall. DNS is going to try to make a stand here at his natural. He's trying to hold on. Up. Going for the queen, but they're transfused. And the wall is breaking. Behind this, Fiance, he's expanding. He's getting a 4th base. Something that we were lacking last game, but he's getting a 4th base. He's droning up a little bit here at the 3rd. Roach speed is on the way. Going for the Cybercore. Cybercore is going to go down. And from here, Fiance can just back off. He doesn't have to commit. He can just back off. He can drone. He can expand. He can take up. I say that he's still making more roaches. Like, if he wanted to, he could just take some gases to get a macro hatchery, double expand even, throw down a Hydroden or an infestation pit. But now he's still making roaches. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Still making roaches. As he pulls away, a brutal supply block. Ooh, making 6 overlords. That will slow him down. Will slow him down. As we're just making more roaches, we have, there we go, gases are now on the way, burrows on the way. We can then get into tunneling claws. More gas is being taken. Fiant, he's about to max out, and he should be able to collapse on this position. Getting himself the immortal. Oh, trying to. Pokes in, pulls away, does cause distraction, drop in towards the main. Likewise, Ines also dropping into the main base as well. We do drop each other. Also getting damage done at the same time. Roaches into the main base mineral line as well. And Fiant, he defends. Yeah, Fiant, he defends. Takes the fight in the center. Probes are falling. Has to respect the immortals. Does have to respect it. But this is still better here for Fiant. And no anti-air. Wow, no anti-air. The Droplets, they can just walk away. They can just float on. They can head and rotate to the natural. Yeah, no Stalkers, no Archons, at least not defensively. Prison doing what they can. And again, Fiance might be concerned here is that he could be droning, could be saturating a little bit better here. Getting his third base up running, but nah, he's just maxing out. He just wants to end it back. And at this point, there's no bad answer, right? There's no wrong answer here for Fiance. He knew what he wants. Dives on the High Templar, gets us off the expansion. The base should not finish. Oh, Piles connecting on the Archons as well, brutal connections. And that is a lot of Immortals, but there's no buffer, right? There's barely any support. He's got 2 Archons. He's got 1 Archon. He's got 0 Archons. Oh, God. Takes down the expansion. Drop back into the main. And now we get back with the Immortals. Again, there's no support. Takes down 1. 1 Immortal goes down. Piles connect. Takes down the second Immortal. Takes down the third. And he has done it. And again, a lot of this came down to, unfortunately, the lack of scouting. It all just piled on. Remember, DNS, he lost the first Oracle. He lost the first Oracle across the map. It deterred any extra scouting from DNS, at least from when it came to the Oracles. And GG gets called. Fiant will take the series 2-1, taking down DNS. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations, Fiante will claim the series. It was an intense back and forth. Could have gone either way here, but we saw Fiante pop off on the smaller maps. Running it back, remember, Fiante went for these all-ins, he went for these German taxis, both on Ultralove and on Persephone, some of the smaller maps in the map pool, and both times, DNS, he didn't know what was happening. He was unaware as to what was going on. He was unprepared. Game 1, we saw the same setup. I would say game 1 was a little bit worse. If you remember, game 1, what did DNS have? No shield batteries, but he also had 2 robos that were finishing up, making Immortals, 2 Immortals at a time. He had a Forge on the way, a Twilight Council on the way. He had Gateways on the way as well. He was going for a Bay. Yes, he was going for a Bay as well. He was spending so much money on tech, so he just crumbled then and there to the all-in. Here, he did have a standing army somewhat, but once again, he was unaware what was happening. He didn't scout the all-in, he didn't scout the move-out, and with that, he had no defensive setup, 0 shield batteries back at home, and likewise, the army out of position as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Fiante will claim the series. He will advance in good standing, but there are still more matches, of course. Still more matches ongoing. Of course, we are in the group stage, and let's catch up on what we're getting into next. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's refresh and catch up on that bracket. Okay, Group A. Group A has been wrapping up. We have round 3, so round 3 has concluded. Lambo takes out Mana 2-1 and did go all the way to the ace match. Shout out to Lambo, does claim that win over Mana. Ryung takes down Optimist 2-0, and Fiant takes down DNS 2-1 as well. Did go all the way to that ace match. From there, we're getting on into round number 4. Let's go. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, apparently. A little bit. Up next, we have Lambo versus Ryung. That's going to be over on the mainstream. The mainstream that have you covered with Lambo and Ryung. Meanwhile, we are going to be following our players here. We're going to be following DNS into his next opponent. So we have Mana versus Fiant. That's also going to be ongoing. Honestly, that's going to be a spicy matchup as well. So best of luck to all the players involved. We are going to be following DNS into Optimist. That is our next series. It's going to be a PvP. No boy. Here we go. Unfortunately, as you can see here, because of the way the groups work, round robin group stage, looks like, unfortunately, DNS and Optimus, they have not won a single series so far, and they are not able to make it out of the groups. Mathematically, it's just not possible. That was a really important game for DNS, and unfortunately, he is knocked out in the group stage. When it comes to the other players, it's still anyone's game. Some players are in better standing than others, for sure, but still possible here for Fiant or for Mana to, of course, bring down and excel. So again, it's up in the air between Ryung, Lambo, Mana, and Fiant. But again, up next, we are getting into DNS and Optimus to determine who comes out in last place, potentially. I mean, there's still 2 more rounds left. Best of luck. Best of luck to our 2 players, of course. We'll be jumping into that PvP momentarily. For those of you that are curious as to why aren't we covering some of the other matches, we are the B stream. We do not have priority. We don't have priority. Mainstream, they pick what they want first, and we are left with what is, or we jump into what is left over, of course. So we have our PvP. And again, you can check out the mainstream over on Take TV. Let me just double check. Yes, Take TV on Twitch. They got you. They got you, Pappy. They got you. They got you. But otherwise, we're going on a short break. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break here. And again, when we come back, we'll have that PvP between DNS and Optimus. If you're curious about our series after that, it is going to be Fiant versus Optimus to end the group. Those are going to be our final 2 matches. Until then, enjoy the short break, enjoy the brutal OC, and we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to round number 4, match 4 of the broadcast of HomeStory Cup number 27. Welcome to the B stream as we are jumping into our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Tokamak. We have the red Protoss player, we have the French Protoss, it is DNS. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of the UK. It is Optimus. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, I would lean in favor DNS, as he is a bit of a more veteran player of the scene and of the region. But from what we've seen from Optimus, he is very cheesy, very aggressive. He is not the most standard of players, and we might have some shenanigans in store for us. I look forward to it. I did look forward to it. Show us what you got. Let's go. Oh. Here we go. So now 2-gate. So 2-gate opener here out of Optimus. Likewise 2-gate opener out of DNS as well so far. Mirrored starts, mirrored builds, and welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Long rush distance by ground, defendable bases, and we often see longer and later games on Tokamak in the other matchups. I should emphasize in the other matchups because PvP, pappy, they're all animals. They're all animals. Speaking of proxy, let's go. Speaking of, it's going to be a 2-gate opener. The second pylon is going to be hidden, and we are proxying across the map instead. This is a prime location for a proxy Stargate, but we could even double down and throw down a proxy Robo. What's it going to be? For now, we do see that DNS is scouting, he's checking back at home, he has 2 pylons in the main base. Meanwhile, Optimus, he is missing a pylon. We're looking for the pylon, and soon DNS will confirm the pylon is not where it should be. The pylon is out on the map. Is it a real proxy or is it a fake? We can see it's very real, and it is proxy Stargate. Now, a proxy Stargate is not an all-in. This is an aggressive build, that is true, but it is designed to expand behind it. The purpose of a proxy Stargate is proxy Oracle to deal critical damage across the map, to wreak havoc in the economy, and allow yourself to take an economic lead as a result. So a bit of an aggressive and cheeky build here by Optimus. We'll see how DNS does respond. So far, he is fanning out. He's searching for the proxy. Scouting on the right-hand side. You can see his rally here towards the edge on the right-hand side of the map. Likewise, Stalkers checking towards the left as well. This is a more common proxy Stargate location. He's looking, he's scouting, but so far has found nothing. Not without trying, though. Again, he fans out his probe. He fans out his Stalkers as well, trying to figure out what's going on. Behind this will expand. And the Oracle is almost done. The Oracle's being cornered as we speak. A double adept right down the middle, right down the center. Optimus is moving in. Does have a slightly later expansion, but he's here to deal economic damage. The adepts are going to be zoned away. Here comes the Oracle. Ideally wants to avoid the Stalkers. Oh! Does skirt around the edge. Adepts shade in. Ooh, they do not make it through. Forced to recoil. The proxy has been seen. The proxy is scouted, and DNS will shut it down. Likewise, across the map, shield batteries on the way. Sentries as well. He's ready. Yeah, he's in position, he's ready. Is it going to be enough? Oracle dives in, he gets 1, 2, 3, up to 4. Oh my god, barely 4 probes, not bad. 4 workers go down, Oracle does pull away. And with that, Optimus takes a worker lead. Look at this, 28 workers to 21. And again, that's what he was hoping for, that's what he wanted. But can he survive the aggression? Oh, as these Stalkers are catching at the Adept. And DNS moves out. Takes out the first Adept, nice pickup. Takes down 1. Stalkers are warping him back at home. But more Stalkers have arrived. And DNS, he might just overwhelm here. Yeah, there's no shield battery. No shield battery. Pylons under fire. Stalkers taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. Pylon goes down. And even though Optimus had a higher worker count, he's stuck on 1 base. He's stuck on 1 base. DNS, he can rally to his natural. He has more efficient mining. Ooh, takes down a Stalker. Oh. He gets 1. Gets 1 Stalker. DNS going for a Dark Shrine in the main. Bold move. Going into DTs. DNS, he has no detection. He has no Robo. He has no Stargate. He has no Forge. There's no way for DNS to have detection. But there's no pylon. There's no way to warp in across the map. Another Stalker for Jesus. Another Stalker goes down. The base is getting low, and this might just be too much. This might just be game-ending damage here. Optimus did kill a bunch of workers at the start of the game, but he just could not defend against a counter attack. And the natural base, it's going to be sniped. It's going to go down. Massive pickoff. Dark Shrine is still not done. GG gets called, and DNS, he will snowball out of control and take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, it wasn't a bad start. It was not a bad start for Optimist to get that damage done, I should say, with his Oracle. Unfortunately, he was not ready for the counterattack. Unfortunately, back at home, his first adept went down. He had no safety shield battery, which is necessary to survive and necessary to defend. Likewise, the Stargate got depowered, so he had no backup Oracle, and he was just overwhelmed. He was just overwhelmed by the sheer amount of Stalkers there from DNS. He punished quite hard. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting ready for game number 2. As DNS takes the lead, and we'll see if he can claim the series. So we're jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Pylon. Ooh, we go from one of the larger maps of the map pool to one of the smaller maps. One of the smaller maps instead. Pylon, of course, is known for having a short rush distance by ground, having a very direct rush distance as well. Aggression is favored on Pylon. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the French Protoss player. We have the red Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is DNS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Protoss player from the land of the UK. It is Optimist. We go. It's one of those things where, sure, you can open up aggressively, you can get some damage done, but if you can't get away with it, then was it worth it? You know, was it worth in the end if he could not survive the counterattack, if he could not survive the counter-aggression? We'll see how Optimist will adjust. We'll see how he does change his approach. There we go. Go. So now 2 gate opener out of both players. And the probes do move out. Of course, last time Optimus did hide his pylon. This time we are just sending them straight across the map instead. Okay, let's go. We're scouting. This time we're scouting. We are looking for said pylons as well. There it is, second pylon for DNS in the main. And Optimus doing the same. This time, no proxy from anyone. So no proxy, no shenanigans. Both players will scout and both players will confirm the location of the second pylon. So they're both going to be aware that there is nothing hidden across the map. That they are safe. From here, we could end up in a standard opener. We could just expand and take our natural bases. We could end up... Oh, speaking of, yeah, greedy build here. It's going to be a Sentry expand. Basically, we're making a Zealot, but only making it to cancel. To cancel the Zealots, to then get a faster Nexus. To have a greedier build. Yeah, there it is. There's that Nexus. It should be canceling the Zealot soon. Behind this, it is Stalker Sentry, standard opener out of DNS. DNS with this is going to be a little bit safer. He's going to be getting some scouting information, and he will have a later expand. Meanwhile, yep, there we go. The Zealot was cancelled, and Optimus Key is just cutting corners. As a result, the pressure is on DNS. He doesn't know it yet. But Optimus is just cutting corners. He's being greedy. He will have the greater economy. It's going to be on DNS to try to punish that and make up for that. Oh, as we have our take of choice. So Twilight Counts are open out of DNS, getting into Blink Stalkers. Hallucination is going to be moving out across the map. Meanwhile, Optimus is going for a Robo opener. This does go in line with what we're seeing here. So again, we are cutting corners, faster expansion, faster economy, and following it up with a Robo into a more defensive setup here. As a result, when it comes to our take of choices here, DNS will have map control. He will have map control, he will have Blink, of course, with his Blink Stalkers. Instead, Optimus, he will have early Immortal production for a more robust army, but a slower army. So he's going to be stuck at home, stuck defending, and he could turn this into a 2-base all-in. So we'll see where he leads us after the Immortal production, after the initial setup. It's not uncommon to see like a Robo Opener into a Twilight Council, into a Gateway Explosion, into Glaive Adepts instead. So we'll keep an eye on our Protoss player here. No shot. No shot. We're just going to take a third base. No shot. Are we that crazy? Are we that greedy? Optimist. He's going. Oh my god. I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen a player do this. So 2-gate opener, of course, faster than natural to begin with, into a Robo, into a very fast third. Hallucination does confirm, and DNS. He does cancel. Yeah, he does cancel. I believe there was a shield battery in production. Does cancel. Will take his own third. Getting into blink, but again, the pressure is very much on DNS here, where he's playing catch up. He will expand. He's playing catch up. I mean, there's no gateways. There's no third gateway. There's no fourth gateway. He's not set up aggressively. Ooh, does get across the map. Uh-oh. 2 probes, they one-shot workers. 3 probes going down. Nice force field. Does force a recall. Gets one. Gets one adept. Optimus now going into his own forge. Likewise, Twilight Council building up on 2 bases. Rushing into his third. And DNS is not punishing. He's not really intending to punish. I spoke about how he should have blink control, sorry, he should have map control with blink, and he should, but again, he's delaying his gateways, just now going for a Robo, going for a Forge. We're getting into a longer game. So we're both working towards the mid-game here. I do give the edge to Optimus, assuming that he can preserve his bases and build up his mineral line. DNS moves in. There is a shield battery. Shield battery is done. More probes going to be going down. Not bad. At the same time, double adept towards the natural. Nice harassing right from DNS. Very nice. From here, he does come into the shade. Could have gone into the main, but settles for the natural. Gets another couple of worker kills. Yeah, 6 probes going down. 6, 7, up to 8 probes. And on the one hand, yes, DNS, he doesn't go for the kill. He doesn't try to break the expansion. Oh my god. Ooh, as that they also get across the map. I was about to say that he's done a great job here at harassing to make up for his otherwise economic losses. And saying that, though, I also lose probes across the map. Stalkers, they move in. Nice force fields. Locking down one of the Immortals. Yeah, it does lock him down. Can he break through? Not quite. Yeah, the shield battery is a little bit too good. That was a bit of a waste of those force fields, is what I will say. As a lot of force fields get spent. And he does not kill the Immortal. So Optimus is holding. He's holding on. Behind this, going to be skipping blink, going straight to charge. So charge, +1. He so far has 3 Immortals to the 0 of DNS. And this is what's dangerous here about what Optimus has been doing. Like, the Immortal count has been getting a bit out of hand. And with 3 Immortals, he can bully this army. He can try. Nice force fields. There we go. Locks down one of them. Locks down 2. Zones away the rest of the army. So nice force fields here from DNS. But the shield batters are not ready. The stalkers are low. Optimus moving through. It does push forward, takes down the pylon. Depowers the shield batteries. And DNS, he can't engage. Yeah, he cannot engage. Not into 3 Immortals. Brutal force fields. Oh my god, locking down the probes. Nice done by Optimus. At the same time, force field on the Immortal. Does force a recall. And DNS holds. Oh no! DNS does hold on, despite that 8 more probes going down. Still very tense. Still very tense here between our 2 players. Optimus does take a worker lead. He's building up another Immortal, getting into +2. Does have the faster upgrades. DNS, oh, a bit of a messy main. A little bit. Break open his main. Now, when it comes to our 2 armies here, we just see that DNS, of course, does still have that stalker advantage, so he can try to poke in, poke out, snipe a couple of key structures or key units, bypass the army. Optimus going for a 4th. Getting to his 4th base. Likewise, Prism into the main. Both players are expanding. Prism across the map as well. Both players getting distracted. It's a massive orbit into the main, going for +2. It was a massive lead on +2 here that Optimus had, but not anymore. And not anymore. It's going to be denied. Nice pickup. Zell's taking it to the mineral line. DNS pulls away. And suddenly DNS, he does take that upgrade lead away from Optimus. So up and upgrades, +2 almost done. Is about to finish. Again, that was a massive snipe in the main. Optimus moving out. He's pushing into a wall of Archons. We have 3 Archons already. The Charge-Lots are not going to be able to do much here. Prism back into the main. Optimus, he commits. Oh no. Yeah, he commits in. Dives on the Archons. And the Zells, they should melt here. Shield Rider putting in a lot of work. Yeah, the Archons, they hold their own. Optimus looking for a better angle. Trying to dive in. Prism, they get on top of the Immortals. They get 1, they get 2. 2 Immortals go down. DNS, he should be able to hold on here. He should have enough. Oh, the Prism! The Prism! Oh, get out of here! One more volley. Prism goes down. Massive pickup, and GG gets called. Optimus, he runs out of steam. He was losing workers across the map, and with that GG DNS, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Hey, hey, hey. Again, a very intense back and forth. Both players that had their moments in that game. We had Optimus being hyper greedy and even taking some better fights initially. We had DNS bouncing back with his harass, adept harass, stalker movement. The drop into the main base was huge. It didn't mean that he had that upgrade advantage. An upgrade advantage he shouldn't have, right? He should not have had +2 over the +1 of Optimus, but he was able to get away with that. Likewise, it was just a brutal push there from Optimus, moving into 3 Archons. Mass Zealot can be good against Stalkers and against Immortals, but against Archons, they don't do much. They don't do much. They got shut down. In the end, Optimus, he got outscaled in that game. He got out-teched in a way, and GG. GG, well played. DNS, he will claim the series 2-0, and with that, he will claim his first win of the group. GG. GG, well played. He'll claim his first win, and we are getting ready for our next matchup. First things first, what the hell's going on? Let's catch up. Let's catch up on the brackets and figure out where we are. Exclamation mark me in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and have a look. Okay, so it looks like round 4 is underway. We just wrapped up. We just wrapped up with DNS versus Optimus. DNS does take down Optimus 2-0. Meanwhile, we have Fiant. Oh my, ay papi. Este Fiant, he's up 1-0 against Mana. Very nice, very impressive. He does take a lead in that series. Ryung is also up against Lambo as well. So Ryung and Fiant, they do both pop off, but they are mid-series. And again, I believe Lambo versus Ryung is being covered by the mainstream. Indy might be covering Mana versus Fiant, I will say that, so check out Indy's stream. Indy is a Polish caster and he does often like to feature his boys, so he might be covering Mana's matches. Otherwise, again, we're still waiting for the other 2 matches to conclude, and up next we have the final round of Group A. We have Lambo versus DNS, we have Ryung versus Mana, and Fiant versus Optimus, and that is going to be our series. Fiant and Optimus, that is going to be our next match on the channel, the final series of Group A. And then we can talk about Group B. There we go. I was trying to find it. Then we can get into Group B thereafter. We'll get there. We'll get there. There might be an extended break, and also there might be some content on the mainstream as well. Usually, HomeStory Cup, they're always quite fond of, having some, maybe some soccer matches or some football matches, or maybe Gabe will make some pizzas. Usually, Gabe does make pizzas on the final day. Just bear that in mind. It's still day 1. So day 1. Also, my apologies. It looks like the mainstream are covering Fiant and Mana. I assume they were in the Ryung series, but I don't think that's the case unless they already wrapped up. It's possible. I think they may have been covering. Oh, they covered both. Okay. Yeah. They're covering both. But for the time being, we are going to be going on a short break, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, and massage your marines. We'll be back soon with our next matchup, with our next series with Fiant and Optimus, after they wrap up. Like, again, Fiant, he still has to finish his series first, and then we'll be following him into Optimus. Just catching up. Catching up in the chat. Sniping the War Prison before that, +2 forward secure the gate. Yeah, the again the +2, right? Like the upgrade advantage was huge. It was huge. Oh my god. It was crazy. But yes, with that, so we're going to be going in that short break. So yeah, take your time. Take your time, Pappy. We'll be back soon with some more StarCraft. See you then. See you then, Pappy. See you then. So. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST. As we have returned, we are back with the final match, the final round of Group A here at HomeStory Cup 27. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Swedish Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Ruddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player from the land of the UK. It is Optimist. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. And we had some crazy results coming into this, by the way. Something that I was not expecting. Mana has been on fire. Mana has been popping up for Mana. He actually went down to Fiant. That was over on the mainstream. Fiant did take down Mana 2-0. Crazy result. Impressive result out of Fiant. And we'll see if we can replicate that here and now as well. Meanwhile, Optimus currently at the bottom of the group. He was a dark horse coming into this, and it was going to be an uphill battle here. So far has yet to claim a series. We'll see if we can change that towards the end of the group. Let's go. Let us go. First things first, we're going to be settling in. We do have our initial hatch gas full. Standard opener out of Fiant. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Likewise, gate expand out of Optimus. Now, if you were here at the start of the broadcast, oh, well, you would know this, Pappy, but Optimus, he was hyper aggressive against Lambo. We casted Optimus versus Lambo earlier. They were the first series of the broadcast, and we saw Optimus go for hyper aggressive builds. We saw him go for a 2-base all-in initially, then into another, it was a 2-base charge all-in with a robot opener initially against Lambo in game 1. Then in game 2, it was a standard opener into the mid-game, then into a charge all-in charge timing as the follow-up. So we'll see what Optimus goes for this time, as welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map in the map pool, known for all-ins, known for German taxis. I bring this up as well because, hey, on the Fiant side of things, Fiant, he German taxied the hell out of DNS. that was a lot of all-ins, a lot of Ling, Roach, Queen, all-ins across the map with Job Lords, of course, and did all-in, did German taxi on this map on Ultra Love. Again, the rush distance by ground is very short on this map, so it doesn't take long at all to go from one end, especially if you expand towards your opponent, to the other end of the map. So we'll keep an eye on both players. We'll see who's going to be the aggressor first. First things first, though, it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Optimus, opening up Stargate, most likely into Oracle to harass across the map. So far, standard opener out of our Protoss player. So far, so good. So far, so good. Third base is on the way. Fiant is setting up. And we're waiting to see the initial unit of choice here as the Link does slip into the main, does not get a probe kill, does get some damage, but is going to be cleaned up. Oracle is on the way, not a Void Ray first, so still standard opener here. Oracle moving out to harass, likewise Adepts as well. It's going to be up to Fiant to keep up. Here we go. As Adepts, they do fan out across the map. Likewise, Fiant so far securing himself, taking a third base, droning, saturating. We have a handful of Zerglings on the way just so we can secure ourselves, but nothing too crazy yet. Optimus will expand, and he shades back home as well. So Optimus is in position to defend. So far, so good. The Overlord does confirm the Adepts. Here's where Oracle moves out. Back at home, we have 2 queens of the natural. We have 1 queen in the main. Sorry, 2 queens in the main. No spore, so Fiant is cutting corners, a little bit greedy. He is skipping spores, relying on queens. So the greed is real here from Fiant. Oh. So far is keeping up. So far does zone away. A lot of hits. A lot of hits on the Oracle. Oracle does back off. At the same time, Ling's are ready for a counterattack here out towards the third. But it up so far in position. Oracle does hit the third base. Spores on the way. Oh, gets 1 drone. 1 drone goes down. He gets 1. He gets... Oh! Gets 2. Ooh, takes a little hull damage though. Takes a bit of hull damage there towards the end. The Roach Horn has been placed. We're not skipping roaches. So far the queens are keeping up. The spores are just now finishing. And Lings, they do hit the third. They get us around. Ooh, that shouldn't have happened. They get 1. They get 2 Adepts. Nice pickups here from Fiant. He may lose 2 drones, but does pick off 2 Adepts. That's a better trade here for Fiant. Behind this, claiming a 4th base. Okay. Claiming a 4th. We have a standard follow-up here. +1 and blink on the horizon here for Optimus. Overlord does confirm. As Optimus, he does not get another drone. So far, still only 2 drone kills. Lingze once again poke in, but this time there's an adept. This time, Optimus does deflect. So as we get into this, Optimus, he is getting secure on 3 bases, but alas, did bleed out quite a bit, and he hasn't really dealt much damage across the map. So far, Fiant is looking very secure. We have the lair on the way, but no Overlord speed. Looks like we are droning. We're getting a 4th base, we're taking gases, we're droning up, and getting into Roach Ravager. From here is getting into Roach Ravager. Is building up. Lingze coming for a counterattack. The shield battery is not yet done, but Lingze can't quite break through. So far, Optimus, he's holding his own, going for a gateway explosion behind this, getting up to a 6-gate setup, not taking gases yet. Now, he can turn this into a 3-base all-in. We could be seeing a proxy 4th gate in the center. The gases are being taken. You know what that means? That means either Colossus or Storm. It's going to be one or the other. And with the answer, it's going to be Storm. Meanwhile, I assumed that Fiant was going to drone. He did drone somewhat up to 3-base saturation, but you know what he's doing? Massing up roaches, massing up queens, and we're going for a drop lord all-in. It's going to be a little bit later here, but Overlord speed is on the way, and we are going for the German taxi. We're hailing another cab, pappy. Let's go. We're going to Creffield. We're going to HomeStory Cup. Let's go. So we're massing up. We're going for the all-in. Optimus back at home. He has 1 shield battery. He's taking up as well. He hasn't confirmed what's happening. He hasn't seen the expansion. He hasn't seen the rally until now. Yeah, now he sees. Now he sees, now he knows. Lingze collapse in. Ooh. And once again, we do still only have the 1 shield battery, 1 cannon's on the way. Lingze coming for the surround. And they deny the cannon. Stalkers are pinned back. The piles are going to be connecting. And there's no way out. Yeah, there's no way out. Piles, they do connect. Brutal shots going off. And he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken the 3rd base. The piles have been brutal. 12 workers go down. The Stalkers, they can't get out of here. They're trying to. And that's going to be 15 probe kills. They're still just rallying links across the map as well. The Wilds, once again, they keep connecting. Ooh, nice target firing on the Ravagers. Down to 3. 3 Ravagers left. Ooh, we never began. We never started Storm. Yes, Storm never did begin. Never got into an Immortal production either. Just purely Stalker defense. Which means there's no follow-up, which means there's no counter-attack potential. As the base does fall. Oh, barely not. Never mind. Optimus barely has. Way too soon. The 1 Roach. The hero Roach snipes the Roach for, and with that, Fiant got what he wanted. He got the mineral end and he got the expansion. Oh, the queens are being punished. Leading out 2 queens. But Fiant doesn't care. Yeah, Fiant, he's just rallying. He's just rallying across. At this point, he's done enough. He's already crippled Optimus. And GG gets called critical damage there. And Fiant, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Fiant will take a lead in the series. Again, Fiant, he went for a later German taxi this time. He droned up to 60. He got a 4th base. Once again, Optimus, though, he was unaware what was going on. He was taking up, and he wasn't really taking those the problem. He was working towards Storm, but he never did begin it. He was scrambling for a defense, limited shield batteries, limited defensive setup as well, and the other one stasis trap. He just was not ready. GG well played. As you mentioned, German taxis are just very, very common on Ultra Love, and unfortunately Optimus, he was not ready for that. He wasn't set up defensively, and now we're leading into Persephone. And I'll be honest, this is also another map where we do commonly see all-ins. Oh boy. So it comes down to Optimus. We'll see if he can scout, we'll see if he can defend, we'll see if he can survive the aggression of Fiant. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Swedish Zerg representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of the UK. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Optimus. Here we go. Hello, Fiant. As Fiant, he's moving out across the map. He has a very, very sinister drone moving out for what? For a hatch block. So the drone is moving out. The goal here is to sneak up on the natural and to block the expansion. So a cheeky start here from Fiant. Does move in. There's no probe on the low ground, which means there's no denial of the block. So here comes the hatchery. The boys are being pulled. It's going to be 7, so 7 boys are being pulled here to focus on that hatchery. And this is the goal here. Like, remember, this is not an all-in. Like, Fiant, he's going hatchery into hatchery before gas and pool. So economic opener out of Fiant. The goal here is to delay. The expansion, is to force an inefficient start out of Optimus, out of the Protoss. So lost mining time, a 2-gate opener as well. There's a cancel into the Evo chamber. Yeah, we go 2 gateways into the Cyber Core into a very late expansion. Ideally, you want to cancel the Evo chamber and then bam, go for the gas steal. There's a cancel. Well, trying to delay a little bit further. Before he's forced out, there we go. Zelt's on the way. Going into the main. Can we steal the gas? Do we attempt? Oh my, we don't attempt it. We don't attempt. Going back in, going for another block. Has the money for it, but won't quite be able to pull it off. Back at home droning, getting overlords. Gas steal's coming in. Does steal the gas. Yeah, Optimus not in position. Doesn't deny it. Aye, aye, aye. Ooh, instead. Hello. What's going on? Proxy gate. The proxy is set up. We have 2 gateways back at home, and we're assuming we're going to see another gateway across the map. Otherwise, we could see some tech. There it is. 3rd gateway gets thrown down. Optimus, he commits. He does not expand. No expansion. And the Overlord confirms there's nothing here. Something's wrong. Something is horribly wrong. There is no expansion. Queens are on the way. Safety Zerglings as well. Zealot has arrived. Do we get a safety spine crawler? Does he go for the spine? Oh. Nice. Around, they lock down the Zealot. Zealot gets locked down. Stalker is spotted. The Overlord will be saved. Ooh, so 1 base 4 gate. 1 base 4 gate all in out of Optimus. And this is going to be a vanilla gateway all in, as in no blink, no charge, no +1, no adepts, no glaives, I should say. So just a 4 gate 1 base all in. Proxy pylon, extra reinforcements. Queens are amassing, no spine crawler. Just waiting for link speed. Waiting for speed, collapsing in the army. And he will lock down the adept, or at least try to. Zones away the army. Gets on top of the pylon. Oh, link speed is done. Gets us around. Oh, brutal. Oh, God, brutal surround here. He will lose everything. Remember, there's no blink, there's no Twilight Council, no upgrades. Both Stalkers full. Gets on top of the pylon as well. Brutal pickups. Adepts are amassing. But there are so many Zerglings. Catching out another adept. Oh no, and he's knocked down. Yeah, we got a surround. We got a full surround here. Adepts are not long for this world. He's going to lose everything. I mean, distant positioning here. He does have his back against the wall. But now Fiant knows. Now Fiant, he's aware. He scouts the all in. He scouts the proxy. He falls back. Ideally, he wants the shade to finish and then come in. Oh, God. Yeah, and GG gets called. The 1 base all in, it just falls on its face. Fiant, he shuts it down, and Fiant, he will take the series 2-0. Claiming the win, and with that, has decent standing coming into the group stage. Let's go. Let's catch up. GG. GG, well played. It was a brutal setup there from Optimus, going for the 1 base all in. Unfortunately, he got scattered. What I mean by that, the entire time that he was getting ready for the proxy, there was an overlord over the natural. So Fiant knew something was wrong. Like, he saw that there was no base, there was no expansion. The longer the game went on without an Nexus, he knew something was amiss there, so he did not over drone. What was the drone count? 20. He had 20 drones. He barely droned up at all. He was making safety lings, getting his queens up and running, of course, and of course he eventually confirmed the all-in. He eventually found it, but he was able to shut it down. You could definitely argue that, unfortunately, Optimus Key overextended early on. I feel like your strength is in numbers there, of course, especially with your adepts, but he did move out a little bit too far with the Stalkers, with the first adept, with the next wave of adepts as well. He got surrounded, so he was just a little bit too cavalier before building up his army, and GG. He was shut down in pieces there. He was shut down as he was building up with 2, 3, 4 adepts at a time. With that, GG. Congratulations to Fiant, as Fiant, he will claim the series. And with that, let's catch up on the group, let's figure out what's going on, and let's figure out who has a chance to make it out of Group A. Let's go. Let us go. as we are catching up with the group, and there was a lot of math involved in regards to how Fiant could make it out of the group. It was close, but alas, not quite. Here we go. So we have final standings, at least partially. Fiant does take that Optimisk 2-0, and Fiant was hoping that Mana would drop some maps here. He was hoping that Mana would drop some maps. As we can see, Mana did take game 1 versus Ryung, so alas, trying to surpass Mana here is not going to be possible. Fiant, he does end up in the middle of the group. Solid standing here. It's going to be Optimisk at the bottom in 6th place. We have DNS in 5th place, Fiant in 4th place, and right now Mana and Lambo are fighting for that final chance, that final spot. It all depends on this series here. If Lambo loses, if Mana wins, then depending on the scoreline as well, then Mana can surpass Lambo, but it all depends on the scoreline here. So we'll see who will take it. Currently, Lambo is favored to come out in 2nd place as Ryung goes by undefeated, dropping a single map in Group A, but we're still to determine the final player, either Lambo or Mana, to make it out of Group A in 2nd place. So GG, well played. Again, I believe Ryung versus Mana is happening on the mainstream. I believe that's on the main. Hold on. We can just confirm. We can just un momento, papi, un momento. The mainstream. Yes, they have Ryung versus Mana. They're in game 2. They're in game 2 on Ultra Love. So they got you covered there when it comes to the mainstream. Meanwhile, I would imagine one of the side streams does have Lambo's match, I would hope. Potentially Comeback TV or one of the other streamers. Funka might be covering DNS. Possible. Otherwise, with that, we are done for Group A, at least here on the B stream. We're done for Group A. Up next, bam, Group B. Now, if you are looking forward to Group C and Group D, you can see the times here, the countdown timer on Wikipedia. Tomorrow is C and D. So today is Group A and B, tomorrow is Group C and D, and then day 3, playoffs. Playoffs are going to be day number 3 here. So again, we have 3 days of HomeStory Cup action. Up next, Group B, we have ShoWTimE, Spirits, Jumy, Baby Marine, Mixu, and Luna C. I'll be honest, I do think that the level of play between all these players is a lot closer, which means that we could see some upsets here. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing how Jumy performs. Jumy has the home field and home crowd advantage. We have Luna C traveling to HomeStory Cup for the first time. We got Baby Marine and Mixu, who are, would I say veterans of the scene? I mean, they're long-time competitors in the European region here, and they can also thrive as well. They can also threaten some of these players. We'll see. Best of luck. Of course, ShoWTimE, he is the only player in this group that is secured in EWC, coming as a favored player. We'll see if anyone can bring him down. Best of luck. Scheduled to begin in an hour. Basically, we're still waiting for Lambo and Mana's matches to wrap up. After that, I don't know if there's going to be an extended break. It's possible, just to give time for the players, for them to get into their PC setups. Basically, what happens is all these players in Group A have to remove their keyboards, log out, remove their peripherals and settings, and step out of the player booths. And then the Group B players have to go in and then set up. Right, they have to get all their settings going. They have to, upload and connect their hotkeys, and likewise, get all the peripherals set up, and of course measure their keyboards and all that good stuff. So it takes some time. Takes some time for that rotation, and we have to wait for all of Group A to finish first before Group B can step in. So there's going to be that big player rotation. In the interim, I would imagine there's going to be some content on the mainstream. If there is, we'll be showing it off here as well. Sometimes they have some fun mini games, sometimes some fun interviews, or just some content outside of just StarCraft. Again, they have that kind of HomeStory Cup grassroots environment. They're at a gamer bar. They could have some drinking games. I mean, they like to have some fun. So we'll check it out. We'll look forward to it. Again, check out the mainstream for that bonus content that we'll try to step into as well. I think last time, if I recall correctly, they had a game where, God, who was it? Was it Gabe and the Laser? No, I can't. They had 2 players. I think Gabe was one of them, where they had to mix some drinks. They had a bartender with them, and they were told drinks to make, like a tequila sunrise or like a mojito or something, and they had to guess how to mix the drink and how to make it and how to construct it. And I believe they had I think Hearthstone was like taste testing. I think Hearthstone was taste testing that, if I recall correctly. They have some fun. So yeah, we'll see what happens over on the mainstream. Regardless, for now, we're going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some more content. We'll have Group B eventually. We'll see you then. I'm just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. No one is streaming Lambo versus DNS in English. Yes, no one is streaming English. There's only 2 streams. There's us in the main stream in English. I mean, so we are limited to only covering 2 matches at once instead of 3. So we're limited in what we can cover, of course. We are limited. But yes, with that, we are going to be going on a break, and we'll be back soon. Sorry, just catching up in the YouTube chat as well. I have my money on Björn. Björn is not playing in this tournament. Is Max playing? Max actually doesn't play in offline tournaments. Yeah. Offline events. Don't know if Taster is a plus or minus. Yes, he was the guinea pig, making sure that the drink was survivable. But let's have some fun. So we're going to be going on a short break. Sorry, we're going to be going on, I believe, an extended break, and then when we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. Again, check out the main stream, and we'll see you guys soon after the break, either with our next match or with some other content. See you then. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal scene. I do apologize for the extended break, the extended downtime, but we just wrapped up with Group A, and now we're here with the second half of the broadcast. We're here with Group B. And this morning, in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is LunaSea. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we finally jump into and embrace Group B. Let's go. Let us go again. Players, of course, they were still getting ready. They were setting up their own setups, their own peripherals, their own settings in game, as well as the Group A players had to evacuate and rotate with Group B. So now we are ready. Now we can get the ball rolling. As we get into this, yo, a big shout out in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Rebel Scum. Oh. Rebel Scum in the chat, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. We do appreciate the support. Not just Rebel Scum, but also scrolling up. During the downtime, we had a resubscription from a dog wearing shades as well. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias. As we are jumping into the beginning of Group B. And again, ShoWTimE coming in as the heavy favorite for the group. ShoWTimE, of course, recently qualifying for the Esports World Cup via Stara Zagora. So is going to be part of that major big event and now can rest easy moving forward, coming into the rest of HomeStory Cup. Meanwhile, LunaSea traveling to HomeStory Cup for the first time. LunaSea, for those that maybe haven't tuned in and haven't watched LunaSea before, I mean, that tells us that you haven't been watching the CranKy Ducklings. But LunaSea, he's more of an up-and-coming Korean up-and-coming player from the Korean region. Think of LunaSea like players like Honmono, players like Quanta, players like 3 Point, players like Rebellion, players like Stephen Curry as well, for example. So LunaSea, he's a little bit below kind of the, your typical pro GSL Code S players like your Beyonds and your Heroes, but still a good player in his own right, can still cause some upsets and can still pop off, especially in PvP. Speaking of, hello probe. Speaking of, LunaSea does have an active probe across the map. For now, though, never mind. A 2-gate opener, double adept into expansion. So a more economic start here from LunaSea. ShoWTimE also getting his own natural waste up running, going for the gate cyber expand. Economic opener out of ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE does cut some corners, and it's going to be on LunaSea to try to punish. We'll see if he can. ShoWTimE doing his best max packs impression, but even then does go for the expansion before the tech, before the Stargate. So greedier build here by ShoWTimE, and it's going to be on LunaSea to play catch up. Speaking of, hello. Proxy pylon is going to be thrown down. Adepts are being active. The pressure's on LunaSea to get some damage done. We'll see what he can do. So far, he has 2, soon to be 4 adepts on the map. That's a lot of adepts. And likewise, is looking to hide some tech as well. So our eyes are on LunaSea. Does throw in the shade. So far, ShoWTimE's in position. ShoWTimE does deflect. Likewise, ShoWTimE scouting the edge of the map, looking for proxies. Don't blame him. Meanwhile, Proxy Twilight Council, let's go. Going and setting up for a Proxy Dark Shrine. Let's go Twilight Council into Dark Shrine from the side of LunaSea. He's going to double down. It's going to be hyper aggressive. So far, so good. ShoWTimE has 0 scouting information. I should say ShoWTimE has 0 detection back at home. There's no Robo, no Stargate, no Forge, no nothing, not yet. Hallucination goes in, gets eyes on the Robo. The Robo does make it look like a Robo opener. Ooh, and we do have, thankfully, a Robo on the way for ShoWTimE before expanding. Throws down the Robo. This will give access to observers. Twilight Council is now done, and we are waiting for the next tech of choice. We're expecting a Dark Shrine. And there it is. Dark Shrine is thrown down. So again, we're rushing into DTs, and this can end the game, and this has ended the game. Even players like Hero, even players like Max Packs, they just instantly tap out if DTs show up and there's 0 detection. But as we mentioned, ShoWTimE's playing safe. ShoWTimE is playing safe. He already has the Robo finishing up, which means he should have an observer. Before that happens, we do have a mass amount of adepts waiting outside. 6 adepts here for LunaSea, getting ready for the dive. He will threaten a shade. Doesn't quite make it through though. So far, ShoWTimE does wall up in time. ShoWTimE is keeping up. The model production has begun. Glaives are on the way, so it's going to be a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in from LunaSea. Whether Dark Templar work or not, we are going to double down and commit. It's all or nothing here for LunaSea. Threatening another shade. ShoWTimE is walling up. So far, every time. He's slowly amassing up his own army, throwing down extra gateways, working towards Blink. The Observer is not out yet. Ooh, going War Prism first, actually. Uh-oh. It does have the robot, but no Observer. Not yet. As that, sorry, Soakers does survives. Does survive. Here comes the Dark Templar. Zero detection for ShoWTimE. Again, he has the robot, but no Observer. Where's the detection, Pap? Yay. DTs are waddling in. We have a massive gateway explosion, so we get 2-base all in. As I mentioned, 2-base all in from Lunacy. Dark Templar that waddling in. Observer is now on the way, and ShoWTimE, does he notice? Oh, he does not. He does not notice. There we go. Worker's going to be going down. They're getting one shot by the Dark Templar. DTs are popping off the main, popping off the natural. Probes are going down, and the Observer just now pops. Whew, just pops out. 7 probe kills. That is good damage, but nothing major, nothing too critical here. Fun fact, ShoWTimE is still up in workers, still has a greater economy. What I'm most curious by, though, is the 2-base all-in. How many gateways? We have 3 in the main base, and we do have 4 at the natural. 7 gates, sorry, I should say 8 gates as, oh no, 7. So 7 gate all-in here from Lunacy. There's no gateway on the map. Does move out. And ShoWTimE will engage ahead of time. Does spot the army. Does spot it, is where decent force field slowing down the push. Gets 1 adept. Every adept counts. Likewise dropping into the main. Does make its way in. Oh. As the DT is zoned away. So far, ShoWTimE is keeping up. Zones away the War Prism. He's massing up here at his own 3rd base. We have a wall of shield batteries on the way. ShoWTimE is getting ready. He's getting ready. Okay, that's a lot of adepts. 21. 21 adepts so far. Does threaten to dive. Likewise going to be zoned away. Yeah, Lunacy can't quite engage. Yeah, not quite yet. Adepts are getting picked up. We're still warping in, just a wave of adept at a time. There's 3 models behind this as well, doing a lot of damage to the back line. He's trying to gain ground, but he's running out of adepts. Oh, taking down a lot of Stalkers though. Yeah, a lot of Stalkers are falling. Shield Batters are out of energy. ShoWTimE falling back. Again, he just has to buy time for extra warp-ins, and eventually he can overwhelm. Again, just picking away at the adepts. The Immortals there. He's going for the dive. He gets 1. Oh, a bit of a mistake. Yeah, it does miss the first volley. Boys are being pulled, but he gets 1. He gets 2 Immortals. There's 1 left. There's 1 Immortal left. And does ShoWTimE have enough here? Actually, it looks like the Immortal can maybe barely break through, but there's the NG overcharge. Dives in the Immortal, and there we go. He does go down. The final Immortal falls. And that's all that was left. That's all we had. Lunacy does kill 12 workers. That is not good enough. Adepts say dive into the main. No, they threaten to dive. Does cancel. And again, we have 0 Immortals. 0 Immortals remaining. No 3rd base, no expansion. This had to end the game. And he traded well. He killed a mineral line. He traded with the Stalkers. In the end, took down 18 Stalkers even. A good amount of Stalkers went down, but still not enough. Prism into the main. Goes to the warp in. Okay, let's go. Dragging ShoWTimE apart. Gets into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Adepts they do threaten the 3rd. They get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Not bad. ShoWTimE losing 9 workers. And so far. Likewise, Shades back into the main. Targets down a couple of extra probes. 13 workers. It's getting a little bit better, but at the same time, ShoWTimE is catching out the army. Yeah, he's catching him out. Lunacy cannot fight head on. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. And ShoWTimE survives. ShoWTimE he defends. He still has 3 bases. He can still make 3 probes at a time. The damage that Lunacy dealt is still not good enough. And now here comes a counterattack. Now there is 1 Immortal, thankfully. There's 1 Immortal back at him to defend. So Lunacy can buy some time, but again, the longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for ShoWTimE. As now ShoWTime's the aggressor. Diving the Immortal, gets one. One more volley. Ooh, and almost gets a second. Gas Ether. He almost does. That Immortal was so low. ShoWTimE force back for a moment. And once again, he can just dive in, and he will. Takes down the Immortal. Prism is zoned away. Yeah, Depths they're trapped. They're zoned away from their own reinforcements. Nice pick up micro. Out of ShoWTimE. Again, just trading as efficiently as possible. Tanking shots. Dives to the Prism. Prism goes down as well. No more reinforcements. And again, Lunacy just running out of steam here. He's trading with the army. Across the map, ShoWTimE, he will lose some workers. Okay. A couple of probes did go down. But the army's still terrifying. Lunacy still warping in across the map. And across the map, there are no shield batteries. There's detection as well, so Dark Templar, they won't do enough here. Depths are moving in. Once again, Lunacy shading across the map, but this time ShoWTimE's ready. This time he's in position. He will defend. Catching out another Immortal. Another Immortal goes down. DT's into that. Let's go. Dark Templar into the natural. Adept into the main. Being so annoying here with just a handful of units. And is getting some worker damage, but the main army is still the biggest concern. And now we're going into the main. We're diving into the main base, going for the robo, going for the production. No more Immortals. That's one thing keeping Lunacy in this game. Was that Immortal count? Not anymore. Oh god. Catching at the probes. Not like this. Not like this. But impressive just how much damage Lunacy dealt over time. But again, as we mentioned, like it was just an all-in from the beginning, and with that, does have a bit of an expiration date. Does weaken over time. The robo went down, the robo was not rebuilt, so just purely gateway reinforcements, just the one Immortal. Ah no. And ShoWTimE, he wants it. Oh. Triggers the shields. And catching at the sentry, catching at more adepts. Again, there's no reason for ShoWTimE to commit to a fight. He can just pull away, kite back, and there we go. Then take down the final Immortal. And with that, there is nothing left. Lunacy did make him bleed, but GG gets called, and ShoWTimE will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. ShoWTimE will take a lead in the series. Again, Lunacy, there was potential when it came to his build. Unfortunately, ShoWTimE was playing safe. Unfortunately, ShoWTimE didn't delay his robo. Initially, he killed 7 workers with his Dark Templar, but it was still not enough damage. If you recall, he followed that up with a 2-base all-in with his Mass Adept, but likewise, we saw that ShoWTimE was ready. He was able to engage ahead of time, slow down the push, buy time for shield batteries, and then fight with said shield batteries as well. So GG will played a better engagement there, or a better setup, I should say, from ShoWTimE. With that, does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Still impressive that, of course, we saw Lunacy was able to at least get into mineral lines and get some more economic damage dealt throughout the process of that all-in and the counterattack, but he never really had any longevity himself. He never had an economy himself, and eventually just ran out of steam. GG. And now we're getting into game number 2. Also, shout out to Rebellion in the chat. Yo, Este Rebellion. I did notice him in the chat as well, cheering for Lunacy. I know it's very late in Korea, so really cool to see some of Lunacy's boys staying up late into the night to cheer for him. It's cool to see. I know that Crank is also casting in Korean, of course, but I think Crank is covering. I mean, he was covering the Ryung matches and covering some other series. But 안녕하세요, papi. 안녕하세요. As we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can build up. We'll see if he can catch up. It is LunaC. Here we go. Would have preferred for him to open Glaive first. If you're referring to the initial opener, if you remember LunaC, he was risking a lot of it initially with the Dark Templar opener, which didn't necessarily fall in its face. If you recall, he killed 7 probes. Like, it wasn't a bad start to the game. Unfortunately, like, it already put ShoWTimE on the back foot. It did not do enough damage to give him the lead that he otherwise would have wanted. And again, ShoWTimE was just playing very safely in the aftermath, regardless of the follow-up 2-base all-in. Here we go. So now we are moving out once again. Hello. As we do have a 2-gate opener out of LunaC. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE, he's going to be the one to cheese it up instead, to thread in the proxy and to set up here out on the map. Let's go. ShoWTimE back at home going for a 2-gate opener himself. So we have mirrored openers initially. So 2-gate opener out of ShoWTimE, 2-gate opener out of LunaC. ShoWTimE does thread in the pylon, and this is a prime location for a proxy Stargate. The reason for this is the rush distance by air is very short from this location to the main base of LunaC. LunaC moves out across the map. He is aware that the pylon is missing. So he does scout, does confirm the pylon is nowhere to be found, unlike his own. So it's on LunaC to find the proxy. He knows that there's a pylon somewhere, but is it real? Is it fake? Is it a 1-base all-in? Is it a robo? Is it a Stargate? It's up to LunaC to confirm. So we can see here he's rallied, scouting the center of the map initially, sends out a second probe, scouting the left-hand side as well. So he's looking for proxy robos and proxy gateways. Does morph in some hallucinations. And we'll see if he does find this. He should. Yeah, there's a rally. There's a rally with the probes. We'll find it. Oh, I mean, this is a lot of energy being spent on scouting. 2 hallucinations. He will find it. Does confirm the Stargate. Again, this is not a one. Thank God. I was concerned for a moment there. Remember, this is not a 1-base all-in. ShoWTimE is expanding behind this. A proxy Stargate is just a way to deal economic damage early on and then transition out into the mid-game. Double left towards the natural. Oh, probe is not in position. Yeah, devs do warp in. They get 1, they get 2 probe kills already. Nice start here for ShoWTimE. And the Oracle's on the way. The Oracle is on the way. LunaC does have a shield, but I mean the main. Likewise, his army's in position. Despite that, devs, they can one-shot workers. They get 4, they get 5 probes in total. Oracle has them from behind. Nothing at the natural. No damage. So LunaC defends against the Oracle, but the Adepts there will deal damage instead. 5 probe kills. Behind this, ShoWTimE getting his own natural. Does take a worker lead. Now can settle in. From here, both players are taking into their own Twilight Councils. Twilight Council into Blink for both players. But again, ShoWTimE does have the greater economy. And he got what he wanted. He got what he wanted. Now the Oracle can just chill back at home. There's the energy overcharge, set up stasis traps, and get ready for the counterattack. Bearing in mind that LunaC does have the greater ground army. He's got 6 Stalkers and 1 Sentry to the 2 Stalkers of ShoWTimE. The reason for this is because ShoWTimE invested into the proxy and into the Oracle. But right now he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. The Oracle is still a threat. So LunaC can't make use of this army. And even if he did, ShoWTimE is getting ready. ShoWTimE breaks in, confirms the army's position. Now he knows, gets a revelation. So if there were to be a move out, ShoWTimE is aware of it. So nice revelation here from ShoWTimE, just making sure he's safe. Behind this, going for a 3rd gateway, building up towards Blink. From here, we can go for a Forge and +1, or a 4th gateway as well, into 2-base 4-gate Blink. So we'll see if ShoWTimE doubles down on aggression, or from here, he could just expand. He could just expand, could just take a 3rd. Doesn't have to commit. It's up to ShoWTimE. hello, Lunacy. Speaking of the gateway explosion, Lunacy opened up 2 gates into a 3rd and 4th gateway. So I was waiting to see if ShoWTimE would get a 4th gateway. He doesn't. So 3-gate blink into a 3rd economic build out of Lunacy. Sorry, out of ShoWTimE. Meanwhile, Lunacy 4-gate. So 2-base 4-gate blink into potentially a proxy 5th gateway. Into a 2-base all-in. Let's go. So extra gateways are being thrown down. There we go. We have the 5th gateway back at home, which means it's going to be a 2-base 6-gate all-in. Lunacy is going to double down. It's all or nothing. Either the game is going to end. Either Lunacy kills ShoWTimE or he dies trying. Let's go. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE is building up, getting a forge, working towards eventually +1, getting his 3rd base, getting a shield battery at the 3rd as well. 1 shield battery at the natural. Lunacy, he will have the greater army supply, true. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE, he will have stasis traps and also the defensive advantage, the shield batteries. ShoWTimE, he does get the move out. Yeah, big moment here for ShoWTimE. Does spot the army. ShoWTimE is aware. He's aware of what's going on. Here, warping in more stalkers. Lunacy is committing. Likewise, Oracle towards the natural. I mean, ideal for ShoWTimE wants to keep this army busy, and the Oracle is not going to go down. Whew, barely survives. Recalls back home. Now, ideally, ShoWTimE wanted to scout the 3rd base. He saw 1/3. He didn't quite see the other. But I'm sure he has an idea of what's going on. Upon seeing the army. Does see the rotation, does see reinforcements. He pulls away, he's getting ready. Yeah, more stasis traps. More shield batteries. Can Lunacy pull this off? Okay. Whew. Does notice. Nice bait. Baits out the stasis. Likewise trying to collapse in. Stasis does connect. Catching out a couple of stalkers. Oh no! Speaking of, a better connection, more stalkers getting caught out. Ay, ay, ay. And remember, Lunacy's all in. Lunacy should have the larger army. Not anymore. Not anymore. Losing a lot of units here. Another stasis goes up. Now the sentry goes down. And ShoWTimE has a massive supply lead. They have the greater concave, the greater engagement. Stasis traps are running out. ShoWTimE has been trading well. Yeah, once again, another stasis. Ooh, gets baited. Better control there from Lunacy. But behind this, he's just running out of stalkers, running out of steam. Trying to force his way forward. Does have a bit of concave, but alas, he just doesn't have the numbers. Doesn't have the army. And ShoWTimE, he does it. He breaks through. He breaks the all-in. Ties on the stalkers. Lunacy has got a couple of reinforcements. Again, he has nothing else behind this. There's no forge, no upgrades, no charge, no nothing. No extra gases, no 3rd base. Lunacy, now he expands. Ah, but that's a late expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Lunacy, he knows that the all-in has failed, and he's going to try to macro out of this, but it is a difficult road to travel here for Lunacy. I mean, there's a reason why we call it an all-in. Once it fails, you fall far, far behind. And ShoWTimE even takes a 4th. He even takes a 4th base. +2 is almost halfway done. ShoWTimE, he breaks out. Yo, we got slow lots to defend. Let's go. So far, nice kiting here by ShoWTimE. Picks away at these zealots. Catching out some of the transferring workers. And it's just a numbers game at this point. It's just a numbers game. We're going to see down to 8 stalkers against 31. 31 stalkers for ShoWTimE. Breaks the main army, gets us up with the 3rd base. And there's no defending. Not here. There are ways to try to recover, but GG gets called. And with that, ShoWTimE, he'll take the series 2-0. He will advance, or he will kick things off with a win here in Group A, or Group B. GG. here in the group stage. There we go, there we go. But GG well played. Again, this is the first series, the first match of Group B, and ShoWTimE does kick things off with a win. Shout out to Lunacy. Lunacy, I want to say he had a more intense back and forth in game number 1. There were definitely better moments for Lunacy when it came to harassing, when it came to dealing economic damage. Here in game 2, unfortunately, ShoWTimE was just all over the scouting. He was confirming the positioning of the army. He was confirming the lack of third base. He saw the movement. He was getting ready back at home. Even though Lunacy had a higher gateway count and a larger army for the at least first half of that all in, we saw that ShoWTimE, he was very well prepared for it, scouted ahead of time, and got ready. GG well played. The stasis traps, they were the MVPs when it came to buying time so that he can get his own warpins and take better fights, better engagements. He had shield battery set up behind it as well, and was more than ready. More than ready. GG well played. With that, ShoWTimE does take the first series, and now let's catch up on the rest of the group. Let's go. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves as we refresh and catch up. Bam. Beautiful. Okay, of course, we have already wrapped up Group A. The first half of the broadcast has concluded. Now we're getting into Group B, the first round also concluding as well. Our match should take a little bit longer to really get underway, but we are here and we are progressing. Here we go. Okay, from the top we have ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE takes down Lunacy 2-0. Of course, that was the match that we just covered, that we just casted. Meanwhile, we do have Spirit. Spirit takes down Mixu 2-0, and oh my god, Baby Marine takes down Jumy 2-0 as well. Big win there for Baby Marine. I'll be honest, I was favoring Jumy coming into that series, but Baby Marine popping off. Very impressive start there for the Italian Terran. As the first round has concluded, now we're jumping into round number 2. Here we go. From the top, we have ShoWTimE versus Mixu. We have Spirit versus Baby Marine, and Jumy versus Lunacy. Now, as a reminder, we are the B stream. The main stream have priority, and the main stream are going to be covering their own match instead. What exactly are they covering? Let's double check, actually. The mainstream, they're going to be covering the TVT. They're going to be covering Spirit and Baby Marine. We are going to be covering the PvP of Jumy and Lunacy. Here we go. That is going to be our next series here on the channel. And again, as a reminder, when it comes to the format, it is a round robin group stage here, which means everyone plays against everyone. So we have 5 rounds. We have 5 rounds here. We have 6 players, but only the top 2 make it through. Now, coming into this, the top 2 players that are favored to make it through would be ShoWTimE and Spirit. But there are players here that can definitely upset and bring down ShoWTimE and Spirit as well. Baby Marine, Lunacy, Jumy, Mixu, they all have it in them to cause these upsets and to bring down these players. We'll see if they can. We'll see if either one of them can try to cause that upset and disrupt the hierarchy here of Group B. Best of luck. Best of luck. If you're interested in some of the other groups, bearing in mind that there are 4 groups in total, we have Group C and Group D as well. As you can see here, we have the countdown timer. This is going to be played at tomorrow. So A and B is today, C and D are tomorrow, and then we have the playoff bracket on Sunday. 3-day event, 3 days of HomeStory Cup action. Let's go, baby, let's go. Oh. Just catching up in the chat. Here we go. Would have been totally different if Lunacy didn't hesitate on killing the Oracle. Potentially. I mean, the stasis traps were a big factor when it came to defense, but that wasn't the only factor either. Bearing in mind that after the Oracle recalled back home, I think it threw down 2 extra stasis traps, and bearing in mind that there was still like more shield barriers to fall back to, of course, as well. Would not have been a clear win there for Lunacy. The first half only took 5 hours. Going to be a short stream. True. We're ready for like potentially a 12-hour stream, and we're only 5 hours in. So I'm hoping that, yeah, we can maybe have a leaner broadcast, maybe 10-hour stream. Let's go. Maybe less. Could we actually get some proper sleep over the weekend? That'd be crazy. Be beautiful. For those that are curious, of course, we're casting from Australia. We're here in Australia. It is 2 a.m. here, which isn't too bad. And yeah, usually European events are at an awful time for us, which is why we usually don't cover many European events. Not there are exceptions, of course. Like we do a lot of casting when it comes to like Polish StarCraft and Polish tournaments, always whenever we can. Same with HomeStory Cup, and same with like EPT Europe or European EWC qualifiers. But specifically, we're not able to cover the Monday night weeklies. It's nice to get some sleep at some point. So that's the one event that we don't cast here, unfortunately. No Monday night weeklies. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. As it looks like Vitas are done. Vitas are done, and we're jumping into our PvP, jumping into Jumy versus Lunacy. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, Cyber John, don't be a clown. Puppy, don't be a clown. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. And looks like Vitas are done. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Let's go. We have our PvP. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Representing among SC2 people, it is Lunacy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the German Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. As both players are warmed up, Lunacy and Jumy having a bit of a rougher start here at the start of this group, to be honest. Jumy just went down to Baby Marine, Lunacy just went down to ShoWTimE, but now one of them can claim their first win of the group, can gain some momentum, and have some peace of mind. Who's it going to be? The PvPs continue. As we're keeping an eye on our initial probes, on our initial setups. We'll see if anyone deviates. We'll see if anyone does get across the map with a pylon. For now, it is going to be 2-gate opener out of Lunacy, 2-gate opener out of Jumy. And again, welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is a very large map, one of the largest maps in the current map pool, longer rush distance by ground. In other matchups, this typically does lean towards longer and later games, but really because it's so large, it means that there's more room to proxy and more room to throw down pylons. Speaking of, hello. Both players send out their probes. We have a pylon from Lunacy and a pylon from Jumy. And one is not quite like the other. Jumy's pylon is clearly supposed to be a fake out, a fake proxy pylon. Meanwhile, it looks like Lunacy intends to make use of his. Based on this location, it's close enough to be a proxy Stargate. Otherwise, we could try to throw in a proxy here and commit a little bit harder into a Robo. Waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is on the way. Jumy moving out for his scout. As the Cybercore is now done, and shows what you got. Proxy Robo, one base all in. Let's go. So one base all in out of Lunacy. Jumy will come in with a probe scout, and Jumy, he will confirm that the pylon is missing. So he's going to have a piece of the puzzle. Goes in, scouts, 2-gate, first pylon, goes further back, and sees no second pylon. Yeah, third pylon instead. So Jumy, he's aware that something is wrong. And let's see how Jumy responds. I mean, again, it's a large map. Throws down the pylon, so he confirms double stalker. So he's aware of the two stalkers. That much he knows. There we go, moves out with the adepts towards the left-hand side. And he is going to be checking the left-hand side, and he will barely not see the proxy. He's close. He's so close. Up. Checks for the left. Does try to slip by and gets caught out by the stalkers. Going to be zoned away. Robo. Yeah, Robo opener here to Jumy, playing safe. Very safe setup. That's Robo before expanding. Adepts, they shade past. Do shade pass, and they will be able to see the probe. He sees, yeah, he sees, he knows, he finds a proxy, he's fully aware. Does confirm the Robo, and behind this Jumy, oh, he already threw down the Nexus. He already threw down the Nexus. That won't help in the defense. We'll lose an adept. We'll at least distract for a moment. There we go. There's a cancellation. Again, it's brutal that he made it to begin with. It was just a late scout there for Jumy. But does cancel, does throw down a second pylon. We need shield batteries on the high ground. And then mortal production as well. Meanwhile, the Prism has arrived, so Lunacy can drop right into the main. He can avoid the ramp. He can avoid. Lunacy moving in. Perhaps likewise, shading up the ramp. Going for the gateway initially, now going for the pylon. And pylon's under fire. And the pylon is going to go down. Thankfully, there was a backup pylon. Despite that, gateway's depowered. Limited warp-ins here for Jumy. Across the map, he does force a defensive warp-in. Another pylon goes down. Ooh, that does supply block Jumy. Jumy here supply blocked. Does have a shield battery. Does have the Immortal. The Immortal has arrived. Another gateway under fire. And Jumy, he cannot save this. Gateway goes down. Jumy's trying to hold the line. Massing on more Immortals. And just zoning back the army, buying more time for extra warp-ins. And he's time for his own Warp Prism as well. For his own ability to micro. As this gateway eventually will fall. There's no saving it. That's a shading towards the main. Decent force field. Gateway goes down. So Lunacy has dealt some decent damage, but where do we go from here? Takes down both gateways. Now he's going for the Cyber Core as well. It's going to be that much more difficult, taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Yeah, pushing up this ramp, it's not easy. It's not going to be easy here. Do we expand instead? Oh, meanwhile, Prism across the map. Jumy slipping into the main. Ah, there's a shield battery. Lunacy defends. Defends back at home. Likewise, gets a Stalker, gets one, almost two. Almost two Stalkers. Lunacy, he has yet to expand. He's just committing. Twilight Council for Jumy, bold move. Going for the Twilight Council, he's got one gateway behind this as well. And if they commit. Yeah, they commit to the Shade. Going for the Stalker, going for the Probes. At the same time, main army pushing up the ramp as well. Jumy coming in from behind. And Jumy does save his workers, but he will bleed out more pylons. Likewise, the Immortal, it's gonna go down as well. Massive pickup. And Lindsay's done it. Yeah, he has done it. He breaks through into the main. Again, the Prism was never at home to defend, to help juggle, to help preserve units. Boys are being pulled. And with good enough control, Lunacy, he should overwhelm. As he's broken off the ramp, does save the Immortal. GG gets called, and Lunacy, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Lunacy does take lead in the series. Again, it was a bold choice from Jumy to send his Prism across the map. As we saw, unfortunately, it wasn't quite worth it. With that Prism going across the map, he did go for Adept and Stalker Harass, but didn't get any damage done. So no damage was dealt, which means he was then lacking that critical micro, that micro potential that his Prism would otherwise provide him back at home. So he can juggle his units and preserve his army and build up over time and micro against his opponents. He couldn't do that. He didn't have that. Prism wasn't at home, so that made it even more difficult to defend. Despite that, it was also just a really difficult setup as well, as of course he was bleeding out gateways, he was losing ground, he was being pulled apart by the Adepts as well. It was just a bit of a shaky defense there from Jumy, and with that, Lunacy takes a lead. Lunacy does take... Oh. So I say take a lead, as we are now getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. Let's go. And we'll see how we can recover. We'll see how we can bounce back. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing among his two people. Leading the series 1-0, it is Lunacy. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. Here we go. Here we go. from here we're going to be settling in. We do have initial openers, and we'll see who and if anyone does commit to another proxy here. Again, Lunacy, he's known for aggression, and we saw that previously against ShoWTimE. We saw it here against Jumy as well. Doesn't mean it has to be a one-base all-in or a proxy, but aggression nonetheless. So our eyes are on Lunacy. For now, 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Lunacy, likewise 2-gate opener out of Jumy. Here we go. As probes are moving out, Jumy setting up. Oh, never mind. For a moment there, I thought it was going to be setting up for a proxy here outside of the base, but not the case. He throws down his pylon back at home. So standard location for the pylon, and Lunacy will confirm. Yeah, dips in, confirms the pylon, and Jumy will do the same. So after game one, where they both set up their proxy pylons, here, like, they've got it out of their system. We can calm down. We can set up. Standard openers. Standard openers, you can see here a Stalker Sentry out of Lunacy, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Jumy as well. So both players playing standard. Oh, we do. We have Lunacy walling in his opponent, will delay the expansion. Likewise also confirms the first units of choice. Is going to be following up with 2 Adepts. Meanwhile, Lunacy expanding back at home. I believe should be throwing down his Nexus. There's a pylon block. Pylon, there's a Nexus. So Lunacy, he'll have the slightly better expansion, or the slightly faster economy. By a couple of seconds. Nothing major. Meanwhile, Lunacy follows this up with extra sentries, so once again, just really safe defensive play here, going for hallucinations, scouting across the map. Meanwhile, Jumy moving out with Adepts. So we'll see what Jumy can get done as Jumy's being active on the map. And Lunacy soon to receive. We have a take of choice. Lunacy going for a Robo opener. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Twilight Council out of Jumy. We've seen this Robo opener before out of Lunacy previously against ShoWTimE. Robo into Immortals into potentially an all-in featuring Glaive Adepts. It is going to be on the table. And then Lunacy's quite fond of it. So we'll keep an eye on Lunacy. We'll keep an eye on the follow-up tech to see if he goes into Glaives once again after the Immortals. Meanwhile, Jumy just going into a Forge, +1, most likely Blink into +1 into a more standard setup into the mid-game. Most likely. Yeah, there we go. Blink is on the way. So far, nothing too crazy yet. It is going to be a Prism first, not Immortal out of Lunacy, so he's going to be a little bit more active. We've seen this before, going for the Sentry drop. Let's go. I want to say that Hero, as the hallucination, will catch wind of this in some way. But Hero, he did this in GSL. I think it was GSL Season 2, if I'm not mistaken. Was it against Zaun? But this is going to be a sentry drop into the mineral line. The goal here is to kill probes, is to dive in, to force field the mineral line, and to get worker damage. We can see that Jumy's in position, though. At the same time, does move in, does force field the ramp, locks down the stalkers. One stalker goes down. Shield Virus out of NG. And Lunacy gets caught out. Again, he just abandoned his low ground. He was moving out. Oh no, the Prism! Prism goes down. And that's just too much. Yeah, Prism falls, sentries as well, and Lunacy, he will lose everything. He'll lose everything. 5 workers falling, the main army crumbles. Ay. Yeah, brutal start here for Lunacy. And the reason why so much damage was being done, the reason why he was so vulnerable is because he was moving out. Remember, he moved out with all of his sentries, so he had nothing to defend. So a brutal start there for Lunacy. Lunacy, he was being cheeky going across the map, and he gets punished for it. He gets punished for the move out. With that, we have Jumy building up more gateways, embracing Blink, +1, getting ahead. Ay. And again, there was potential there for Lunacy. Unfortunately, he got scattered by the hallucination, right? The hallucination saw the setup, saw the Robo, saw the Prism. Jumy was able to punish, setting up his own proxy pylon, and just containing his opponent. Does for the Mass Immortal. Behind this, there it is, Glaives. And we alluded to this earlier, if you recall, talking about how we were expecting or waiting to see if Glaives is going to be on the way. It's a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in, Mass Immortal Glaive Adept. Let's go. And again, Lunacy's quite fond of this. The problem, though, is that he's kind of, he's limping his way into this build. It's been a rough start for Lunacy, as he's still down economically. 3rd base is on the way for Jumy. Now, Jumy, it's on our red Protoss here to get into the main scout. I mean, he can already assume, because there's no base, right? There's no 3rd. There's no 3rd for Lunacy. Jumy knows this. Hallucination moves in, and he should get an eye on the gateway explosion. Oh, he just died. Jesus, he just died. The Prism! Oh my god. The Prism does get away. Gateways are spotted. D-Power's 1. And Jumy, he can recall. He can always recall back home. Gets into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Yeah, getting 6, 7 workers. That F-Set did get across the map as well. Going for an Immortal. Oh my god, going for the Immortal. Decent pickup. Risky moves. There's a recall. Does lose a couple Stalkers in the process. That was how many? That was 4 Stalkers going down. Yeah, 4 Stalkers for 8 workers and an Immortal. Worth it. That was worth it here for Jumy. And back at home, he's building up. There we go. Shield batteries are on the way. Cannons are on the way. Jumy's getting ready for the all-in. Catching out more adepts. Delaying the push. Catching reinforcements. Just buying as much time as he can. Healing up. Let's go. Making use of the healing pad. Force fields the army. Catching out adepts. Just whittling away here at Lunacy. Behind this, Lunacy is on 7 gates, so it's a 2-base, 7-gate all-in with Massive Immortal Glaive Adept. It's a very trendy build. Very trendy. But, I mean, ideally, you do want an economy coming into this. You don't want to be scattered. You don't want to be locked down. And Jumy, he's here to force the ace match. Jumy coming in from behind. Doesn't quite get the Prism, but does get an Immortal. And nice pick up. Immortal goes down. Tool wheels left. Oh no, the Prism falls as well. No more reinforcements. No ability to the micro. Cannot juggle back. Dives in. Takes down 1. Takes down 2 Immortals. Only adepts remaining, and they cannot take the head-on fight. It's not like this. And with that, Jumy will clean up and take it from here. Adepts stay shaded between the bases. Jumy, he fully walls off. He keeps up, he walls off. GG gets called, and Jumy ties the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. And again, Lunacy just had a really shaky start to the game, winding it back. The build itself is solid, but if you recall, he was going for the sentry drop across the map, and just as he was moving out with all of his sentries, that's when Jumy struck. That's when he hit the natural base. That's where he punished Lunacy for moving out, and he was crippled. Remember, he killed, was it 5 or 6 workers. He was able to catch some stalkers, force back the army, trade with the sentries, delay the push, punish the push, and take a lead. From there, Jumy, he took a lead, he got ahead. We saw that, yes, Lunacy did turn that into a 2-base all-in, but again, he stumbled his way into the 2-base all-in. It was weaker than it otherwise should have been. Jumy was able to slow it down, catch Immortals, pick off workers, and GG. GG well played. Jumy was all over Lunacy, and that's going to lead us here into the ace match. Let's go. That leads us into game number 3. Take stream is down. Oh no! Take. Hopefully the venue is okay. Was it last HomeStory Cup? I think it was last HomeStory Cup where unfortunately the venue was plagued with like constant, I think there was like some infrastructure like construction going on like in the area at the time, which was brutal. So it was dropping all the time. I think that was, yeah, it was definitely rough. It was definitely rough. But thankfully, I think that's the only time that ever happened. That should be okay. Should be okay. Take should be back. But that was definitely a dark time. That HomeStory Cup feels bad, man. It was either the last one or the one before. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Luna C. Oh, sorry, of Maganatha. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Luna C. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. Here we go. It's Germany. That has nothing to do with it. What are you talking about? Again, every year before that, the connection or the connectivity was fine, perfectly fine. It was just the most recent HomeStory Cup that did plague them. But again, the only one. So shout out to those working behind the scenes. And from here, we should be getting into our initial openers. Hello. As we do move out very early across the map. And welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. So typically in other matchups, we expect longer games. But here, between these two, I mean, that means there's more room for proxies. True, true. It means there's more room. But now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Luna C. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Jumy. Jumy sitting up here further back in his main. Jumy now moving in with the scout. So is Luna C. Here we go. As okay, as Jumy, he does hide his second pylon, by the way. He hides it actually at his natural. So cheeky positioning here for Jumy. Does hide his second pylon. You know, Jumy pokes into the main, and he will scout the second pylon of Luna C. So standard open out of Luna C. Meanwhile, Luna C does not really know what Jumy's up to, not yet, and he's looking. Luna C, because of this is a better start for Jumy. Basically, an extra worker of Luna C is out on the map scouting, whereas Jumy's extra worker is mining. Oh, going for a Stargate opener. Okay, Stargate before expand. Here we go. Meanwhile, it's going to be a robo opener. Luna C, he's terrified. He's expecting an all-in, so very safe play at a Luna C, delaying his expansion. Meanwhile, Jumy does open up in an aggressive manner, in a way. Adepts are moving out. Luna C does expand. The purpose of Jumy's build is for economic damage, to get some probe kills. We'll see what he can get done. Adepts are moving in. Ooh, they can catch some probes. They get in. That should not have happened. 2 adepts, they get into the main base. They can one-shot probes. 1, 2 probes going to be going down. Not bad. Not a bad start. These workers are falling. Oracle's on the way. That's going to be 5, 6 probe kills. Getting up to 7. That should not have happened. 7 workers and 1 adept does even get away. Now Jumy expands. And he's not done. Here comes the Oracle. Now, checking Luna C's vision here, he hasn't seen. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's coming his way. There's no shield battery in the main. There's no setup. There's no defense. He needs a scout. And for the time being, he's just distracted by the adepts, by the stalker. The base is cancelled? Oh, a misread. A brutal misread. He cancels the natural base. He believes he's being all in. Jumy's expanding. Remember, Luna C he sees nothing. He has no idea what's going on, and he's just misreading this too. Oh god, not like this. It's just a brutal misread. Oracle goes into the main. There's nothing here. Probe's gonna be going down, and now he knows. Now he's like, it was a Stargate. And Luna C's forcing himself all in. So it's all or nothing. Luna C, he has 16 probes. 16 probes against 30. You could argue maybe canceling this was less of a misread and more of like just him committing. Like just so much damage was done that may as well just go for one base all in regardless. So it's go time. And all Jumy has to do is defend. Defend, survive. He already has a massive worker advantage. He has shield batteries, 2 shield batteries at the natural, stasis traps as well. The army is in position in the main, just in case we were to rotate into the main base. Shield batteries on the way, and Yeah, Lunacy, this is it. Let's go. All right, what do we have? We have 2 Immortals, 1 War Prism, 7 Sentries. That's a lot of Sentries. That's a lot of Force Fields. And the army gets spotted. Oof. Yeah, the army is spotted. Jumy is aware. He double checks, confirms no expansion. 1 base all in. He even ensures that there is no base behind this. And now the win condition for Jumy surviving. Oh my god, we have a stasis. We just I feel the stasis traps. No. First one goes up. The prism gets targeted. The prism goes down. And now there's no way to reinforce. Yeah, this is just falling apart here. Another stasis goes up, catching out more army. Half the army even. 3 sentries and a Stalker. Oracle into the main. There's still 1 stasis trap left. Stasis going. Oh no! No reaction. Yeah, no reaction. Stasis goes off as well. Ay. I mean, there was barely an economy to begin with. Lunacy waiting for his War Prism. Prism's on the way. Tries to engage. Trades out sentries. Oh god, the portions are brutal and there's no escaping this. The Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. Remember, there's no War Prism. He got sniped earlier, so he cannot micro back. He cannot juggle his units. Backup Prism has arrived. I'm waiting for the other stasis trap. Oh! Not yet. Oh! There it is. Yeah, let's go for the stasis. Once again, brutal connection. I was keeping an eye on Jumy's player cam. And there we go. So the final push here for Lunacy. His final engagements, pushing into a concave of Stalkers. Prism is going to be targeted once again. And that's all she wrote. From here, Jumy, he will take it. Went all the way to the ace match. It was a back and forth series, but GG gets called, and Jumy will claim the series 2-1, taking down Lunacy. GG. GG, well played, Jumy. He will claim the series again. Lunacy, he was playing that game out so scared. Unfortunately, he was just playing so blind. There was just so much that Lunacy did not know as to what was happening. He was unaware about the Stargate opener. He was unaware about the expansion. He was unaware about the fake proxy pylon. That was the big one, winding it all the way back. As a reminder, Jumy, he hit a second pylon in his own natural, and Lunacy was looking for it. He was searching as far and wide for that pylon, didn't find it. He was terrified. He opened up Robo to begin with. He delayed his own natural, and again, he cancelled his natural base. Either one of 2 things happened there. Either he believed he was being all in, so he was getting ready for that, or he believed that he was too far behind, so he forced himself into 1 base all in, just getting that refund just to afford extra warp ins. Regardless, it was just a really rough position because it was already so far behind, and GG. GG, well played with that. Jumy does claim the series, and that wraps up our second match. Let's go. Let us go. As we do have some updates, and we are catching up on the bracket. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's go. Let us catch up. Okay, so round 2 is underway. To begin with, we are already done. What happened to the other matches, Bobby? So we know that Spirit and Baby Marine, they were on the mainstream, of course. The TVT is on the mainstream, and are they still in game 1? No shot. What is happening? That's what, yeah. It is a TVT with Spirit. True. How could? Of course. I mean, how could I even doubt a TVT with Spirit, Pappy? They're only halfway through game 1. They're 20 minutes in. They got plenty more room to go. But yes, they're still in game 1 over on the mainstream, and of course they're going to be covering and wrapping that best of 3 up. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE versus Mixu is currently mid-series. Potentially. ShoWTimE versus Mixu, they, I believe, are mid-series. I believe. Let's find out. If not, we might slip in. We might slip into that series. There might be some delays there. Otherwise, our next match, scrolling down here, is going to be round 3. Our next match is going to be... Let's have a look here. Spirit versus Lunacy. So we're going to be following Lunacy into his match versus Spirit. That's going to be our next match here on the B stream, unless we're able to slip into ShoWTimE versus Mixu. So it depends. It looks like ShoWTimE and Mixu might be delayed actually in their match. So hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully all is good. Meanwhile, it looks like the mainstream, they're getting into game 2. Getting into game 2 of Spirit and Baby Marine. So they got you covered there. Let's have a look here. So it looks like ShoWTimE versus Mixu, they're just about to begin, but I'm just trying to figure out if we can join. The mainstream. Okay, we are good to go. ShoWTimE Mixu. So we have an extra series. Let's go. Oh god, I have no time to prepare. Un momento. Sentinels. Bam. Okay, so we have an extra series. Apparently there was some delays regarding ShoWTimE versus Mixu, so they did not yet begin. This is going to be a fresh series, and we have permission to jump in to our next best of 3. Let's go. Still in round 2. Still in round 2 of Group B, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. We go. Go as we are going to be settling in and calming things down. All right, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. No, we lost the Indy. No, it's the Indy. I think he might just want to cut. Oh yeah, true. That makes sense. Indy, he probably wants to cover Spirits. Like Indy, he's always there for his boys, for Mana, Spirit, Geralt, always there for them. So I think he accidentally joined our match, and he wants the Spirit match instead. Understandable. But shout out to Indy, much love. So we are settling in. But here we go. For the time being, though, we have our Ascend opener, Hatch Gas Pool, Mixer Force like the Unnatural Natural. So a bit of a more awkward start here for Mixu. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE just going for the Gate Expand into Cybercore. Now, ShoWTimE, he does have it in him to mix things up and be hyper-aggressive and be in the face of his opponent. I mean, we saw that during the EWC European qualifiers as well in a series against Raynor, where ShoWTimE, he just embraced Adepts like no other. Just non-stop Adepts builds and Adept shenanigans against Raynor. So he does have it within him to do so, but at the same time, we all know that's not really the ShoWTimE. That's not really what he prefers. That's not really his go-to style. Would prefer to play Standard, get into the mid game. Oh my god, Jesus. Does kill the probe. Okay, I guess that was worth it. A risky move there to Mixu. Calm down, Papi, calm down. Does snipe the probe. But ShoWTimE usually want to slow things down, get into a more safe 3 and 4 base setup, and build up towards the mid game. Typically. But now Stargate open out to ShoWTimE. Also, welcome to Tokamak. I mean, we spoke about this briefly in the previous series, but Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defendable map as well, known for longer, later games, and I feel like this map would favor ShoWTimE, and we'll see how Mixu will adjust. Again, we saw lots of German taxis and all-ins from Fiant earlier today. We could see something similar out of Mixu. I don't really like the idea of going for a German taxi here on Tokamak, but we'll keep an eye on him. Now droning, but now saturating. ShoWTimE does threaten the shade. Toadep's taking 1-shot drones. And does commit. Yeah, does shade into the main. Gets 1, 2, 3 drone kills already. Yeah, brutal start. Gets 3. Does not get surrounded. Gets 4. 4, 5, 6. I mean, 5 is already insane. Yeah, with that successful start here for ShoWTimE. 5 drones for Toadeps. A better start for the Protoss. And Mixu, he's moving out for his counterattack. Does move out. He wants a third. ShoWTimE's in position. He's ready. And he shouldn't lose anything here at all. Yeah, Lings are deflected. ShoWTimE defends. Behind this fast Eva chamber out of Mixu, this should be for +1 melee. Mixu setting up for Ling Hydra. Oh, nice round. That was cancelled. And Mixu's gearing up towards a longer game. Again, typically if you're going for a fast Eva chamber, it's typically for +1 melee, and it's typically to skip roaches, to go into a faster lair, to preserve your gas, to get into Hydra production, is typically where this leads. ShoWTimE moves out. Likewise, no support. Oh god, there's no support. The third, Queens are out of position. More drones going to be going down. It's a brutal start. It's a brutal start here for Mixu. This should not be happening. Not this many losses. 6 drones. That's what, 11 in total. Yeah, Mixu panicking a little bit. Mixu. Calm down, baby. Calm down. Things they sim to the main, and thankfully does notice. Does pull away. I'm a little bit afraid to look here, but yeah, 11 worker kills, 12 Lings, an Overlord as well. So far, it's been a clean start here from ShoWTimE. Going for his follow-up. ShoWTimE, he hasn't seen the tech yet. He's not fully aware. But if he has an inkling of it, he could go into charge instead of blink, and he could try to go for an earlier timing. But nah, never mind. Standard follow-up, +1 and blink on the way. And ShoWTimE is not done. He wants more damage. God, the Spore's out of position. No queens. 5 more drones. 16 in total. He gets a queen as well. No transfuse. Yeah, there's no NG. There's no NG. Queen goes down. And FSA busts into the bases. And ShoWTimE is just pulling Mixu apart. Mixu just cannot keep up. Brutal losses here. More drones going to be falling. And it'll just snowball out of control. Just one thing led into another. 10 more drones. We're not done. He's not done, baby. Not done. Nowhere close. 13 drone kills. Here come the oracles. Oh no, there's no spore in the natural. There is no spore. Oracle pulls away. Gets another 16 drones. And before we can really move out with the main army, I mean, this is game-ending damage. Unfortunately, this is game-ending damage. You cannot afford to take this many losses at this level of play. When ShoWTimE moves out, he has potential to just end the game. Just end the game then and there. Mixu is stuck redroning, resaturating. Because of that slows down his tech, it slows down his production, slows down his army. Just now getting his hydrogen should already be done by now. His 4th base should already be getting saturated, and he should be focusing on his army, but that's just not the case. He's just not there. Lings are amassing. 24 Lings in production. Let's go. There's oracles behind this. Queens are under fire. Gets 1, gets 2. Oracle's heading up. 1 oracle's gonna go down. Nice pick up. High NG oracle as well. Stage trap gets baited. Mixu is holding on. ShoWTimE has been skipping warpins. He's banging 1,000 minerals. Yeah, it's been missing warpins. Missing warpins. Gateways are just now coming online. ShoWTimE just now getting into charge. Storm. Another expansion. ShoWTimE also getting a little bit too excited. True. It's like, I dealt so much damage. I've never never been here before. Oh my god. What do I do? As Mixu comes, can he force a cancel? Nice round. And nice around Oracle's out of position. The base is going to be denied. Nicely done. Denies the 4th. Ooh, does force out the Archons as well. Este Mixu. Nice little wins here and there. Gets 4 probe kills. Forces out the Archons. Denies the 4th base. Keeps the army busy. And we're on that road to recovery. ShoWTimE is still very much so ahead, bear that in mind. Like this, like these have been some nice moves out of Mixu. He needs more. The reality here, he needs more than that because here comes Storm, and he's up against Ling Main Hydra. Remember, bailing speed is delayed. Like everything is delayed for Mixu because of the early game, so no bailing speed, no Hydra upgrades. There's Hydra speed but no Hydra range. Oh god, good. Storms are brutal. Shuts down the Ling Bane. And he's still got another storm in the back line. It does connect. Where are the reinforcements? They're across the map. Yeah, Zelce busts into the bases. Zelce going for the expansion. Stalker still pushing in. It's a bit of a chaotic fight here from ShoWTimE, as he otherwise could have just reinforced the main army, but he will kill the expansion. Does get the base. The Prism's in the center. Catching up the queens. There are 5 High Templar coming in, but Mixu's holding on. And once again, ShoWTimE is banking up a lot of resources here. Oh, losing his entire army, actually. The army goes down. Where are the warpins? Again, we have over 1,000 minerals. We've been missing warpins. Oh, ShoWTimE, we gotta lock in. Ay, ay, ay. Storm of the Hydras. Storm pops up. ShoWTimE holds. Setting up on 4 bases. He's throwing down extra gateways. Getting up to 11. Getting up to 11 gates. Bases, they crash into the High Templar. Better connections there from Mixu. Oh, but there's no answer to Zealous. Yeah, Zealous overwhelm. They catch out the Zerglings, they catch out the Hydras. ShoWTimE still taking better trades, better fights. Mixu behind this. Oh, the drone count is in the gutter here. He lost a bunch of workers earlier and he just hasn't really re-droned. So he's stuck on under 3 base saturation, 63 drones. So Mixu is still not in an ideal position. He's still behind. He has a worse economy. And as a result, we'll have a worse army, or a smaller army, I should say. Thankfully, ShoWTimE going for run-bys. Mixu able to handle him a portion at a time. Not the run-by on the right-hand side. And ShoWTimE building up his main army instead. So this is going to give time for Mixu to potentially re-drone and resaturate. As we can see, he's not. It's the problem here. There's no more drones in production. Like, Mixu's still hyper-fixated on purely Ling Bane Hydra. Yo, we got Skytoss on the way. ShoWTimE is going to slow things down, getting into Skytoss, into Carriers, Tempest, Mothership, waiting for the second Stargate. Oh. Yo, we got the slow drop. Let's go. Again, Mixu is pretty desperate here to get damage, so whatever we can do. Slow drop into the main. Send it, Batty, send it. Mixu fighting for his life. He gets in. Oh, catches an Archon. Ooh, brutal storms on the Hydras. Yeah, brutal storms. Army gets in, but there are stellar reinforcements. And at the same time, Zealots across the map as well. Drones are going down. There's barely any drones to begin with. Yeah, the drop was unsuccessful. Zealots, they dealt with it. And ShoWTimE once again moving out without a War Prism. It's being rebuilt. Prism is on the way. And GG gets called. Mixu does lose another expansion, and again, Mixu, he has no economy, cannot deal with the army, and ShoWTimE takes game number 1. Whew, GG, well played. ShoWTimE does take a lead, but what I will say, first things first, ShoWTimE had a crazy opener. Like, the early game was, and the early to mid game was heavily in favor of ShoWTimE. Remember, ShoWTimE, he killed, was it 20 drones? Was it like 26 workers went down? It was insane early game damage. ShoWTimE took a massive lead after crippling Mixu, but it almost kind of felt like ShoWTimE, it's almost like a kid in a candy store, where like he got ahead and he got a little bit too excited and maybe a little bit flustered as a result. And we saw that was maybe slipping up here and there when it came to warping in, reinforcing, getting his production up and running, taking his expansion. There was definitely some inefficiencies there in the aftermath for ShoWTimE, but he was far enough ahead anyway. Like, the reality is that he was far enough ahead where he could afford to make some mistakes, he could afford to take some bad trades, some bad losses, and he still maintained his lead. Still maintained that lead. Still wasn't quite enough for Mixu to recover. But, you know, he was doing what he could. Doing what he could there. Engaging with the High Templar, denying the 4th base, catching out the Prism. He had his moments. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game number 2. As spawning in the top right hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels, leading the series 1-0. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg. We'll see if we can tie things up and bring us to the ace match. It is Mixu. Here we go. So we are settling into our game. Settling into game number 2. Oh yeah, the fanfare, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Looked scary for ShoWTimE for a moment. It did. As we mentioned, like, ShoWTimE, like, after he took a massive lead early on, like, he had like a shaky follow-up there. There were definitely some missteps and some mistakes that Mixu was able to capitalize on. But unfortunately, what we emphasize as well is that Mixu, he was never able to recover economically, right? He was never able to find the room, or he never felt like he had the room to drone, to resaturate, to get back into a solid economy. He was pretty all in with how he was playing, pretty committed. But from there, we're getting into game 2. So far, standard openers, Mixu forsake the unnatural natural. ShoWTimE going for the gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. And hopefully Mixu can tighten up his early game. Again, that early game defense from Mixu was, it was brutal. It was brutal, losing so many workers to the Adepts, to the Oracles, to more Adepts, to more Oracles. It was, it's a rough start. Go. As from here, we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE. Does open Stargate. From here into Oracle. And we'll see if Mixu can tighten out that early game. As the first Adept does move out. Just threatening a shade. Committing even. Getting eyes on the 3rd. And shouldn't get too much done here. Again, it's only one Adept, it cannot one-shot. So it does thread the mineral line. That second Adept is going to be zoned away, but they're going to be meeting up. And catching out the Zerglings, going back into the main. Oracle's on the way. And again, two Adepts taking one-shot workers. They now do pose a threat. He gets one. He gets two. Yeah, two drones going down. Nice drone drilling here out of Mixu. Will clean this up. Whew. And again, a much cleaner defense this time from Mixu. Still will lose 3 drones, but I mean, that's a far cry from what we saw last time. From what we saw in game 1. It could be worse. From there, Mixu counterattacks. ShoWTimE's claiming his own third. Lings are going for the probe. And they will snipe it. They won't quite delay the expansion. Actually, never mind. Yeah, the Oracle's out of energy. Can we force a cancel? And we can. Not bad here. Mixu kills the probe, cancels the base, contains his opponent on 2 bases, even diving on the Adepts. But that second Oracle has arrived and will defend. Meanwhile, fast roach one here by Mixu, hidden behind the main base. We're setting up for the all-in. Creep is spreading, and we're soon to push. Not a German taxi. We're not going to be loading up. We are instead walking. We're walking across the map. We have queens, we have roaches, we have lings. Mixu cutting workers at 33, and we are committing to the all-in. Now, ShoWTimE is not aware. ShoWTimE, he hasn't seen much as to what's going on. Didn't see the tech. As behind this is no defensive void raid, no additional oracles, just 3. Getting to a forge. For now, ShoWTimE has no idea. Has no idea what's going on. Lings do move out. So far they do catch out the Adepts. Oh, the Oracles they do punish. There's a shit into the bases. Roaches are still pushing. Again, Mixu's still very much so all in. Collapsing the army. Takes down all 4 Adepts. Not bad. And here he comes. And again, no shield batteries. No nothing. ShoWTimE just hasn't realized, or he wasn't aware of the all-in. We have 18 more Lings on the way. Does take down one of the Ravagers. Not bad. Gets one. Going for the other. The Queens are still moving out. It's a delayed all-in here from Mixu. Almost. Almost does connect. Forcing his way in. Nice piles. Knocking down the gateway. The gateway goes down. Busts into the natural. Boys are being pulled. And can Mixu pull this off? Takes on the pylon. Depowers everything. Yes, just the pylon goes down. Shield barriers they mean nothing. There's no other pylons. Once again gets knocked down as well. But the shield barriers are back up and running. Shield barriers are back up. Oracles defend. And ShoWTimE is holding. Yeah, ShoWTimE does hold. Does lose 11 workers, but ShoWTimE still has a worker lead. Still has a 3rd base as well. The Queens, they arrive after the army dies. No, we're too late. We're too late. Where were you? Feels bad, man. Again, the Queens, if you remember, they went the long way around. They went the long way around. They were off of creep for a long time for most of the walk. The Queens were late. We're still getting on top of the 3rd. Okay. Never mind. Still catch out some Stalkers. The 3rd base should still go down. And ShoWTimE will defend on 2 bases. He'll defend on 2. Oh. Gets one of the Queens. Loses an Oracle. As he will lose a 2nd Oracle as well. Yes, some rough losses there for ShoWTimE. 15 probe kills, the Nexus as well. And now Mixu drones. Now he's droning, now he's saturating. Mixu, he may have just done well enough. Still has to drone as hard as he can. And ideally still has to contain. Just contain ShoWTimE for as long as possible. And ShoWTimE, how many gateways? He's been throwing out gateways this entire time. Getting up to 5, soon to be 6. 5 gates. Okay, 5 gates on 2 bases. He will soon break out. This is a lot of creep to work through. And ShoWTimE will slowly expand. Behind this, Mixu going in once again. Slips into the bases, gets us around. Oh, getting caught out there. Losing 1, losing 2 Ravagers. Lings, they don't get much done either. Plenty of shield batteries. ShoWTimE defends. It doesn't lose a Stalker. And Mixu's throwing away a lot. Yeah, this is not worth it. Oh no, Mixu! He's throwing away so much here. The Lings, the Ravagers as well. I'm afraid to look, but that was 2 Ravagers, 31 Zerglings, and a Queen. Brutal trades. ShoWTimE back at home, he's supply blocked. Ravagers are getting caught out once again. So he wasn't in the worst position, but now losing far too much. Mixu going for a run by, setting it for a counterattack. ShoWTimE is in position. Meanwhile, Mixu still hasn't really joined up too much. Worker count is still very low. We're even going into DTs. Let's go. Dark Templar on the way. Let's go. Send it back. Send it. Meanwhile, Mixu's on 46 workers. Again, he still just hasn't really found the room to drone. He needs to desperately. If this game is going to go any longer, he makes 24 more Zerglings, though. Oh, boy. He's making more Zerglings, committing to a greater army. Once again, at least trying to. But honestly, like, these 36 Zerglings on the way, it's hurting him more than helping. They could be drones. It could be an economy. As he set up for a Zergling run by. Hydras are amassing at least somewhat. Mixu makes a couple of workers, a couple of drones. It does seem like Mixu's mainly terrified that ShoWTimE's going to counterattack and push. The problem is that he isn't, right? The problem is that ShoWTimE is he's redroned. He's resaturated his third base. ShoWTimE has a greater economy. He's just been building back up. And Mixu has forced himself into another all-in. It's an Oracle. Well, a couple of Stalkers even. Behind this, now Mixu's droning, but again, this is late. Like, these are delayed drones here from Mixu. A delayed economy. ShoWTimE investing into Shadow Stride. Into Blink for the DTs. Does deny the 4th. Not bad. 4th base is denied. DTs get into the bases. The delayed DT harass here. Drones are going down. I mean, there weren't many to begin with. Brutal losses. Thankfully, only 2. Thankfully. Sorry, 3. Still them get caught out. The other does waddle away. Tries to dive in. Behind this is no splash damage, bear that in mind. There's no storm, true. Like, there's no storm, there's no colossus. Just a gateway composition, but there are so many stalkers. And you can see this around. No, Mixu getting himself caught. Tries to break out. But we're getting on top of the Hydras, getting on top of the Ravagers. Dark Templar gonna be waddling in. Snipes the Overseer. A little bit too late. So messy engagement here from ShoWTimE, and Mixu, can he pull this off? Oh no, the DTs! Yeah, the mass DT, they get in. 0 detection, they can blink on the army. And Mixu will lose everything. The Hydras, the Roaches, the Ravagers, the base gets saved. ShoWTimE up in workers, up in expansion. Again, it was a messy defense, but it worked. I suppose. It worked. It's fine. And now we're getting into Storm. DC's a counterattack once again. 7 more drone kills. Mixu, it's all or nothing at this point. It's all or nothing. Storm is almost done. Still a ways away though. So no storms for this. And army does pull away. Lings, they bust into the bases, but there's plenty of stack defense. Cannon, shield batteries. Lings, they get a couple of probe kills, which is nice, but there's defensive DTs. And ShoWTimE defends. ShoWTimE defends, he attacks, he counterattacks, DTs everywhere. ShoWTimE is having fun. It's like, this is how it's like to be like an animal. True. Just DTs, and GG gets called. ShoWTimE overwhelms, and ShoWTimE will claim the series 2-0, taking down Mixu. GG. GG, well played. A very chaotic game and a very chaotic series here between ShoWTimE and Mixu. ShoWTimE does claim it, and I do feel like ShoWTimE had just a greater early game, at least in both game 1 and even here in game 2 as well. But with that, did prove to be a bit too much. Did overwhelm Mixu, and with that, ShoWTimE will claim the series. But again, shout out to Mixu, he was able to make a series out of that. Like, there was definitely a back and forth, and definitely some good moments from Mixu, especially in game 1. Like, game 1 did have some good moments, did have some good moments here against ShoWTimE. Not enough to recover, but enough to, you know, make a game out of it nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now hopping over into our next series. Looks like our players were waiting for us, and we are jumping into a Terran versus Protoss matchup between Spirit and Lunacy. Let's go. Let us go. Looks like our players, they were just waiting. They were waiting for us. So Spirit and Lunacy, they are good to go. Here we go. Just catching with the chat, but we are getting into our fresh series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have our Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, the South Green Protoss representing among his two people. It is Lunacy. So we are going to be selling into Pylon. And again, if you're in the chat, it is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as Spirit, he did just wrap up his previous CVT against Baby Marine, now up against Lunacy. Let's go. We didn't get a chance to catch up on the bracket, so I do apologize. I'm curious as to what happened in the previous round though. Oh my god, Baby Marine, he's crazy. Let's go. He took down Spirit. Crazy, but crazy. So big win there for Baby Marine, taking down Spirit and taking down Jumy as well. Insane results out of our Italian Terran player, which means this series is that much more important for Spirit to have a chance to make it out of the group. We mentioned at the start of the broadcast how coming into this, ShoWTimE and Spirit are favored to make it out of Group B, but maybe not anymore. Baby Marine coming out swinging here, causing upsets already, and we'll see if another can be caused. For now, Economic Opener, Rax Expand out of Spirit. Meanwhile, Lunacy going for his own Gate Expand or Gate Cyber Expand. So Standard Opener out of Lunacy, meanwhile Economic Start out of Spirit. And welcome one and all to Pylon. Pylon is a smaller map of the map pool, shorter rushes by ground. Aggression is favored on this map, and even though I say that, Spirit, he isn't really much of an aggressive player. He's known for his greed, is known for his economy. We'll see if that changes here against Lunacy. We shall see, as we expect Lunacy to be the aggressor. But just catching up with the chat, I do apologize if I wasn't able to like react or respond to chats in between these matches, just because we just went bam from one into the other. So as we are going for a Stargate open on Pylon. Okay, bold move. bold move out of Lunacy. Stargate openers are quite a rare sight. They're typically reserved for larger maps, or for some certain niche situations as well. Stargate openers are very, I would say, greedy. They get you into the mid game, they give you some map control, they shut down drop play, but what they struggle against are 2-base all-ins, and especially on Pylon, that's what we expect. But this might be a call, and a good call to make against Spirits. If we don't expect Spirit to be hyper aggressive and overly aggressive, then we can get away with Stargate into Phoenixes. Oh, as we're going into not Phoenix, but an Oracle opener instead. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, I see some people are asking, there was like a discussion going on about I guess attack upgrades in PvZ, and I think someone's asking about, oh, that's for now, Helly gets shut down, does scout the Oracle, Spirit's now aware, but some people are asking about like attack upgrades or armor upgrades. The reasoning why you would go into attack upgrades when you go into a Blink Stalker heavy composition is because you already have a defensive mechanic to preserve your units and to keep your units alive. That is with Blink, so you don't necessarily need something. Oh, we're crazy. We're rush. Well, we've seen this before. Tempest Rush out of Lunacy, going into the Fleet Beacon, going into fast Tempest. But ideally, you're already preserving your units with good enough control and micro with your blink control, for example. But you do go into armor upgrades if you're going into charge. The reason for that is because charge lots, they work a little bit differently. They're diving into your opponents, they're tanking shots, and you want them to be as sturdy and as bulky as possible to be able to close that distance to get on top of the roaches of your opponents, ideally, or the Ling Hydra of your opponent as well. So it's a little bit different there when it comes to like what upgrades are important in what kind of scenario, what kind of situation. And I think other people would bring up like, I mean, ideally you want to think further ahead, right? So when you get into +1 attack, you get into +2 as well, and ideally you want to scale your army better, going up into against Hydras, against Stalkers, against Hydras, against Lurkers, against Roaches. Meanwhile, 2-base all in. Jesus. I assume Tempest. We're rushing into Carrier, but he's crazy. I don't want to take away from what the hell's happening on the screen right now. So, focusing on the game, Gateway Explosion, we're rushing into Glaive Adepts plus Carrier. Este Lunacy. He's a lunatic. He's Lunacy. He is. Let's go. I'm ready for it. So Lunacy is rushing into Mass Glaive Adept with Carrier support. The Liberator does slip into the main, does not see too much, but does see the Carriers, so he's at least somewhat aware. And Spirit, he's like, hold up. What? What's going on? What's happening? What? Okay, let's go. Ay. So we're building up back at home, going into Mass Bio. I mean, Mass Marine is going to be ideal against this. So Widowmine drop into the bases, and the Widowmine shell goes off on single probe on the single worker. But the Widowmine drop does rescout. It does confirm that carriers are in fact on the way. And I feel like all that we really need here out of Spirit is Marine Widowmine, right? Just as many Widowmines, as many Marines as possible. We have a bunker here on the low ground. Could we get more? I mean, I don't think he's fully aware of just how much danger he's in, but ideally we would have another bunker as well. He's dropping. Now is not the time. The all-in is coming back. Ay. He will come across the proxy though, so nice scout. Hidden Verna, but does find it. Let's find it. Does catch a pylon, gets one, gets the other, depowers the gateway, denies any reinforces, the Oracle goes down, the everything goes down, and the army's still moving in. It's still moving in. Now there's no reinforcements, brutal pickups, backup pylon on the way. Meanwhile, we have to get the hell out of here. Spirit does boost away. In time, and he's ready. He's ready for whatever the hell this is. Ay. How many Widowmines? 4. Now, if we can force friendly fire, then maybe. Oh, as we actually, speaking of friendly fire, it might just going off, connecting with some of the Marines. Lunacy does pull away. Still holding his own. Gateway's getting repowered. But true, if we can make the mines kill the Terran, then this can still work. He's got 3 carriers. Again, I'm still concerned about the lack of bunkers. Like, a 2-3 bunkers here would be beautiful. First bunker goes down. Mine shots up. Going up. Decent connections. Tankers down. Boys are being pulled. And boys are being pulled. Spirit, he's breaking out. Takes down the interceptors. But doesn't quite get on top of the army. Behind this, double drop across the map instead. And he's popping off. Yeah, he's popping off. Takes on almost the entire mineral line. 13 probe kills. Insane damage. Lunacy still pushing in. Oh, there's a ghost. Brutal EMP. Oh my god, the EMPs are insane. Yeah, mine shot goes off. No interceptors, or barely any. And Spirit's done it. Spirit, he does it. He holds. He defends. He shuts down the army. There's what, 2 interceptors left. And yeah, there's no shot. Tries to recall, saves 1.5 carriers. It's a creative build, don't get me wrong, and there's a world where it would have worked for sure. Unfortunately, delayed reinforcements, delayed attack. Spirit, he shut down the first gateway. Ay. Shut down the first gateway. And from here, the longer it goes on, the better it is for Spirit. Spirit, he has mules, he has higher worker counts, he has better saturation. Lunacy is down to 2 carriers and he can't afford another. So only 2, or 1.5 really. Not like this. Oh. He goes off. And GG gets caught. With that, there's just nothing left to support. And Spirit, he will overwhelm. He'll take game number 1. GG. And that was a crazy build out of Lunacy. And again, I can see a world where that could have worked as well. Unfortunately, the proxy got scattered, so his reinforcements were delayed. The push was delayed. Like, everything was just a little bit later there for Lunacy, so it took a lot longer to really get underway. But definitely a lot of potential with that build. Unfortunately, that build feels really specialized. It feels really particular. What I mean by that, we're probably not going to see that again. Like, I would not expect to see that same build again in this series. And we'll see what other kind of builds we have up our sleeve here. Lunacy, what do you have for us? What do you got? Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for some more Lunacy as we're going to be loading into Persephone for game number 2. Let us go. I see someone in our YouTube chat with the donate commands. Can I help you out? I might be able to. Bam. I think that link works. I hope so. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Terran player. We have the Polish Terran leading the series 1-0 after a very chaotic game 1. He did survive the nonsense that was game 1, though. He made it. He made it. It is Spirit for ROC Esports. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. Bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean. Oh, but he's Cannon Rush. Let's go. We have the South Korean Protoss player. He's moving out with a Cannon Rush for among his 2 people. It is Lunacy. He's crazy, Papi. Let's go. The Cannon Rush is upon us. We are setting up. We are setting up. We do have our 2 probes here being sent out. We have the first pylon on the low ground. Second probe moves into the high ground instead. Standard opener here out of Spirits. So far unawares as to what's going on. Cannon has been thrown down, and Spirit, he sees, he knows. He does spot the cannons. Oh, it does try to wall off. The boys are being pulled. He has to deny the high ground. And we'll see if he can. Again, all he needs to do is just take over control of his own base. Deny the high ground vision. As the cannons are almost done. Pylon as well. There's still 2 probes in the main. And the Cannon Rush is continuing. Oh no! Oh, almost gets rounded. Almost. Oh no! 1 probe goes down. He gets 1. And he gets both. Yeah, he gets both probes. Ay. And can the cannons reach these SCVs? He defends. Yeah, with that Spirit, he will defend. He will hold. He shuts down the cannon in the main. He can focus on the pylon. He's losing D-birds, of course, so some damage is being done. And we have more probes. The cannon rush continues, but it's going to be difficult to keep going. There's already a bunker. There's already Marines. Like, cannons, they should never finish in the main. Not from this point forward. They shouldn't, but Lunacy's going to try. As the pylon goes down, probes they dip back in. Lunacy going for his own gateway. Gateway's on the way. From here, I guess we go into Stargate, right? Into Skytos, I would assume. Never mind. Never mind. So Cybercore into second gateway, so I would imagine into a depth harass, into regular depths. Oh, that's ambitious. Yeah, that's a little bit too ambitious here. Again, at this point, we've defended against a cannon rush. Like Spirit, he survives, he defends, takes down the final probe, free damage on the cannons. Remember, a 0 high ground vision, so Lunacy cannot attack, cannot shoot up. Cyclone's on the way. Cybercore is now done, but this is just so delayed. Going into warp gates, another gateway. And this should all be depowered. He's chronoing. And this is the 5th probe, by the way. The 5th probe is moving in. No, the adept is denied. Yo, Spirit, even intentionally keeping that pylon together. Did keep it alive. Going for the gateway. CC on the low ground. Cyclone moves out, and this is just a really rough start here for Lunacy. Again, as we mentioned before, when it came to the cannon rush, the win condition for Spirit was just to take control of his main. Just take over the main base, snipe both probes. He pulled that off in the end. Cyclone does catch the Zealots. Backup proxy on the way. Twilight Council as well into Dark Templar, I would imagine. Into DTs. We can maybe try to rush into the cold base, I suppose, but oh god. Here comes the Cyclone. Takes down the adepts. There's nothing here. There's probes. There's workers to defend. Warp gate is just about to finish. Probes are going down. The one Cyclone is popping up. Not like this. Hi. Yo, let's we are going for Dark Templar. I mean, it's one of the only ways to recover. Unfortunately, we have an orbital. We have we have a Raven. There's already a Raven to defend. Cyclone can just be topped up. We have Glaives on the way as well. Spirit, he's all over this. Okay, now if Lunacy can snipe the Raven, if Spirit mules as he's doing right now, if the Raven gets sniped, then maybe we can get some damage done until there's enough energy for a scan. Ooh, a Cyclone goes down. There is like a way in somehow, but like as long as Spirit keeps that Raven alive, he's fine. Like he just has to keep it back. Now we get bunkers down, 2 bunkers on low ground. Spirit is secure. Just protect your Raven back, and you'll be fine. DT's warping in. We'll soon find out there's a Raven. Yep. Turrets are on the way. Yeah, now, of course, Spirit knows that there are Dark Templar, so he's securing himself. So just in case the Raven were to be sniped, now he's going to have a turret as well. So Spirit just dotting his I's, crossing his T's. Lunacy going for the gold. Makes the most sense. It's the only way to recover in this game is for the gold. But even then, it's just so late. It's such a late goal base. is going for it. It's the only way. Oh. So it goes off. Nice connection. Dark Templar does distract. Oh, God. Jesus. Tanks a punish. Nice setup there from Spirit. Very nice setup. We could try to force a weird base trade. I just realized that nothing was left at home and that the bunkers were salvaged. So that might have been like the best case here for Lunacy, is maybe to force a base trade. But even then, like, the army's just, it's huge. Spirit, I mean. Missile goes up. Spirit slowly pushing forward. And from here, he's just going for the kill. He stims in. From here, he can stim. He can win. They attempt to dive in. They take down one of the tanks. That's where he's just going for the main. Going for the Nexus even. Jesus. Tanks are going down. Nexus falls. From here, we just pick up. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Lunacy. GG. Hell just happened? GG, well played. A shout out to Spirit, a special shout out to Lunacy as well. Again, Lunacy, he's typically a very aggressive, very cheesy, very cheeky player, and we saw that in full force this series. Game 1, we rushed into a 2-base all-in triple carrier mass adept, mass glaive adept out of Lunacy. In Game 2, going for a cannon rush into DTs into Ninja base. Unfortunately, the cannon rush did fall on its face. As we saw, he just wasn't able to gain high ground vision, high ground control. The cannon rush was shut down pretty early as a result. It was just a shaky follow-up from there. But a shout to Lunacy for, for bringing the SOS to a HomeStory Cup, even though SOS is there as well. I'm sure they're bonding together as we speak. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will claim the series. And with that, we are now more than halfway through the group. Let's catch up. Let's catch up in the group. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. As we can switch our scenes over. Oh, we actually have some catching up to do. Sorry, just have to refresh. Okay. So round 2 did conclude. Okay, from round 2, we had ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE, of course, he took down Mixu. We did cover that series. We did mention the other matchup as well. Baby Marine taking down Spirit 2-1. We had Jumy taking down Lunacy 2-1 as well, and that leads into round 3. And we are the first to wrap up. Spirit takes down Lunacy in a very intense and very chaotic and very unorthodox matchup. Let's go. Likewise, we have ShoWTimE versus Jumy currently ongoing. I believe that's on the mainstream. And we have Baby Marine versus Mixu about to begin. So it looks like Baby Marine and Mixu, they're being held for a little bit here while ShoWTimE and Jumy are underway. So we will soon jump into Baby Marine and Mixu up next. Looks like we're going to be casting another round 3 match. Okay. I believe the reason that this is happening is because we are ahead of time. You can see here we're like an hour ahead of schedule. So we are, or the organizers are more than happy to just to hold on to some matches and to delay some starts to get some more StarCraft. Let's go. Which means we should be able to get into Baby Marine versus Mixu. Beautiful. So we have 3 rounds left. We have 3 rounds remaining, but we are casting extra matches for these rounds. So because of that, we still have plenty of matches ahead of us. Plenty more StarCraft to go. Plenty. So far, I have been ignoring the standings actually. So far in the standings, we have ShoWTimE and Baby Marine up top. We have Spirit not too far behind alongside Jumy, of course, as well. It's still a little bit early in the round, in the group, so it's a little bit hard to really say with confidence like who can make it through. Like ShoWTimE is still the heavy favorite, don't get me wrong, but again, Baymarine causing some upsets. Can Spirit recover? Will Baymarine lose his place here? Can Jumy pop off? It's possible. It's possible. Is Baymarine Ranger's brother? Yes. Yes. They're brothers. They're brothers. Lunacy hasn't played once in a game yet, or cheese. That's the kind of player he is. It's very cheesy, very aggressive. But for now, we are going to be going on a short break. It looks like we are waiting for a little bit longer here before we do start Mixer versus Baymarine. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next match. We'll have our next series. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the B stream here, the B stream of HomeStory Cup number 27. We are jumping into Group B. We're halfway through the group. We're jumping into our first series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the Italian Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. It is Mixu. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are currently in round three. Round 3 of Group B. We're nearing the end of the broadcast, nearing the end of the group. We're getting there. And out of all players, out of all people in this group, it isn't Spirit that's in second place. It is Baby Marine instead. Our Italian Terran player here, he is close to making it through. Every win matters here. Every win does count to try to advance on. Likewise, Mixu is still in this group as well, of course. From here on forward, though, he has to claim nothing but wins to have a chance to make it out of the group. For now, Hatchgas Pool, standard opener out of Mixu. So far, so good. Likewise, we do see Baby Marine going for his own standard opener as well. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, at least in the early game. Nothing crazy to kick things off. So we are going to be settling in. So ranks expand. There's no 2 ranks Reaper, there's no proxy, there's no aggressive setup. SCV scattered across the map. We're settling into a standard back and forth, at least early on in our Terran versus Zerg. Oh boy. And again, we'll see how prepared Baby Marine is coming into this. I mean, we do expect to see some more standard play out of Baby Marine. He can be a little bit more aggressive at times, but for the most part, especially against Mixu, we expect to see some more standard bio play. We'll see where he takes us after he claims his third, or even if he does go into a 1-1-1 setup. We'll see. Otherwise, welcome one to Ley Lines. Ley Lines is one of the more standard maps in the map pool. Not as large as Tokamak, not as small as Pylon. More right down the middle. So first Zergling does go down. Third base is going to be delayed. Nice pickoff here. Gets a Zergling. SCV's in position. And Mixu already has a rough start here. He's contained on 2 bases. The drone does try to move in. Another gas geyser is morphed. Oh no, that's coming from behind. Let's go. Comes in with a second drone, and the hatchery finally gets thrown down. But again, a big delay here for Mixu. Baby Marine, he gets a second ling. Doesn't quite get a third. Pulls away. Here does back off, does pull away. Mixu getting supply blocked. Ooh, lost no load across the map. That should not have happened. Yeah, rough setup there. Rough pickup. Behind this, Baby Marine going for a standard follow-up here is going to be a third CC. Third CC before Starport, so economic opener, economic follow-up. Tech Lab is on the way, getting ready for, I would imagine, an add-on swap into Banshee. Baby Marine vs Spirit was a banger. Strongly recommend. Oh, let's go. Yeah, we saw the results. But good to hear the matches were sold as well. Meanwhile, there's that add-on swap. Banshee production has begun. A Marine moving out. And we are investing to Cloak. We are investing. Here, Cloak is going to be on the way. We do expect a bio follow-up from this point. For now, it's on Baby Marine to delay the creep. For now, it's on Mixu to keep up with the Reapers. And again, because the third base was delayed, the creep is likewise also delayed as well. It's not where it otherwise should be. Catching another tumor. Nice pickup. Another tumor goes down. No active tumors here on the left-hand side either. So big delay on the creep. Mixu claiming a fourth. At least attempting to. Baby Marine, he's gearing up. We have 2 more axes, 3-1-1 setup. We have Stim on the way, soon to be upgrades as well into E-base, into +1. Marine's still sharking around. Does find another tumor. I'm going for the queen, actually. Yeah, does attempt to. Kites back, shaves off all those Zerglings. Does get eyes on the fourth. And that was all Zerglings going down, which means he can. It's going to be a tough defense. Queens are waddling in with 24 Zerglings on the way. So far, successful aggression out of Baby Marine. Pulls away, claiming his third. There we go, double eBay, double upgrades. Banshees that have arrived. Could have gone for the mineral lines, but instead just going for the expansion, going for the fourth base itself. Straddling the queens. Hellions are looking for a way in. Oh god, the Hellion modes are brutal here. Yeah, so many Zerglings going down. They line up, they get roasted. So how many? That's been 27 Zergling kills so far. Catching up some of the Banelings, or at least trying to. Oh. Kiting off a creep. Snipes the Banelings. One Baneling left. And things are looking dire here for Mixu. It doesn't look like a big deal right now, but there's no creep. Banshees are caught out, but there's barely any creep here on the map. And eventually, Bay Marine is going to push. He's going to move out with his bio army, with his 1-1 timing. And it's going to hit like a truck. As he's massing up his army. Upgrades are almost halfway done. This is going to be forced back. Trying to mess up some Zerglings. Railing speed is complete. Getting ready for his own run by, his own counterattack, trying to catch Baby Marine off guard, but there are Hellions back at him to defend. Mixui should have enough here. Plenty of Ling Bane. Lings, they get into the mineral line, not bad. A couple of SCV kills. Gets 2 so far. Banelings rolling in. They make their way into the mineral line. They reaction here by Baby Marine. And not bad. 13 SCVs. Takes down 30 workers, but he will lose the expansion. Base is going down. Lings, they run into reinforcements. Oh, this is not the play, but Banelings, they head towards the mineral line once again. Get your base in. 18 SCVs, 26 workers. Baby Marine, he gets a base, but Mixu gets a mineral line. Takes down 2 even. 26 SCVs, supply blocks Baby Marine as well. So far, good damage. Collapsing the army, forces the pickup. Baby Marine has to get the hell out of here. Mixu is all over him. Again, still heavily supply blocked. Does have a couple of Hellbats. Does have some Hellbats. Has some reinforcements, but Mixu is going for the kill, going for the throat. Banelings, they peel up into the mineral line, 4 more SCV kills. Nothing major yet, but Mixu, he's looking comfortable. Behind this, he's on 72 workers, he's on 4 bases. He can retake his 5th. The creep is still lacking, true. Very much so lacking. But the army is there. And now Mixu's taking up. Taking up into Lurker Den, into a Infestation Pit. Mixu getting further ahead. And Mixu looking to run away with this. The pressure's on Baby Marine to get some counter damage to recover in some way. To be active on the map. Once again, he gets spotted by the Changelings. Spotted. Does grab some of the creep. 4 CCs on the way as Baby Marine's getting a 4th base. Mixu's about to max. He's about to max out. So Lurker Den is done. Hive is on the way as well for Lurker upgrades. And Mixu is maxing. And we'll see how he makes use of the army. Trying to collapse on the Marines. Not that it's engaged here from Mixu. Has to calm down. Mirror backs up. A Hive is now done. We're missing Vipers. Vipers would be ideal. As Mixu moves out, drop moves in. Okay. Gets into the middle line. Drones are going down. Takes down the Spore. Takes down 6 drones. Does pull away. Baby Marine is popping up. Catch some Hydras. Catching Hydras, denying all this creep. Does spot the Lurkers. And behind this we need Ghost. Ghost Academy is not done. Just pure Marine Marauder tank. Mixu is still ahead, he's still maxed. He's up 20 workers, he's taking more bases. He's maxed out. And Mixu should be trading. Ideally wants to be trading, bringing up supply for those Vipers. We have first Vipers on the way. Rotates towards the 3rd. Running into a wall of tanks. That's a lot of tanks. Bailey's trying to roll in. Marines are coming from behind. They get on top of the first Lurker. He gets one. There's 1 Lurker left. There's 1 Lurker remaining. Still in awkward positioning for Baby Marine. Tanks are exposed. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. But Mixu is surrounded. And he will lose everything. The Lurkers, the Hydras, the Ling Pain. Mixu losing an extensive army. Rotates back around. Gets into a mineral line. And Mixu still maintaining himself. Does 9 mining. Getting a little bit scrappy here where Baby Marine's been taking better fights. Coming in from behind once again, locking down the army. There's no escape. There should be no escape. Links, they do peel up into the mineral line, getting 10 more SCVs, 11 in total. Not bad. Get some damage done. Hydras, they do get away. Oh, and Mixu going into Infestors. Does have the 1 Viper, 1 Infestor. Oh. Does move in. Does try to. And Baby Marine, he hasn't recovered completely yet, but he's getting there. Like, better fights, for sure. He's been taking better fights, better trades. Has been more efficient, but I may have spoken too soon. Matter of fact, they do get away. Ooh, oh god. That's Marines. They will clean this up eventually. Oh, they clean it straight, but yeah, GG gets called. Mixu does push in towards the center, takes down the base, and Mixu takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Mixu does take a lead in the series. Again, just a really strong start for Mixu. Despite that, Baby Marine, he hung in there. He hung in there for a long time, a surprising amount of time. Winding it back, if you remember, Mixu, he was able to cripple the economy. He crippled the economy. He was able to break through, able to just shut Baby Marine down early on. Got so many worker kills. And with that Baby Marine, he was on the back foot. He was trying to recover, trying to bounce back, but it was a rough road to recovery. And with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Mixu can claim the series, or if Baby Marine can make a series out of this. Let's go. Let us go. And again, even though we saw Baby Marine taking some better fights, we had Mixu with a better economy, so we could afford those losses, he could afford those trades. Yeah, it was okay. For at least a little bit longer. So now loading into game numero 2. Loading into Tokamak. Much larger map than the map pool. Here we go. Spawning in the left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Italian Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue. Sorry, player. We have the Finnish Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Mixu. Here we go. Again, we had an interesting back and forth in the early game. I mean, I mentioned how Mixu took a lead early on, but even before that, Baby Marine, he was trading very nicely with his Hellions. He was picking up workers. He was trading well against the Zerglings as well. I do think there was potential for him to get even more damage, but he was a little bit more passive or just a little bit more careful with his Hellions to make sure that he didn't lose his advantage. But he did. With that Ling Bane counterattack, we saw Mixu just cripple the economy of Baby Marine and just snowball out of control from there. GG. And we'll see if Mixu can replicate that success. We'll see if Baby Marine can tighten up his defense. Sorry, just stretching. Getting into this. So far, standard openers, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Mixu, likewise standard opener out of that Baby Marine as well. Something that I should mention, of course, is welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak, larger map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, much more defendable as well, and this does often lead into longer game states, in towards the mid game, in towards the late game as well. So we could be in for a longer one. Baby Marine is being active. Ideally wants to delay the third base, which he was very successful at in the last game. Speaking of, there we go. Does force out the Gas Geyser. But this time there's no SCV block, and Mixu will expand. Or at least he should. There we go. Third base is on the way. Behind this, that is going to be a third command center before Starport, so economic follow-up here out of Baby Marine. From here, he can still go into his Starport, into another Rex. We'll keep an eye on the Terran. There it is. Starport is on the way. So the same build 2 games in a row from Baby Marine. This time Mixu has had a bit of a stronger start though, or cleaner start compared to game 1. So much cleaner. Again, last game we saw the Baby Marine, he was just all over the creep of Mixu, denying tumor after tumor. Here Mixu should have a bit of an easier time. Oh, hello, as we are not going for a tech lab, so no Cloak Banshee. Gonna be Hellion into Liberator instead. So Baby Marine, he does adjust, does mix things up. I mean, the Banshees didn't really get too much damage on last game. It's mainly the Hellions and the drop play. So Liberators are on the way. Hellions are amassing. And can Baby Marine distract? So far so good. Gets the tumor. Does catch the active tumor. It is going to be lair first out of Mixu. So Mixu being safe. With a lair first, we should be going for an earlier bailiness and an earlier bailing speed. Are deflected. Liberator making his way towards the main. Does catch a queen, not bad. One queen goes down. Liberation has arrived. A late reaction here from Mixu. He pulls away, but will bleed out one drone. At just one. the same time, another Zergling counterattack. This should not break through. But it does force Baby Marine all the way back home. Does force him back. That's going to be a second drone. But it finally does go down. Nice cleanup. There's the Lever Chamber. Alienness as well, getting into Ling Bane once again. Mixu is getting there. Meanwhile, that's a gateway. Sorry, that's a Rax explosion. Throwing down extra Raxes. Getting up to 5. I would imagine Baby Marine would be 1 to 8 Rax. We'll keep an eye on the gases. Still on 5. Hellions, they do threaten the mineral line. They shut down the Zerglings. 7 drone kills already. Liberator into the natural. The second Liberator has arrived. Nicely done. 8 drones. He's not done. Oh gosh. Still going. Yeah, does count the production. Catching out Larva. Catching out Zerglings. Finally cleaned up. Dealt with. Spirit Marine's being active. Gases have been taken, so he's not ARAXing. He's not ARAXing. He is going into a 4th, building up into a macro game. I will say that Space Marine, he did get some drone kills, which is nice, but he has been less successful when it comes to 9 creep, at least compared to game 1. So there's at least some active tumors. I spoke too soon. Creep is receding. Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. Mixu does pull away. Up! Does pull away, but the drones are lining up. So far, 1, 2, 3 drone kills here so far. Gets into the natural, more drones going down, at the same time dropping towards the 3rd. Ooh, does lose a full medevac. The Hellions are getting decent damage. 8 drone kills. 9 drones towards the end. With that, Baby Marine does take an economic lead. But still no 4th CC. Still committed on 3 bases. Mixu setting up a counterattack. Ah, nice around. Not bad. Surrounds the army. Gets on top of the factory. Decent pickups. At the same time, drops are moving in. Bailey's are not ready. And they're going to be denied. Very nice target firing. Takes out a Bailey. Bailey doesn't get the queen. Is keeping up, and again, Baby Marine behind this just now starts his 3rd. Wait, what just happened? Was there never a 3rd CC behind this? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Was I seeing things? Was there not a 3rd CC there? He lost a 3rd. There was a 3rd. Yeah, there was a 3rd, but it's not on the units lost tab. That's why I'm confused. But there was one here. Aye. I'm being gaslit by the game. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure there was a 3rd. Stargar's like, nah, what are you talking about? there was never a base, Pappy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. As they crash in, they shut down the bio. The Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Well, that is a crazy pick off for the 3rd to go down. That should never have happened. Maybe the tank killed it. If it was killed by friendly fire, it would still be here. Like, it would still be under friendly fire. Typically, right? I need to rewind after this. Hi. But no, I think you're correct. I think you're right. I think because it would show here if it was killed by friendly fire. But I think here it wouldn't. As here we go, we come in for this round, we collapse on the army, tanks will fall, and Mixu, he should barely clean this up. And again, Baby Marine, his own economy just heavily stifled here. I'll rewind after this, but I think he did kill it himself. Because there were no Zerglings and it wasn't on fire. No. Aye. But yeah, he may have targeted with his own tanks. Not like this. The slow link drop into the natural. Let's go. Baby Marine is keeping up. Shuts it down. Sorry, I lost my mind when I saw that when the third had died. Behind this, Mixu getting to the hive. Hive is complete, building up into ultras. Needs a little bit more time, but he's taking up. Okay, the pressure is on Baby Marine. Still pushing right down mid. Yeah. We'll look it up. But for now, I think he accidentally targeted his own base with the tanks that were on the high ground, and he just straight up killed it. I think that's what happened. Which, if so, that's very Smurge. Very Smurge. But so far, Baby Marine is keeping up, shuts out all these Zerglings. Very efficient. Yeah, nice catch at the same time, moves in across the map. But who needs a third? Who needs a CC? We're popping off. We kill the expansion. Fifth base goes down, defends against the link run by. Baby Marine just out trading Mixu. Do it again. Kill your base for a second time. We don't need it, man. We don't need it. It's fine. As ultras are moving out, collapsing the army. Nice around. Yeah, tanks are left behind. Nice catch there from Mixu. Ultra still massing. Unfortunately, no Vipers. No Vipers yet. So now Parasite Bomb. Things are moving in. This time with Ultras. There's plenty of reinforcements. Plenty to defend. I say that. It's only Marine. Oh my god. Take down the Ultra. Ultra goes down. Still no Vipers. The drop play still excelling. Still being so annoying. And Mixu, he's had enough. Yeah, he's had enough. He's trying to... He wants to counterattack. But the drop did unload in the main. And no Bailings to defend. And Baby Marine, he's just pulling Mixu apart. Aye. Mixu, he has no mining. Another expansion falls. The army is overstimmed. Heavily overstimmed. Oh, just pushing forward. They don't have 3-3. Yeah, no 3-3 upgrades, not yet. The Mixu now down in workers, down in drones. And it looks like Baby Marine, he's doing it. He's just pulling him apart, taking down another expansion. Mixu, he just can't expand. And again, there's no anti-air. I mentioned earlier that I was referring to Vipers. Typically, when you rush into Ultras like this, the only anti-air you have is Viper tech. Brutal mine shots. Mine shots are going up, but the army again, one swipe is all it takes. Swipe him. Oh my god. Oh my god, as the army gets cleaned up, we'll lose everything. At the same time, drop into the main, going for the hive. There's that one ultra to defend. Fungal goes off. Nicely done. Mixu, he breaks out. But now there's Liberation going for the CC. This time doesn't get it. Not this time. And there have been some nice trades here from Mixu, but the economy is what hurts. Right, he's down to 56, barely an economy. He needs a drone, needs an expansion. He cannot keep up. There we go. The first Viper. It's on the way. We're getting to Vipers. Oh, nice fungal. Oh my god. The chain fungal even. Yeah, the fungals are brutal. Cleans up the entire army. Ay, ay, ay. Very nice catch. Oh god, his liberation has arrived and there's still no mining, even less than before. He just wants to mine, papi. 8 more drone kills. Down to 48 workers. There's one fungal here. Oh, it does spend it on a couple of marauders. Not ideal. And the fungal gets spent. Ultras are kind of engaged. There are just so many marauders. It's almost pure marauder here. Yeah, Baby he holds. He holds. He's maintaining a 4-base setup. He's maintaining his bases. And outside of a crazy fungal, Baby he should just overwhelm. Speaking of, we're holding onto those fungals. Can we catch him out? Not head on. You see he rotates over towards the planetary. Gets into the mineral line. Workers are going down. Look at the base, but at a cost of some ultras. Yeah, fungals they connect, ultras they have to commit. We get some decent trades. At the same time, Baby Marine, the drop is a little bit delayed. Still bottom right. Makes sure he rotates. Oh, does get caught out. As there's another planetary. But he's going for it. Does go for the dive. Gets into the mineral line. Takes out another planetary. Okay. We're getting a little bit scrappy here. Yeah, another base goes down. A mineral line as well. Ultra's forced to commit. They're just getting bullied though. And Baby Marine still has a massive army. It's huge. And it's going to prove to be too much here. Makes you down to a handful of units. He just cannot keep up. He cannot reproduce. Ah. And we're going to the ace match. Okay, kill your own third. Just come back anyway. Just who needs a third base? I mean, Mixu. Limited to come back in. Again, limited anti-air. There's no corruptors. There's no spire. No Vipers. Deny more mining. Soon Baby Marine he can just push. GG gets called. We just run out of steam, and with that, Baby Marine does tie the series up 1-1. Whew. GG. Okay, hold on. I need to wind it back. I'm pretty sure it was the tanks on the high ground that killed it. I'm pretty certain. I went back too far. I think this was. We're getting into the Ling run by soon. Here. What was the tank fire? Oh no, the tanks! Okay, so the tanks did kill it with their friendly fire. Aye, aye, aye. Smurge, papi, smurge. But now we know. GG. Now we know. GG, well played. But that's why I didn't show on the units lost, unfortunately. GG, well played. And with that, oh, we are hopefully getting to our next game. Which I think is being covered by the mainstream, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Which stream are them? What are the mainstream covering? They were, yeah. Covered by the mainstream. Okay. I guess we can make use of the clean feed. We're good to go. Oh. Beautiful. Yo, we got player cams. In the top left, we do have Baby Marine, the Italian Terran, the streamer zone. In the bottom left, we do have Mixu, the Finnish Zerg. Let's go. That's the wrong one. It's fine. But yeah, unfortunately, because we quickly checked the replay, we were left out of the lobby. It's the risk we took. I was hoping that we could maybe get out in time. No. Not in time. But it's all good. We have access to the clean feed, so we'll be relying on our lovely observer here, who I think is Holy Hit. I think Holy Hit might be observing, or maybe Optimisk. But yeah, we have the HomeStory Cup boys covering the camera. But we're getting to the ace match. Good. We're getting to game 3, and so far we're tied up 1-1. Whew, we are tied up. You want to allow to co-cast? I mean, we can. I mean, what do you mean? We're casting. As so far, we have our standard opening here out of Baby Marine. Preserve Rax Expand. Likewise, Hatch Ass Pool out of Mixu. Oh, you mean co-cast? You mean like jump on a call with Holy Hit? Right. No.
SCV ready.
It's just not dead. It lifted up and went to a happy farm in the corner of the map. True. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. For now, though, we do have our initial standard openers. Once again, Baby Marine, he moves out to harass you at the natural. Ooh, does not get the drone. Barely not. Hold on, I'll adjust my overlays here. Bam, okay. So we're not covering Baby Marine's face. Beautiful. As we have our third CC here before Starport. We have our economic follow-up. Once again. We have seen Baby Marine mix it up. Of course, we did see game 1, he went into Banshee play. Game 2, he went into Liberators. Game 3, we'll see what he's got. We'll see how he does adjust. As the Reaper does go down. Reaper does fall. Add-on swap here on the Tech Lab, so it looks like this time we are going to Cloak Banshee, not Liberator. Going back to what we went for in game 1. Again, we'll see how Mixu does respond. I mean, so far it's been kind of like the same setup from Mixu going into Ling Bane. At least initially, game 1 he went into Hydra Lurker, game 2 in towards Ultras. So it has been adjusting at least towards the later portions of the game.
Ready to raise some hell.
Something that we clearly saw, though, is that with limited anti-air, like, the drop play is insane from Baby Marine, and it can get out of hand. So I don't know if Mixu wants to avoid Hydras again. Don't know if that's the play. As he goes in, he does scout the Cloak Banshee. He's aware. He's aware of the Banshee play. setting up. This time going for a faster Evo chamber. Okay, so faster +1, delayed layer.
Swarm forces under attack.
Mixu being a little bit greedy here. A little bit. It is just the one Evo chamber though. As now it's just a battle of creep. Keeping up with the Hellions. Wings, they confirm both. They confirm both Banshees. Yo, are they casting without music? Just realized. They're casting without music, back. Smooth. Give us that Terran theme. Oh, oh. There it is. Music began. Really good. Oh, and this I was not expecting. Okay, so Mixu, he does open up Ling Bane just like previously. This time though, unlike the previous games, we are rushing to a very early infestation pit, which means we should be the goal here should be to rush into ultras, to rush into a faster hive, to rush into ultras as quickly as possible, and we'll see if Mixu can get away with it. Of course, the big downside here is kind of what we saw last game, anti-air. Anti-air is very limited, and drop play can just tear Mixu apart. That's what we saw at last game out of Baby Marine. Was very active, was able to bounce between bases, nothing to stop him. There's the hive. Hive has begun. So again, we're one step closer to the ultras. One step closer.
Creep tumor under attack.
Yo, using the Avatar announcer.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
As the hive is on the way. Borrow as well. Let's go. And here comes the drop play. Makes it not quite in position. First queen is going to go down. Gets one. Going for the other. Does catch out both queens. Couple of workers as well. And Baymarine his Sunu push. And the scary thing here is that he's moving up before those ultras are ready. Like, makes you, he has to buy more time. He has to engage. And he is. Yeah, they're engaging in the center. Baymarine forced back. He's still pushing through. It still moves in. Nice bar to Banelings. Up, up. Oh, can he pop up? Can he? No, come back. Baymarine, he pulls away. And here comes the Ultra Cavern. Now again, the Ultra Cavern's on the way. We still need those Ultra upgrades. Still has to work towards Kindness Plating. But Mixu is almost at his final form. He's almost there.
Mineral field depleted.
Needs a little bit more time. Once again, looking to collapse on the army. Not quite able to. Ultra Cavern's almost done. Here come the Vipers. Again, Mixu is almost there. Oh, the armies that do clash. Mixu gets cleaned up in the center. He's cleaned up. Baby Marine moving in. Once again, borrowed Banelings. Barely avoiding that scan. Just barely. Oh, god, god. As Mixu's getting caught out, bleeding out a lot of Zerglings. Oh, the Banelings! Oh, let's go! Oh my god, barely does connect. Not bad. It does connect, does catch him out. And makes it almost go time. He's still waiting for his ultras. So there are two more Banelings. Two more of them are borrowed. I would love to see the production tab here. I would. Oh no! As once again, Bailey's don't quite connect. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it does barely graze the army. Not too juicy. Oh, as Vipers are rallying into the army. 1, 2 Vipers that get thrown away for free. Meanwhile, Mixu's moving in. Does push forward. Decent siege line here. It does punish the army. What are the upgrades looking like? I think we might have, there we go. Cannon plating still on the way. I think this is the one downside of using the clean feed is I did forget that usually the players are observing at HomeStory Cup. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Babe Marine, he's holding his own. He's able to defend back at home. He's where the Ultras. Behind this going to Liberators. No ghosts yet, I believe. Oh, yeah, not yet. Nice scan. Likewise, catching in more tanks. Yo, somewhat. We'll get into it later. Nice time with the planetary. Planetary goes down. SCV's going to be falling as well, but at the same time, double jump across the map. Yeah, and bases are falling. Takes down the expansion. Doesn't quite get the mineral line. A lot of SCVs are going down. Nice pickles. 14 SCV kills. And 14 workers. Sorry, 19 even. But at the same time, makes sure he will lose an expansion, and his bank isn't really there. Again, Ultras are just so expensive. Trying to mass some more Ultras. Oh, that again! Okay, thank God. Does pull away the Viper. Viper does survive. Once again, keeping up with the drop. As the drop does race back home. And the armies are maxing. From here, we're maxing out. I'm a little bit surprised that, at least unless I missed it, I don't think the Ghost Cannon is quite there yet for Baby Marine. There we go. Just now the Ghost Cannon begins. After he's maxed out. So much later Ghost production. Much later.
Under attack.
And once again, just getting pulled apart against a full mineral line. 14, 17 drones going down. Insane damage. Oh, gosh. Catching up to the Ultras. Mixu once again plummeting in supply. And he's broke. Yeah, Mixu, he's running out of money, running out of steam. Down to 60 workers. Bleeds out more Lings. And Baby Marine, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. Despite getting into Ultras, like, he just didn't find the fights he was looking for. And again, the drop play has been insane, knocking down base after base, mineral line after mineral line. Not like this. Yeah, and this is going to be the final army here for Mixu. As he bleeds out the Zerglings, losing another expansion. Mixu is down to 3.5 bases. Or really, he's down to 2.5 base economy. So the jobs, they just keep going. They just continue. Who needs Ghost? Again, it was just a really late Ghost Academy as well, just non-stop drop play. Like, the drop play is really what excelled. and Mixu just could not keep up. He had momentum earlier on, for sure, but the ultras weren't really too worth it in the end, as we're just not going for the kill. We bypass the main army, we get across the map, there's almost nothing at home to defend. Pushing into the natural. Even sniping the Bailey nest. Bailey nest goes down, there's barely any mining. I mean, the economy is not ideal for either player, but Baberine, he has a bank. He has a bank. It's 4K. Oh. Fungal does crazy army. Cashing out a couple of Marines. Go down. Sounds like one medevac did fall. But for the most part, this is the final army of Mixu. The final army. Gets a fungal. Let's go. Lands a couple of fungals. That does slow down Baberine at least somewhat. Okay. And with that, GG gets called. GG gets called. There was just a little bit too much to handle there. And Baberine, he will overwhelm. An intense back and forth. So happy. Why does Baberine look older than Raynor? in my eyes, at least. But GG. GG, well played with that Baberine, who will claim the series. An intense back and forth there. Shout out to Mixu, of course, for competing as well, for making a series out of it. And, of course, shout out to the team over the casting desk there. We have Loco. We have... we have Loco, we have Hydra, and we have Holy Hit. Let's go. I think that's Hydra. Could be mistaken. But with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, Baberine, he will claim the series. Oh, and we should be able to jump into our next match without any issues, thankfully. Without any issues. I do apologize for the last game. Basically, we were left out of the lobby, so we had to rely on the clean feed instead. But at least we were able to catch the tail end of that series and able to see how it all ended. So GG. GG, well played. With that, the group is progressing, and up next we're going to be jumping into... Oh, hold on. Up next we are going to be jumping into our next series. It's going to be Mixu versus Jumy. Let's go. Vita is going to be underway, and we'll be soon jumping right on in. This is going to be for round 4. Let's have a look at the brackets, figure out where we are. Here we go. Bam. Just catching up with the brackets from the top. From the top here, we just wrapped up. ShoWTimE took down Jumy 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Shout out to Jumy. Spirit took down Lunacy 2-0. And of course, Baby Marine just took down Mixu 2-1 as well. From here, we're getting into round 4. We have ShoWTimE versus Spirit. I believe that's going to be in the mainstream. I believe that's going to be a mainstream match. We have Jumy versus Mixu and Baby Marine versus Lunacy. As I mentioned, the mainstream is going to be covering ShoWTimE and Spirit. We are going to be covering Jumy and Mixu. Let's go. That's going to be our next matches, our next series. And then we have round 5, the final round of the day. We're almost there. We're almost wrapped up. It is 4:30 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. I'm running out of energy a little bit, I'll be honest. I mean, it doesn't help that I wasn't able to observe last game, so that doesn't help there. So it did. The fatigue did set in a little bit. So I'm gonna go quickly get some water. I'm gonna go quickly rejuvenate myself, and we'll be jumping back into Jumy and Mixu. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. I was just thinking he looked older. He does. Unironically, Babe Marine, he looks a little bit older than Raynor. Aye. Shaking my head. Regardless, we'll see you soon after the break. friends, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh my god, I apologize. Oh, I hope you enjoyed the video, but I apologize for the extended break, the extended delay. I did give an update in the chat, of course, over on YouTube and on Twitch, that the players were having dinner. I'm celoso. I'm a little bit jealous. But the players are all having dinner. They're all getting food. Apparently they were having chicken, some potatoes, some lovely cuisine, papi over in Krefeld, and now they're stocked up. They're good to go, and we're ready to jump back into our series. And spawning in the right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the German Protoss player. We have the let's go. We have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg. It is Mixu. Again, I believe it's getting quite late over in Europa, so you know, we're kind of winding things down a little bit here. We are nearing the end of the group stage, the end of day 1. Hope everyone has been enjoying the first day so far at HomeStory Cup. And before I get ahead of myself, you know what time it is in the chat. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. Coming into this, I look forward to it here. Mixu, he of course was featured earlier in the broadcast up against ShoWTimE. Did have a bit of a harder time against ShoWTimE, but I do want to believe that Mixu and Jumy, they are going to be closer in skill. Jumy is also a very different kind of player. He's a lot more aggressive, much more aggressive here in at Protoss vs Zerg. A little more creative, a little more in your face. So we should be seeing a very different dynamic between Jumy and Mixu. Let's go. I believe the probe went down. So something that happened off screen there, which happened against ShoWTimE as well, is that Mixu pulled the boys and killed the probe. He did kill the first workers. He's upset. Smooch. But this is something that Mixu does enjoy doing from time to time. So it did snipe the first worker. Oh my god! And we are going into an all-in. Let's go! We're going into the all-in. We do have the initial Roach Warren thrown down, and there's no scouting out of Jumy as he lost the first scouting probe. No vision, no scouting, no idea as to what's going on. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Also, before I get ahead of myself, a big... Oh! Just got there from... Schnickenplatz. Ja, papi, ja. I do not understand this reference. German people in the chat, let me know. But if you're in the chat, also thank you so much to, hold on, scrolling up, to GamerGaz, thank you so much for the 100 bits in the chat. It was during the downtime, during the break that we had, but thank you so much for the bits as we are getting into our game, as we are getting into our all-in. Link speed is on the way, roaches are amassing, links are amassing as well. We're cutting workers at 20 drones. That's all we have, that's all we need. Luna take a third base. Meanwhile, the adept does go in, and the adept should see no saturation, no drones at the natural. That's a massive tell here for Jumy. But was Jumy paying attention? Did he notice that there were no workers? He's about to double check. He does see the roaches, he knows. Hopefully he's paying attention. Once again, no saturation. There's only one drone here. The roaches were spotted, and Jumy does recall. He recalls back home. Shield batteries are on the way, and we'll see if he can hold on. We'll see if he can survive as the all-in is coming. Is waddling across the map. Chicken place. Oh, they have their in-house, like, you know, cuisine. I just know that chicken and potatoes. What kind of chicken, what kind of potatoes? No idea. Is that all they had? No idea either. But I'm hungry. As here we go, we do have the pulsar beam on the roaches. They're going to be targeted down, force them off into Ravagers. Lynx, they try to engage, and the first roach does go down to one roach left. One roach, one Ravager. Biles. Ooh, they don't quite connect. The gateway is under fire. She does heal the gate, and we're holding. Yeah, Jumy, he's holding. He's defending. He's shutting this down. The all-in wasn't too successful. There was no third base, so at least he's containing Jumy on 2 bases, but Jumy, he's perfectly safe, perfectly sound. Jumy holds. He does hold. Behind this Mixu, now he starts droning, but Mixu, he is far behind in the economy. 23 to 33 workers. We got a lot of droning to do, and alas, Jumy is moving out. Jumy, he breaks out. We do have some links and roaches to harass to potentially force a cancel. Jumy out of position completely. He's out of position. Links a force a cancel. Nicely done. Jumy. 9 PM8 left for us EUD gens. True. No. As Lings, they do slip into the bases. The wall's not a wall. Okay. Lings, they dip in. Head for the main. Meanwhile, there was a supply block. Third Oracle is delayed. Probe's going to be going down as well. Not bad. Getting 3 probe kills. Some damage is done at the same time across some of them. Still wreaking havoc. They're still keeping up. As Mitsuki will defend. Does force a shade. Oracles, they move back out. I mean, this is still just a really shaky game state here where Mixu's drone count is still very low. He is trying to re-drone. He's up to 33 workers compared to the 40 probes here of Jumy. Once again, looking for another cancel. Oh, it's going to be close. Doesn't get it. Doesn't quite get it. Not quite in the end. The expansion this time will survive. And Jumy is getting into the mid-game. So far, Jumy is still in a better position. Also, melee is on the way. Mixu is still droning, still saturating. We're building back up. Okay. Time to calm down. Time to macro. Again, it's been a shaky follow-up here out of Jumy. But he does still have that triple Oracle. No Spore at the third. Yeah, the Spore is still on the way. Oracle dives in, goes to the Queen. And the Queen will go down. Spore does finish. Despite that, drones are still falling. 7 drone kills. Going for the Queen as well, but it's going to cost him 1 Oracle. But does get 2 Queens, and now going for the 3rd Queen as well. A little bit greedy here, but it looks like it will still get the Queen. Yeah, 3 Queen kills. Oracles, they get away. Revelation in the main. And Mixu is still droning. Despite the losses, Mixu is still droning. Still resaturating. Jumy, the follow-up here, is going to be working towards Blink. Blink and +1. Blink and +1 on the way. Jumy is now moving out, being active on the map. Mixu, he's also massing up his own Zerglings here, and he may try to get this around, but alas, he still has to wait for more Lings. Yeah, Lings are still massing. Stasis is denied. There's another one behind this. Nice Blink control out of Jumy. Jumy pushing forward. He wants the 4th base. Okay, he's got how many? He's got 18 Stalkers. Dives on the Queens. The Queens are isolated on their own. Queens, they go down one after the other. Massive pickups. No more Queens. The base goes down, and Mitsuki is hurting. He's in trouble here. He's trying to engage, trying to keep up. Picks up 1 Stalker, just 1. And the base falls. Ling's moving in once again. Getting a 2nd Stalker and a 3rd. Yeah, Stalkers are falling, not bad. Yeah, there's the recall. Stalkers are cleaned up. Mixu does somewhat defend back at home, but it costs him a base. Costs him a base. Cost him the expansion. He's still down in workers, still down in economy. Chasing down whatever he can. Alas, there's still 11 Stalkers back at home. And Jumy now taking up. Now taking up into what? Into charge. We have charge on the way. 2nd Robo, the Bay into double Colossus production. The meta's been all about Storm as of late, but Colossus, I mean, still valuable. Still does hold value. Still very effective. Especially in this kind of game state, which is a little bit more shaky. Mixu taking up towards Hydras. Is getting there. But still needs more time. Still needs Jumy to back up. But he's not. He keeps going. Takes down the Queen. Takes down some tumors. Gets eyes on the would-be 4th. Oh, it did just finish. Make sure you should be able to hold on. Nice setup on the high ground. Oracles, they dive in. They protect the Stalkers. Lings, they can't quite engage. Hydra's trying to push forward as well. They don't quite get on top of the Oracles, but they do clean up the Stalkers. I mean, these are expensive losses here for Jumy. But Jumy, he can somewhat afford it. Pulls away. Massing out more Colossus. He's got 1 so far. Again, making 2 at a time. Now to a second Colossus. And here comes Jumy. And I'll be honest, I don't know how Mixu defends against this. The best case is surround. If he can surround the army, then maybe. But he's up against a massive amount of Colossus. Lings, they do catch 1 though. Not bad. 1 Colossus will go down. He gets 1. And okay, it's going to be a costly trade though. Mixu's going to lose everything. The Hydras, the Zerglings, does depower some of the Robos. Both the Robos even. He will delay the push. And unfortunately back at home, again, it's just been a really awkward and shaky game. Mixu is on 55 workers, he can't really afford much. There's no Lurker Den, there's no Den, there's no Hive. Defending against Colossus, it's going to be a tough ask. As they just swipe away at the Hydras. Again, this is just a really fragile army for Mixu. Whether it would have been Colossus or Storm, like either one would excel against this. This is where Lurkers are necessary to try to survive and get into a longer game state. But Mixu doesn't have the money for Lurkers. Doesn't have the economy for it. Without Lunkers, it's a tough hold. Like, you can maybe pull off this defense with Vipers, true. If you have some Vipers, you maybe abduct the Colossus and deal with this army that way. As Lings are dealt with, Colossus, they do push through. Nice control, saves the juggles the Colossus, will lose 1. 1 Colossus goes down. Oh god, the Hydras start to step in. And the Hydras are falling down to 2 Hydras. Once again, juggles back. GG gets called, and Jumy, he will take game number 1. GG. Jumy, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a bit of an intense and awkward game there with Mixu initially opening up with an all-in, with a Ling Roach all-in. It did hit fast and hard, but at the same time, it did kind of fall apart. Did kind of fall apart. Then we had a shaky back and forth there from that. Mixu, he never quite recovered economically. He was losing base after base, mineral after mineral land after mineral land, and GG. GG well played. With that, Jumy takes the lead, and now we're getting the game number 2. And we'll see if Jumy can close it out. We'll see if Mixu can force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into our next game. I'm going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is a larger map of the map pool, so these kind of aggressive builds are not as incentivized on a large map like Tokamak, so we should be seeing something a little bit different, a little bit. Let's go. Lunacy versus Mixu. We should be covering that at the end of the broadcast, but that's going to be our final series. Lunacy versus Mixu. That'll be our final series. Here we go. So you're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. Down the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Mixu. We go. And again, welcome on all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Longer rushes to spy ground, more defendable bases as well. So I don't expect to see as early an aggressive build out of Mixu. That's not really what we're expecting, but we'll see. We'll see how Mixu will approach Jumy. I do feel like part of why he did go for his initial all-in last game was just because he was unscouted. He was able to snipe the initial scouting probe. We'll see if he can do it again. This time we'll pay attention. Probe does dip in. Can Mixu trap the probe? This time coming in from behind. Doesn't go into the mineral line. Jumy, he's actually being careful with it. So far, hatch gas pool. And Jumy just being a little more careful. He throws down the spray. Let's go. Throws it down. And from here, standard setup. Just gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise, hatch gas pool. Probe survives. Jumy does pull away. Behind the Stargate opener out of Jumy. Just going for a standard setup. Stargate into a third base. Oracle opener, I would imagine. Of course, a Void Ray opener is still viable. Still on the table. May go for it. Jumy does poke in. Pokes in, Stargate is done. It is going to be the Oracle first, so just standard opener out of Jumy. And this time there's nothing crazy, right? There's no fast Roach Warren, no Bathing Nest, no gases. Like calming down. So what second one shot workers. Oh, misplaced Evo Chamber. And Upsec get in, they get one. They get two. Two drone kills so far. They shade further into the main. One of them does go down, thankfully. So this won't get too out of hand. It does get a third drone before being dealt with. And do you see what I see? No third. Oh. There's no third expansion. We do have a Stargate opener into a Robo into a Twilight Council. This does scream Archon drop. That's what this screams here. And I mean, technically this can lead into like a weird charge all in or something crazy like that. But this should be a Robo into Twilight Council, into War Prism, into Templar Archives. Into those Archons. Meanwhile, 4 drones go down, but the Oracle takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Evo Chambers on the way. This shouldn't be a 2-base all-in. This should be a lead up into a delayed third base for Jumy. Yep, there it is, Templar Archives. As I mentioned, Archon drop. If you recall, we were mentioning this build when we were casting Optimist earlier. Just because we assumed that he was going for that against Lambo, and then he went for a crazy all-in instead. But this should just be an economic opener, or I should say like a macro build. It's a delayed third base, that is true, but we're going to be secure, and we're going to have map control with the Archons. Prism moves out. Templar Archives will finish up by the time the Prism gets across the map, then you can warp in the High Templar. And again, this is a build that is very trendy amongst the Polish Protoss players, amongst Mana, Geralt, Cristiano. Mainly Mana and Cristiano. I mean, very fond of it. Jumy mixing it in as well. There it is. Here come the Archons, and here comes the drop. And again, this is just for map control. Ideally, you want to hunt down Overlords, hunt down Queens, pick up a couple of drones while you expand and saturate your third, and build up towards Storm and towards Charge. And upgrades. Drone moves in. Oh my god, the drones are exposed. Yeah, so far 4 drones going to be going down. Archons, they want more than that, so they're going to get it. Picking up some Zerglings, going for the queens, no transfuse. Yeah, queen goes down, and Jumy just going for the kill at this point, and GG gets called. Jumy, he was expanding, he was working on the next step, but he found an opening. There was nothing to defend, and just like that, Jumy will claim the series at 2-0. Whew. GG. A build that was not meant to end the game, was not meant to kill, but he found an opening. Found that opening nonetheless. There was a way in. Unfortunately, Mixu, he was cutting corners. Mixu, I did notice myself that he didn't really have much of an army to work with. He had queens and drones. That's really all that he had. GG. GG, well played. Caught with his pants down. Caught with his pants down completely. And Jumy, he will claim the series. He will take down Mixu 2-0. And with that, let's have a look at the bracket. Let's figure out what the hell's going on. Where are we? And what is up next? Let's catch up. GG. GG, well played. So let's catch up on the brackets and figure out where we are. Bam. Beautiful. Okay, round 4 already done. Jesus. Round 4 is already concluded. Those were really fast games. I mean, our series was pretty fast as well. But these were even faster. ShoWTimE takes down Spirit 2-0 in a very fast best of 3. Baby Marine takes down Lunacy 2-0. Jumy takes down Mixu, a bunch of 2-0s here. And with that, we have 1 series left. We have 1 round remaining. We have round 5. ShoWTimE versus Baby Marine. We have Spirit versus Jumy and Mixu versus Lunacy. I mentioned this before, but we will be casting Mixu and Lunacy here on the CranKy Ducklings. That's going to be our next series. Meanwhile, the mainstream, just double checking. The mainstream are going to be covering Spirits and Jumy. Okay. Spirit versus Jumy is going to be over on the mainstream instead. Just as a heads up. Meanwhile, let's scroll up here. It looks like regardless of what happens, we have our confirmed players. Oh my god. Okay, ShoWTimE comes out in first place, and not too far behind him, Baby Marine. Baby Marine, calm down. Not dropping a single series. He 2-0s Lunacy. He 2-1s Mixu. We covered that series, of course. He takes down Spirit, and of course he took down Jumy as well. So we are here to determine the seeding of ShoWTimE and Baby Marine as 1 and 2 in that next matchup. So yeah, exciting stuff here. Of course, the mainstream are going to be covering Spirit and Jumy. We are going to be covering Mixu and Lunacy. And I guess we already have our top 2. Again, crazy results here, crazy upsets. Spirit, everyone, I think most people expected Spirit to be one of the few to make it through, but no, not Spirit. Baby Marine instead. Time for the next generation. Let's go. Let us go. But yes, we have 1 series remaining, but it sounds like there's going to be a segment over on the clean feed or over on the mainstream. Looks like they're planning something. What are they going to do? What's happening? Hold on. Bam. Okay, so it sounds like they're planning to do something over on the mainstream. I don't know what it is, but we were just notified that they have like a segment that they're going to go through. Is it time to make some shots? Is it is it time for Gabe to make some pizza? We'll find out. But yeah, they have their own graphic here. Beautiful. Oh, who's on the couch? We have Loco. Not too familiar with the other people on the couch, not gonna lie. Not too familiar. If you know, let us know. Is that Bomioja? Is Bomioja at HomeStory Cup? That's Bomioja, right? Am I crazy? That's Bully. Oh my god. Checking Twitter. Checking. There's nothing on Twitter, Pappy. There's nothing there. Alright, they're running ads. They're running ads for now, so we're going to be going on a break. When we come back after the ads, there's going to be something happening on the mainstream. we'll be there as well. So we'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes, as there's going to be one small segment on the main stream first, and then the final series of the broadcast, Mixu versus Lunacy. We'll see you then. See you then.
Hello, everyone. I'm here in Krefeld in the Take TV location. And as you absolutely know, if you keep watching the HomeStory Cup, one of our partners is AOC with this beautiful beast, by the way. This is one of the screens we're going to raffle away. We have a bigger shout out tomorrow with some more information about it. This piece is, I think, worth them more than €1,000. Guido, actually, also one guy I know from work, surprised me today. Really nice. Nice to have you here already. Follow me a little bit. Hey, nice. Come here. Come here. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Good to see you. Good to see you. 2 words, 3 words, 4 words.
We love HomeStory Cup.
Woo! Okay. Keep following me because I really want to go to the kitchen and say hello to 2 awesome people. I hope I can. One of them, you all know them, know him. It's Hero Marine. Big Escape. Oi, that was close. Wait. Okay, keep following. Yeah, that works. And the other one, I mean, the guy who runs the kitchen, who's the boss in the kitchen as well. It's Mr. Nakazami, Matthias. Hello. And Hero Marine actually is streaming on the same time as well. On his Hero Marine stream, please follow him. And hey, go, yeah. What are you doing there, Gabe? Wait, let me jump over. Hey.
We're making some pasta.
For tomorrow? Or?
No, for today, just for fun. A little bit of content.
Okay, and as I said, he's already streaming. Welcome back, mate. Nakazami is back. He had a small injury some time ago. He couldn't attend the last one, but you're back. It's so nice to have you back because you are the one that makes sure that we have great food. How's it going? And thank you so much, mate.
It's great to be here again. And yeah, last time you sit at home just looking on stream. It's not the same. You need to be here. Yeah.
So what can we expect? I mean, today we already had some great food. I had this. I don't know what's called in English. The cheese soup with meatballs or so. I don't know what's the name here. It was amazing. Even if it was these simple meatballs, but they have been so tasty with like some flavor. I don't know what was in it, to be honest, but it was really nice. But what do we get tomorrow?
Tomorrow we make, for the lunch, Gabe is making pizza, and we fill it up with a little bit of wings. And in the evening, I guess we make the pork neck. And on Sunday we have some salmon and yeah.
Gabe, you gonna do pizza tomorrow? Did you already do the preparation for it?
Yeah, all done. I need to put the dough in the fridge, but that's it, yeah.
I by the way, I still have the oven at home. I have to bring it tomorrow, right? At what time do you need it?
Like 3 p.m.
No problem at all. Just that you know, because Jessie, my wife, she loves Gabe's pizza so much that she asked to bring the oven from work to home. We already used it twice lately. She does all the preparation, and we had amazing pizza. She's looking at me. I wanted to say it's almost as good as Gabe's, but it's better. It's even better. No, honestly, it's amazing. And Gabe motivated all of us to do our own pizza here as well. Thank you so much. Gabe, I mean, let's talk about the tournament. This one, you know, this is the one I see you winning. What do you think?
I see me winning every time, but then I have a couple of drinks and then it gets out of control, you know?
No, but honestly, congrats. You made it to the EWC qualifier. Was close, but you did it once again. I mean, the German lineup, it's 3 players actually making it. What do you think? I mean, how big is your chance this time? Because, I mean, there's some players missing. On the other side, that means this is the chance.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I start in like the play-in stage, so it's going to be a little bit harder to make it out. But now that I made it, like the chances always get higher. And my motivation goes up significantly if I actually like qualify for events like that. So I have enough time to cook something and then, yeah.
Do some hot, spicy stuff in the food and bring it to the players you play against. That's the deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to bring some chili flakes, but I forgot them, damn it.
Gabe, thank you guys. Mr. Nakazami and Gabe, always helping out here. I mean, this is what a real community is. That's amazing. We have one more game for today, and it's ShoWTimE against Baby Marine. You should better watch it before we end. the first day. So yeah, stay here and see you in a bit. Very important thing today, because I have someone joining me at the end of the show today to come to our place at home. Rico, hey, nice to have you here. Please make some noise for Rico. Because frankly speaking, everyone who has been here at HomeStory Cup should know you. I'm pretty sure 90% of the people know you here. Because there's so many familiar faces. Mr. Rico Wieland, the one and only, the guy who always makes me look really dumb every single time.
Well, it's a,
no, you do.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's dumb, Dennis. I think it's just like
I look like a noob.
Dude, you're such a good spectator. Like,
no, honestly, not.
You are the
as it
sole
looks like.
reason I come back, okay?
Last time with the rings.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, Rico, how many years is it ago that we have met first? It's so many years.
I just looked it up. Like 2016 was the first one.
Which is 9 years, right?
Yes.
Wow. And 9 years ago, it already impressed me so much. But you have been improving so much as well.
For sure.
That I didn't catch up. I mean, you know, you became better, but I am still the same. You know, that's sad.
Good. No, it's good. Now you can enjoy it more, Dennis.
So what do you bring to us this weekend?
Yeah, good question. So no, but
I should already watch the hands also.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like, oh, you're not wearing a watch, man. Oh, actually, it's there. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, watch out! Watch out, Dennis. Okay. No, but your team is so lovely, actually, because they reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, Rico, do you have any tricks with light?" And I was like, "Man, I don't know, but I guess in some way." So like when they asked that, like when Silvano asked us, like, you know, when I was a kid, I used to solve this puzzle.
Yes.
But I could never get it. It was like, it was magic to me, you know, because I would solve one side to get to the next one. It was scrambled up again. I was like, man. But then, when I learned magic, I learned how to do this. And I figured out there's 42 quintillion different combinations to that one puzzle.
How many?
42 quintillion different combinations. No, but actually, like, to give you an idea how big it is, right?
Yeah.
Let's say we start with humanity, and we give everyone the Rubik's Cube. It's a Rubik's Cube. So let's just get it out of here. So
wait, I need to bring a few people to watch to help me.
Yeah.
Can you join? Just to have your eyes on his hands and everything he does. First of all, probably.
So
yes, I need you as well.
Yes, Nora, we need you.
Okay. You know, this is our observer. Our observer. If he doesn't see it, who should? Right?
Okay, so Nora, you watch the right hand, you watch the left hand, and then maybe we get it, okay?
Please, you should see, because in 9 years, I've never saw how he does the tricks.
Can you shuffle this up, Nora? Just until I get back to you, right? So, like I was telling you, it's such a big number. If we were to give this to every human being since the start of time, they keep mixing it up and stop at random moments, we wouldn't hit the same combination twice. Pretty big, right?
It's pretty big, yeah.
You happy with that?
Look at him now.
So what we'll do is
look exactly at it. Please,
that
like you can like
in the bag,
straight behind him.
And in the bag, it's gonna start solving itself as if by magic. Okay. So it starts to solve itself layer for layer. 1, 2, 3. Solve. Yeah, that would be a really good trick if there was not.
I have a second mic if anyone wants. Yeah.
So this is why we need him, right? Because he goes, what about the other cube? Good question. Okay, I will promise all of you guys, at the end of this, I'm going to find the solution for this, okay?
Okay.
But I also promised you I would solve it as if by magic. And I think if I could do that, it would look a little bit like this.
What?
It was pretty quick, no?
Yeah. No. Not at all.
Not at all, Rico. Not at all quick.
We
We'll
need
do
a
it
slow
again.
motion replay.
Look at it.
Okay.
Close.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, so it's a combination. It's like a build order.
Now, there is different theories, right?
Yeah.
People think there is a spring in the cube. So you press a button and the spring solves itself. Kind of a crazy theory, but possible. Thing is, though, I could never do this. And I could definitely never do this.
Yeah. It's just insane muscle memory. Actual magic. Like you use every single muscle in your hand, like from the inside of your palm, the outside of your palm, you know, the fingers,
Dude,
everything.
playing StarCraft helped me so much with this. It's crazy.
Yeah, the women love it.
But
The ladies love it.
but actually, I made you guys a promise, right?
Yeah.
Which is that I would find the solution to that cube.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look solved?
Right. After I mixed it up.
Yeah, no, yeah, but it doesn't look solved, no?
It's not solved, no.
So, because maybe this cube over here is the solution to that cube over there. Maybe just
What?
two of the sides are like an identical
What the hell?
match.
Ah, come on. That's...
Now, Nor, that would be good, right? Just two sides, but it would be even better if also those sides match.
come on.
And those sides. What about these, and these? Every single side matches.
How? How?
He's been solving it. He's been copying it while we were watching. He's been copying it.
But did you see it?
I think so.
Did you see it or not?
Yeah.
You saw him
he
moving.
Was copying it. No, he didn't change the one on there. He was
Yeah.
copying it in his hands here.
Working
wrong?
with the speed of light, no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was copying it.
No, but if we work with the speed of light, maybe, Nor, then... okay, I'm going to drop these, okay?
Okay.
And whenever you like, you say stop. Ready?
Stop.
Okay, for everyone to see.
Yeah.
For you, take it as well. Now, I want you to imagine, okay? In a moment, we take that card. We put it back in the deck.
Yeah.
We shuffle. And then it just disappears.
Mm-hmm.
And reappears somewhere else in this room.
Like I imagine somewhere.
Yeah, just imagine the card would vanish, right?
Yeah.
And it would reappear in the room.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nor is not convinced. Okay, so
You've done crazier, you know.
yeah, it's fair enough. Could you just sign the card?
Okay.
So that you are sure. No. Other side.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's too easy for me to find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You happy with that?
Yeah.
For people at home? Sweet. Okay, so I believe this should work here.
What?
Okay. Believe it or not, that is your card.
Believe it or not.
Oh, you don't seem to believe. Okay. It's this one, no? 9 of hearts.
I didn't see it. I didn't look up, but I didn't see it.
Okay, so you did, but Dennis, you saw it fly, right?
No.
Like you said, no, not from here to there. Dude, you missed you missed the best part, dude. Like, it went here, right? And it made like a 360 down over here. And then with the 360, it went like straight down to the pocket. Yeah, we'll do it again. Look. Yep, yeah, okay, yeah, here. Okay, look, 360. Super cool. Straight into the pocket. One card.
I don't get it.
I don't see it.
Of hearts.
It's a card. I think he had 2 cards. No, it can't. No, it doesn't make sense.
You know
No.
what, Dennis? Actually,
No.
that's a decent theory because Nor and I are friends, you know. But why don't you put something on the card as well?
Can we use another pen?
If you have another pen, sure.
Okay, it's a GG on it.
GG. Sweet. We'll do it one more time.
This is what he does 9 years to me.
Yeah.
And 9 years I feel dumb. And I'm still dumb.
I'm
You
pretty
ready?
sure he
One more
did this
time,
trick
Dennis?
to me earlier, and I still don't get it.
Okay, one more time. We'll do this with the cards.
So how
Okay.
do you fix this now?
Okay.
Can you do the math?
I am praying it's not here, because I am not going to pick those up. So we have people for that. No, so we go from here,
Surely this is a setup, right?
through the air,
Yeah.
360 down. Super cool. Again, straight in the pocket. One card. The
Okay, it wasn't a setup.
so look, especially for you tonight, it goes to a different pocket.
Ah, yeah. Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
I have many pockets, Dennis.
Is this just the build-up?
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't see anything here.
Wait. Do you see your card here?
No.
No. What about those?
No.
No. Okay. These?
No.
Look at the pockets.
Fuck. You want to see a coin trick or something?
I guess.
That was a really long wind-up.
I guess that was the moment. I think he just put it there. I don't know.
Actually, sometimes it goes a bit further than the pocket, and it goes to something that used to be inside.
Come on.
And it goes a little bit further than that.
No! No! No!
No fucking way.
No! Absolutely no! Absolutely no! This is impossible! This is fucking impossible! This is fucking impossible! This is a joke! It was actually closed! When his hand needs to be in it to move that. No! Absolutely no!
And this is just your usual wallet. Just you have all of your info, all of your stuff in there.
Yeah.
So,
This is my actual.
Still, do you have your pockets?
Yeah, still got that watch, Dennis.
Yeah.
What? Sorry?
Still got that watch.
Say what again?
Still got your watch.
I actually thought he probably took it. Oh, no, he did.
Yeah. Wait, do you think you can rob me?
Yeah. So that was it for today. We'll be.
Rico, you, amazing. Once again, please make some noise for Rico Wieland here. Follow this guy. He is a fan for such a long time. Thank you so much for supporting us here, always coming by. I'm really glad you're staying at my place as well. Probably can grab a beer later as well. But fuck my life. I don't know how you do this, especially in the pocket. It was closed. I don't know how it's possible. I don't know.
And he was talking about all the chances, the quintillion chances and whatnot. He was talking about all the quintillion chances and whatnot. And this is just, it makes it so much weirder in perspective.
Yes, absolutely. But now you feel how I feel.
Yeah.
Every year, twice.
Yeah.
This is pretty sad for me. It's amazing for you.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Rico's coming back tomorrow.
Yes.
And he has some more stuff prepared for us. Probably I'm gonna skip it.
Yeah.
We have one more game.
Everybody watch your wallets tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, he goes out of this location as a rich guy. A lot of watches, a lot of pockets. This is what he does. Well, I think the couch is ready for the last game of the day. Enjoy it and see you soon.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Shout out to Rico, by the way. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. Shout out to Rico. For those who don't know, he's a magician that does go there almost every year, I think. Almost every HomeStory Cup, if not most of the HomeStory Cups. So much love. Shout out to Take, of course. Shout out to Magnat that was there, having a great time over at HomeStory Cup. Likewise, you also got a glimpse of Gabe in the kitchen. He's cooking, baby. He's cooking. Oh my god. And getting ready for pizza tomorrow, apparently. Making pizza and pasta tonight. Crazy, baby. Crazy. It's great to hear. Great to see. And of course, we're getting ready with our own final match as well. If you want to tune in to, I believe there is a series between ShoWTimE and Baby Marine. I believe they're covering that over the mainstream. So they have you covered there. And I believe that's going to be Eon Blue, Loco, and Wardy covering that series. So Eon is there. Good to see him. Hope he's having a great time. But yes, Eon Blue is over there alongside Wardy and Loco. So much love to the rest of the team at HomeStory Cup. Much love to the mainstream. Meanwhile, we should be starting our own match momentarily. Again, all the matches are going to be happening at the same time. We're just waiting for that segment to conclude. And again, this is only day one of HomeStory Cup. So plenty more content, plenty more StarCraft, and even plenty more magic tricks and game to come on the horizon as well. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. Let's go. Let us go. I see Setsuno in the chat as well. I see Kenny Beast, Easy Phil, Chris. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Bienvenidos. Doom as well. Welcome. But yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long broadcast. 9 hours, papi. 9 hours so far. We expected maybe 12 at the most, or an average of 10. But we'll get there. Around 10-hour cast. We made it, papi. We made it. One series remaining. Bearing in mind that our weekend is going to be a little bit lighter this time, just because we want to focus and make sure that we are well rested for HomeStory Cup. So we only have HomeStory Cup this weekend. We're not going to be covering matches or another tournament broadcast in the morning or anything like that. Just want to make sure we can focus all of our effort, all of our energy on HomeStory Cup. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. As we're going to be jumping into Mixu and Lunacy soon. In a couple of seconds. Papi. Couple of seconds. Just making sure that everyone is ready. That we are good to go. I can see the sun is rising. The sun is slowly rising in the horizon. Ay. SC2 Pro Chef Tournament. True. Yo, Gabe is looking. He's been looking good. I mean, he's been looking good for a while now. He's looking good, looking ripped, in shape, in form. They were mentioning as well that they got some nice German representation for EWC as well, with Lambo, ShoWTimE, and with Hero Marine as well. Really cool to hear. Really cool to see. Yeah, and I love that Gabe, he brought up that X factor as well, where like, yeah, you know, like he's getting ready for his matches, but at the same time, like everyone's also drinking at the event, so that's also that can also impact some of the gameplay that we witnessed at HomeStory Cup. Beautiful. Just letting the players know that we can go as soon as both our players are ready. Beautiful. Just waiting for our boys. Likewise, happening off stream is going to be, I believe, is it Jumy? Jumy versus... Hold on. I'm blanking on the series. Jumy versus Spirit. There we go. That's going to be off stream. It's going to be off stream. We might be able to catch the tail end of their match if we do wrap up our series a little bit faster. So we'll see. That's the mainstream. They've got their own match underway. Watch out to see if they're not cardboard cutouts. Yeah, they were just watching the show. Watching. Aye. But we might actually have a little bit of downtime. We're just waiting for our players. We have Lunacy, of course, but we're waiting for Mixu to show up. Mixu. Of course, we have all tomorrow waiting ahead of us as well. I'm still a little bit surprised to see Thermal. Thermal's going to be there tomorrow, which is going to be crazy. I didn't know that he was in Europe, or that he came back to Europe. So it's exciting times for sure. Thermal. So definitely looking forward to Group C and Group T tomorrow as well. Group C and Group D. A lot of TVPs. But we have our players. We have Mixu. Soon jump in. But yeah, we still have to feature players like a Laser, Zaun as well. True, Zaun also traveling all the way to Germany, to Krefeld. Moja, Hydra was casting earlier. I think Moja may have been casting earlier as well, I believe. SOS, Diego's there. Crazy. Sebestes, SOS, Arston, the captain himself. I do feel like there's going to be some of these other groups that are going to be very hard to call. I do feel like the skill level between all of these players is very close, very close. I saw some people reacting earlier, and yeah, I agree. Like the big upset here for Spirit not to make it out of the group stage, crazy. Babe Marine popping off, but there we go. You can hear the beeps. We're about to jump in into our final best of. As game 1 is going to be in Pylon. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. Ooh, it is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Luna C. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this final series of the broadcast. Again, that's potentially final series, as we might have one more match after this. Meanwhile, yo, a big shout to Paquito in the chat. Paquito, Paco, Mike. Oh my god. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you as always. Oh my god. The Mexican Protoss player, of course. Always. Bienvenidos, Papi. Bienvenidos. Much love. God. As if we have our final best of 3. I say final best of 3 again. We might be able to catch a tail end of another match of Spirit versus Jumy. We might be able to catch like a game or two of that. Otherwise, we're here focusing on our current best of. We've been featuring quite a bit of Mixu as of late in this matchup, and we have seen a lot of attempted all-ins. Successful, some, otherwise not so, but a lot of aggression out of Mixu, and that would go in line with the map itself. Pylon. Welcome to Pylon. Pylon is a very small map. Short rush distance. I mean, I say small map. The map is relatively large or relatively well sized, but the rush distance by ground is very short on Pylon. Likewise, very direct as well. So we do often see a lot of aggression. Likewise, Luna C is not a standard player. We've seen some crazy builds out of Luna C. We've seen some rushes into Sky Toss, into Carrier. We've been seeing some Adept Carrier all-ins, some cannon rushes as well, which was insane. So we expect to see something a little bit different from the side of Luna C, and I can't wait. I'm ready for it. Gibbs, baby, Gibbs. So we are gearing up. I don't know how creative Luna C is in this matchup as opposed to PvT, but I'm sure we'll see something more chaotic. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, Mixu force like the unnatural natural. Luna C does force a bit of inefficiency here out of Mixu. So far, so good. Meanwhile, there it is, Twilight Council. Bam! Twilight Council opener out of Luna C. A rare side nowadays. A rare side. So with this, we can go into a DT-based opener. We can go into Glaive Adept. So we can go into, I guess technically, we can go into Charge and then pull out a gas and go for some kind of weird Charge all-in. But typically, we expect to see either Glaives or Dark Templar. For the time being, we're staying in gas. And if we continue to stay in gas, then this is going to be more intense and more tech-heavy and should lead into Dark Templar. If we pull out of gas, then it should be Glaive Adepts instead. The other interesting thing here is that there's no Robo alongside this yet either. So we'll see what we go into. What do you have for us? The Overlord sees Jesus. the Overlord sees all, as he mentioned, doesn't pull out of gas, so Dark Templar. Dark Shrine, there it is, Dark Shrine at the natural base. But it comes down to Mixu and whether or not he can figure out what's going on. He does see the initial tech structure. More importantly, because he's here behind the base, he sees no research. It has to be DTs. There's the only thing it can be. Outside of maybe Templar Archives, which would be insane. So he knows. Mixu, he knows, he sees no research, so it has to be Dark Templar. Back at home, early Roachhorn from the side of Mixu. Oh, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? You could go DTs, you could go Adepts, or you could just double down and go for both at once. Why not? Now, what I find interesting here, there's no Robo. Are we expanding? We're going like 3-gate Glaives into expand is a build, but going DT 3-gate Glaives, sorry, 2-gate, it's 2-gate, DT into 2-gate Glaives into a third base. This is different. this I don't think I've seen before. I canceled. Oh, it was a fake. Oh, okay. I understand. Now it makes sense. There's a reason why we haven't seen this before. It's a fake out. Despite that, well, hold on. Okay. We have Shadow Stride on the way, so we are researching upgrades. Shadow Stride is in production. Meanwhile, we have a Spore here at the third, we have a Spore at the natural, and we have no Spore in the main, but detection nonetheless is available. Dark Templar, they're waddling in. Remember, there's no Prism. They head in between the bases. Drones are going to be going down, and where are the Zerglings? Where's the defense? Yeah, GTs, they do waddle back. They rotate over. Catching out a couple of drones, but nothing major here. Again, Spores are done. And with that, Mixu does hold. Mixu, he's holding, he's defending. Blink is being researched alongside Shadow Stride. Like, this is a big investment here, going into Shadow Stride. That's crazy. But okay. Mixu, the lair is done. It does finish the lair. He's going into roach speed. This tells us that Mixu is going for a counterattack. And Mixu, he could just drone and could just take another base and just macro from here. But it seems like Mixu may want to be the aggressor instead. We'll keep an eye on him because he's somewhat droning. Hallucinated prism across the map. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So that's 6 Dark Templar, and they'll soon have Blink. Blink is almost done. 10 seconds. 10 seconds away. He's getting ready for a dive. Now he can dive on the Spore and focus it down, and he will. He's going for it. There's a Blink, and he can 2-shot. 1, 2 shots. Now going for the lair as well. Can he snipe the lair in time? Overseer's on the way. Looks like he should snipe that lair. We'll bring it down. Ooh, just barely. Snipes the lair. Blinks away. God. Lunacy's an animal, Pat. He's an animal. Ooh, getting caught out. Some brutal losses here. He'll lose all 6 Dark Templar, but he did snipe the lair of all things. Mixu taking it back up third. Now going for a counterattack. Now, it was cool to see him snipe a base and snipe a lair, but can he survive the counterattack? This I'm less certain of. Lings, they going for the gateways, going for the pylon. Yeah, Roaches, they dive on the main army. Blink is not done. The Stalkers are going to be falling. And these are brutal losses here for Lunacy. Shield Barriers are not ready. Yeah, they're not ready in time. Lings, they depower the gateways. We do have some backup gateways in the main, but the base is being broken, and this should be too much. Blink is done. Will help. True. Blink is complete. It's going to be 12, 14 workers falling. Roaches, they stutter step in. There we go. They stutter step into the mineral line. They do eviscerate the said mineral line as well. Lings, they're still wreaking havoc. And Lunacy, he has nothing left. Again, cheeky build, cheeky moves, but it also means he has nothing at home, right? Like, that's the unfortunate reality here. If you're investing into a Dark Shrine, if you're investing into Blink as well, then it means that your ground army is going to be lacking. It means that you're investing so heavily into tech that, again, your production, your army is going to suffer. Yeah, and with that, Mixu does start to step in. Goes for the mass contamination on all 3 gateways. Let's go. 4 gateways even. Jesus. Let's go. Does contaminate. We can warp in 2 units at a time. GG gets called, and Mixu takes game number 1. GG. Mixu does take a lead in the series. Again, a chaotic game 1 here. Again, we had DT's fake Glaive Adepts into 2 gateways, into an expansion, into a 3rd base, and into Blink Dark Templar. Crazy moves out of Lunacy. Did achieve some damage, but unfortunately, because it was so tech heavy, because it was so chaotic and wild, he had nothing to defend against the counterattack. Nothing back at him. GG well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Shall be in game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. Let's go. So getting into game 2, Magneth, of course, being one of the larger maps of the map pool. Much larger map, longer rushes and spy grounds. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have our Finnish Zerg player leading the series 1-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Luna C. We go, and again, Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. Longest rush distance or longer rush distance by ground, and we'll see. I mean, because of that, we could try to hide some tech. We could even try to rush into Sky Toss. Initially, the probe does move out, and we'll force the unnatural natural out of Mixu. So the probe has arrived. Mixu forced to expand it elsewhere. We'll expand at the third base location. Here we go. From here, so far, standard openers. Really, we're going to be waiting for the tech of choice for Lunacy. Again, on a map like Maganatha, I'll be honest, I would not be surprised if we see a Stargate opener into Void Ray, into Fleet Beacon, into like Carrier Rush or Tempest Rush. In my mind, that would make sense. But our eyes are on Lunacy, as Cybercore has been thrown down. Mixu still just droning, still expanding. I think regardless of what happens, no shot we end up in a standard game. No shot. Like we're not gonna drone and get up to a 4-base setup here, up to 75 workers. We're not gonna see a 3rd base at a Lunacy into like 66 probes. Like no way. Not like this. Give us what we want. Give us Sky Toss. Or something crazier. Like triple Robo, double Prism Colossus drop. Like, oh god, I was joking. So, Robo Opener at a Lunacy. Okay, now with this, we're in my mind. No, never mind. I was gonna say like Robo Opener into Twilight Council, into Temple Archives, into Archon drop, but I think we saw this previously, if I'm not mistaken, from Optimus, going Robo Opener into a Charge All In. So we'll keep an eye here on Lunacy. Technically, this could be an old school, I almost said Archon drop. This could be an old school like Prism drop into a Bay, into Disruptor, or even Colossus. Again, Robo Opener into Colossus drop or into Disruptor drop used to be a lot more common. Maybe like 2 years ago, like 3 years ago, like Estrella, Nina, a lot of the NA players would do so. We'll see if we go for the Bay. Show us the Bay. Prism is on the way. We're waiting for the Bay. Up. Ooh, Forge. Not a Bay. Okay. Interesting. Are we gonna just turn this into like a slow lot all in with Immortal production? Like, are we going Prism into Immortals? Maybe. Prism into Immortal production, into +1, into a Vanilla Gateway army, I believe. I think we've seen something similar to this in the past. Similar. I'm pretty sure slow lots all-ins hit without +1 though, and we're still going for the Twilight Council. Okay, so we're going for a delayed upgrade here. Delayed tech out of Lunacy. Initially hunting down the Overlord. Now, when you see a Prism this early on, as a Zerg player, you're thinking either DTs or Glaives, right? Like, that's what you're thinking right now. So, we have Spores on the way. We have 1 Spore in each base, so this is in preparation for something like Dark Templar. Roach Warren's already done in preparation for Glaive Adepts. But again, this is going to be a later timing, because, there we go, Charge is on the way. So, it's going to be a 2-way Charge all in. But it's delayed, right? It's going to hit later instead. So right now, Lunacy's poking out. He's trying to force a reaction from his opponents, but he's not really going to commit here. Or at least I don't think he should. Yeah, we have a wall of gates on the way. Army moves out. Lunacy, he shouldn't be reinforcing here. Just poking him with what he has. Mixu is cutting workers early. Cutting workers early on. Jesus, that's 6 gates on the way. That's going to be a 2-base 8 gate all in. Mixu now is joining. Mixu is droning up, but again, these drones are late. They're late because he believed that he was being hit here and now, but it's, again, a delayed push. So Mixu is being hurt here for droning up as late as he is. Being punished. There is on the way for roach speed. And the all-in is soon upon us. Here we go. It's going to be how many immortals? 4. Jesus. 4 immortals. And mass charge with +1. Again, this is going to hit quite hard. And we need Ravagers. We need Ling Ravager here to defend. Even then, it's not going to be easy. He gets spotted. Mixu knows. Mixu knows, he's aware. Does spot the army. And he needs to slow this down. Massing on more roaches. Engaging on creep. Yeah, charges revealed. Diving on the queens. Yeah, queens getting called out. Ravagers as well. Massive pickups. Brutal force fields. And Lunacy is breaking through. Takes down the line of queens. Takes down one of the Ravagers. Has to be careful to overextend. Ooh, one immortal goes down. Nice pick up here from Mixu. Gets an immortal. But there's still 3 immortals left. There's still 3 immortals. Mixu's trying to take it slow. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Trying to dive on top of the immortals. And roaches are getting caught out. And Lunacy, he's doing it. Like, this delayed all in here, because it's such an awkward timing, and because the drones are so late, it's working. Yeah, it is working. Takes down 5 workers. Does keep pushing. Does keep reinforcing. And yeah, we're getting desperate. Mixu getting very desperate here. He'll lose every single drone. And GG gets caught. Lunacy here overwhelms. And Lunacy will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very quirky all-in here from Lunacy. A delayed 2-base all-in. Because this Mixu here overreacted, he did delay his own droning to build up a Ling Roach army, expecting adepts or expecting DTs, which never came, so his droning was late. So late droning, late economy, late saturation. With that, his army was lackluster. By the time we saw Lunacy move out across the map, he just completely tore Mixu apart. Brutal force fields time and time again. GG, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. Let's go. Winter in Australia. It is winter in Australia. It is. It's very cold. It's very cold. Especially at night. Abrígate, papi. Abrígate. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We'll see how this story ends. Once again, my eyes have to be on Lunacy here, and so are Mixu's. When it comes to a crazy build he has up his sleeve. And this morning, in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, being forced into a tight series. Can he bring it back? Can he keep up with that? With what the hell his opponent's going to do? It is Mixu. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Lunacy. As we see, once again moves out to delay the expansion. Now the local spiders keeping you warm. True. Ah. They'll keep us warm. Ah. I will say today is better than previous nights. Like there've been some very, very cold nights in the past week. As soon as he's just being as annoying as possible. Again, it's going to be Hatchgas Blood and Mixu does get his base on location this time. But really, our eyes are on the tech of choice here for Lunacy, because he's been crazy when it comes to his builds. Oh, Jesus. Again, Mixu, he wants that probe. Does want him. Behind this, Lunacy will expand, so Gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener so far. Everything looking as it should. At least your PC is running optimally. True. My PC is my heater for the room. It's it's how we keep warm. Just keep the PC running. Unironically. Oh. As once again, Twilight Council opener. Okay, so Twilight Council out of Lunacy. Now, I do not expect to see the same build. No shot. But that's the advantage of Lunacy, is that he can make it look the same and then bring something different to the table instead. Game 1, we saw a DT-based build. Game 2, we had that Immortal Charge all-in. Again, a delayed all-in instead. With an 8-gate setup. This time, what do you have for us? What haven't we seen? We haven't seen Glaive Adepts yet. True, we haven't seen Glaives. But Glaives is also more standard. So we may not see that. We saw fake Glaives. Still in gas. Still in gas. Robo's on the way. Looking like Dark Templar. Never mind. Not typically how you pull out a gas, but okay. Is Glaives. Usually you do have 4 mining, but you usually have 2 and 2, so it's a little bit more even when it comes to how you're mining your gas geysers. Here we have 3 and 1 instead, but this should be 4-gate Glaives. So 3 gates on the way, 4th one is done, so 4-gate Glaives here out of Lunacy. This is not an all-in, this is an aggressive build, that is true, but this is only designed to get economic damage done, give you a lead, and then you expand from there. Assuming that he doesn't pull back in. If he pulls back into gas, he can throw down extra gateways and double down. How were the first 2 games? They were crazy. We're crazy. Prism moves out. Adepts are warping in. They are scattered. Back at home, Mixu is trying to set up. Lair is on the way. The natural is currently open. We have to reposition to fully wall off. There we go. Nice wall with the Evo chamber. First they move forward. So they don't quite commit to the shade. Try to engage. Prism does get into the main, does commit to the warp in, 4 adepts at a time. The leagues are going down. And so far, Lunacy does trade well. The leagues are falling. But as they bust into the main, drone's going to be going down as well. And Mixu's getting torn apart here. No major damage yet, but no mining either at the main or the 3rd. Does go back. Does go back to mining. Meanwhile, the 3rd base is getting low. But Mixu holds, and he doesn't lose too much. He was a 9 mining time, that is true, but he's still only losing 4. Behind this, returning. The lair is done. Ooh, an F-State busts into the natural. That should not have happened. No, target firing though. Adepts are on A move, and Roaches are moving in. And Adept State should be going down. Only getting 2 drones so far. Busting into the main. Catching up more Roaches. Behind this is no expansion, by the way. Like, Lunacy, he has the money for it. Wait, fully walled off. Shades into natural. Drones, some of them get caught out. There's a recall. Mixu holds. Man, that could have been so much worse. Mixu does hold on. Meanwhile, Lunacy, where is the expansion? We're going into immortal production. And he's not expanding. Okay, we're just turning this into a 2-base all-in. There we go. Finally, pylons on the way. But just a really late third here for Lunacy. Very late. They were peak SE2. They were. And he doesn't expand. Yeah, no expansion. We just keep warping in. We just send it. He keeps going. Now, thankfully, Lunacy, he did drone up a... Sorry, thankfully, Mixu, he only droned up a little bit. Like, he didn't over-drone. He does have a standing army. But that is still 2 immortals. Okay, this cancelled. The base goes down. Nice pick up here from Lunacy. Takes down the third. From here, dropping into the main. Once again, denying the third base. Ooh, and Epsa getting caught out. And nice catch here from Mixu. Second minutes of the Queens. Queens, they're going to be able to buy some time. More depths going down. This was not worth it here for Lunacy. Losing so many adepts. But the Immortals, they're going for the lair. No shot. Can they? Can they snipe the lair of all things? Not quite. Barely not. Adepts are into the natural. Third base getting up and running. The Immortals, they come back in. We force back. The main base survives. It's so close to going down. If the Immortals, if they weren't wasting or spending some of their attacks on the gas geyser and just fixating everything here on the hatchery, they probably would have gone to the lair. Oh, ooh, Prism goes down. That was 2 Immortals. Yeah, 2 Immortals in the War Prism. Ay, ay, ay. Massive loss there for Lunacy. And here comes the all-in. Yeah, here comes the counterattack. Makes you rallying everything across the map instead. Only 1 Ravager. Makes sure we can still pull this off. Links are amassing. Does break through that front door. The Lings, they get into the mineral lines. We have Lings here at the third. Lings into the main. And he wants that Immortal. Wasn't quite able to get it though. Quite. Let's get rotating over. Going for the Cyber Core. Okay. Cyber Core did take a volley. Alien that's on the way here for Mixu. So going into Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. Oh. Catching out the Adepts. Lunacy reprobing. Still very tense. My big concern here is that Mixu, he hasn't really been joining too much at all. Just now starting to join up. Things able to get into the bases. Oh, coming in from behind. Catching out some sentries, not bad. They get 2 sentries, 3 sentries out of the Immortal. Very nice snipes. Mixu, calm down. Very nice snipes out of Mixu. Now actually joining up his third base. Building up to Ling Bane Roach Ravager. We have 24 more Banelings on, sorry, more Lings on the way. And Lunacy is gearing up for one big push. Waiting for a 4th Immortal. Station goes further in. Mixu claiming a 4th base. Thankfully, Mixui is not moving in. Setting up banelings. Which is going to be ideal. Again, this is just mass adept immortal with a couple of sentries. This army does not scale too well into a longer game. This Mixui still needs more banelings. See moving out. So just keeping Mixui's attention away. Calm down, Mixui, calm down. And Mixui's had enough. He's going into Overlord speed. He's setting up for Drop Lords. Lords are ready. And he's now dropping in. Oh, he wants to go back in. I mean, the main base is low from earlier. He does snipe the lair. Not bad. Finally does snipe that lair in the end. Meanwhile, Lunacy supply blocks. Leading out Stalkers. Files they... Oh my god. Almost takes down the Prism. We're just waddling back in. Still very tense. The Roach is over. Likewise, just mass link main Roach Ravager is getting set up. That's a lot of banelings. Likewise, that's going to be a lot of force fields. So depending on the force fields, we could see Lunacy survive this. But no, that Panazay crash in. Decent force fields though, just in time. That was very close. Very clutch. Files, some of them do connect. Banelings do not get in. Brutal force fields there, just a full surround. And Lunacy's holding. Lunacy is holding. Just surrounding his army in force fields, just allowing the Ling Bane to touch him. The Ling Bane cannot engage. Mortal C wants the expansion. Oh my god, the piles! Mixu! Catching out the Prism, very impressive. Yeah, solid read there out of Mixu, shuts out the Prism and the Immortals. Force shields are still brutal. They're still on point. Mixu cannot completely engage. Mixu harnessing his inner dark. Piling down prisms. Bane is making the way to the mineral line. Lunacy, he does not pull away. Takes out 18 probes. With that, the economy has been crippled at the same time. We have Lings, they flood into the bases. Into the main, into the natural. Lunacy not quite in position. Ooh, piles are connecting as well. Lunacy does trade well with his main army, and now he's forced into the all-in. I would imagine, as Lings are still wreaking havoc, and no, he turns around. A little bit of indecisiveness. Yeah, a little bit indecisive, but he turns everything back around to defend. A couple of Lings to the main. Other Lings to do hit the third. Another probe kill. And on the one hand, Lunacy's economy is crippled and he has no longevity in this game. On the other hand, the main army is still looking terrifying. 29 Adepts, 2 Immortals, 2 Archons, 8 Sentries. Depending on the force fields, I can see Lunacy being overwhelmed or actually taking a fight. But a lot of it does come down to the force fields. Oh, sorry, drops on the way. Roaches moving in. Force fields are locked down a good portion of the roaches. Getting drawing forward. Army getting turned away. Leading's got denied access to the natural. Nice reaction from Lunacy. He holds. Lunacy does hold. Shuts down the Banelings. Much better defense here for Lunacy. Lose 3 Archons. But takes down the wall of roaches. And Mixu is taking. He's droning, Infestation Pit. Mixu is still maxed out. But he's stuck with a massive roach army. He has to trade it out. Has to do something. Wilds. Oh my god. Yeah, they catch out the sentries. Say that was worth it. Same time, they do bust in across the map. He's holding on again. I was mentioning Mixu's economy earlier, how it's not really ideal here. Neither is Lunacy. Is Lunacy also on 32 probes, barely holding his own, slowly building up his army. Oh, piles a knocked down another Oracle. Sorry, another Sentry even. The Sentry goes down. Hive is now on the way, working towards potentially Ultra Tech. So far, I believe there's no Hydrogen, no other tech structure. There it is. Hydrogen's out on the way, working towards Lurkers. So Lurker tech on the horizon for Mixu. Can he do it again? Can he catch him again? Este Mixu. Now, ideally, Mixu, he does want to trade. He does want to trade with the army. Speaking of catching out Zealots. Does catch him out. Denying the 4th base. Once again, trying to collapse in the army. Nice piles. They shut down the force fields, but we saw so many more force fields. So many more. Oh, good. Bailey's trying to engage. They eventually break through, and massive connections. They shut down the sentries. At Eps as well, they crumble. And there's barely a standing army. Oh my god. Once again, Piles A's turned away. 16 probe kills. And Lunacy has been broken. It was an intense game, and there were some moments for Lunacy, but still very shaky, still very unorthodox. When it comes to Lunacy's follow-up, getting into 2, 3, and then 4 bases. Never quite got there. And in the end, he was just outscaled. Just outscaled. Mixu sucks this forward, takes out the sentries, takes out the final army as well. Went all the way to the H, actually went the distance. It was a crazy series. And even in this game as well, it was a wild build. But GG gets called. GG well played. And Mixu, he will take the series 2-1, taking down Lunacy. GG. GG, well played. One of the more chaotic games, or the chaotic series of the broadcast of HomeStory Cup. GG, well played. Mixu, he will claim it. Again, he was able to survive the early adept aggression, did sustain some losses, but even though he was losing drones, it took a long time for Lunacy to expand. It took a very long time for Lunacy to take a 3rd base, so even though he was getting damage done, it wasn't necessarily as ideal or as worth it. And with that, Mixu, he was able to hold on, able to persevere, able to survive, able to snipe prism after prism. I want to say he sniped 2 prisms, one with the bile, the other with the spore and the queens, and Lunacy just had a really hard time expanding and really building up from there. Stuck on a very low tier army of Immortal Sentry Adept. Couldn't really take up. GG. GG well played with that. We do see that Mixu, he will claim the final series of the broadcast. As I believe the other matches are still ongoing, let's catch up. Let's catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's go. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. As let's scroll on down here. There it is, round 5. We just had our series wrapping up. We had Mixu. Mixu takes out Lunacy 2-1. Meanwhile, we do see Spirit is up 1-0 against Jumy, and ShoWTimE versus Baby Marina tied up 1-1. They're in the ace match. They're in the ace match. I believe that is being covered by the mainstream. Quickly heading on over here, but I believe the mainstream is covering ShoWTimE and Baby Marine. Yeah, they're in game 3. Both maxed out. Oh my god. They're in the late game. Let's go. So late game between ShoWTimE and Baby Marine. Meanwhile, Spirit and Jumy are in game 2. They're currently in game 2. But yeah, do check out, as you can see up here, do check out the main stream if you want to see the finale here of Baby Marine and ShoWTimE. As Baby Marine punishing ShoWTimE. Damn. It's getting punished. Otherwise, we might be able to catch the finale and maybe the ace match of Jumy and Spirit. Are they being casted? They must be casted by Indy, I would imagine, right? I would imagine. Let's have a look here. Indy 4 minutes, Jumy 4. Yeah. So Indy's covering that match. Let's have a look. Spirit versus Jumy. They're on Pylon. Okay, they're on Pylon. Jumy's going into Dark Templar. Of course he is. Of course he is. Jumy with a proxy. Wait, what's been happened? What happened? Looks like it opened up proxy gates. Proxy 2-gate aggression. Into Blink and Dark Templar. Into a delayed expansion. Okay. Yo. Everyone's been drinking tonight. Everyone's been drinking. So I guess we may as well go on a short break. And we have to make a choice. We either go on a short break and hope that we can get into the ace match of Spirit and Jumy, or we can just wrap up here and now and try to get some sleep, which would be nice as well. Would be nice. Because there might not be an ace match. Not gonna lie. Spirit sees everything. Just scattered. Otherwise, hope you've all been having a great time. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Again, it's still going to be a very intense week of StarCraft, a weekend of StarCraft with HomeStory Cup. This is only merely day 1 of HSC, and we have 2 more days ahead of us as well. We will probably just go on a break for the time being, just to wait and see if we can maybe jump into Spirit versus Jumy. Otherwise, there's also going to be most likely an outro from HomeStory Cup, and some words from Take from Dennis. So it'd be worth listening. It'd be worth tuning in and hearing them out. At least until then, we are going to be lying in wait here for Spirit and Jumy, because there is still potential for an ace match. Until then, going to be going on a short break. Going on a break. What do you mean sleep? True. No sleep. But yeah, it's going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we might have Jumy and Spirit. We'll find out. See you soon. See you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we returned. We returned here with an update, I should say. Jumy versus Spirit. Jumy versus Spirit just wrapped up. It just wrapped up over on Indy's stream, so much love to Indy. It was a crazy base trade. It began with a proxy gateway out of Jumy going into DTs as a follow-up into a delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Spirit, he was able to defend on one base, able to break out, and ended up with a weird base trade. Both players ended up on one base economy, but Spirit, he had a backup orbital. He saved his natural. He had a higher worker count, or a better economy, and in the end, he was able to overwhelm Jumy. He had a ninja base. He was trying to get into Storm and trying to claw his way back in, but he lost far too much. GG, Spirit does claim it, and with that means there's only one series left. Only Babe Marine versus ShoWTimE, and they are locked into a late game at TVP, a beautiful late game ace match as well. ShoWTimE has a massive advantage, has a massive lead, but Babe Marine, he could maybe hope to take a better fight and maybe try to snowball from there. Things are looking a little bit dire for Babe Marine, not gonna lie. Looking a little bit dire, but we'll see if he can pull it off. But the reason why I came back, of course, is that we're wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up. Again, that means that there's only one series left, and it's the mainstream series, so we are going to be wrapping up here. Otherwise, hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time here for day 1 of HomeStory Cup. And again, we're going to be here for day 2 and day 3 as well. So plenty of content throughout the weekend here on the CranKy Ducklings. It is almost 7 a.m. It's almost 7 a.m. I'm gonna go get some breakfast and then pass the hell out and wake up and do it all over again. That is the plan, Pop. Yeah. But yes, it's 7 a.m. in the morning. The sun is already up. The sun is rising. Sun is up. So yeah, with that, we're gonna be wrapping up. Hope you guys had a great time. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subscriptions as well. If you want some more CranKy Duckling action, then bam, we got you covered here over on. Yeah, over on our weekly schedule, you can see here we are going to be live with HomeStory Cup at 8 p.m. KST and 9 p.m. KST on Saturday and Sunday. That is going to be in just over 12 hours time. So we'll see you then. We'll see you then. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll be giving the mainstream a raid, so you can head on over and tune into the tail end of ShoWTimE and Baby Marine, and also check out the outro as ShoWTimE. He actually just won. He just won the series. All the matches are over, and ShoWTimE comes out in first place out of Group B. Baby Marine in second place. GG, well played. Bam, you can see them there. Kind of, you can kind of see them. Let's go. Oh, Gabe, he's cooking in the background. Oh, he's making the dough. He's making the dough. Do you have a mic? No mic. But shout out to Gabe in the background. There's Eon Blue, there's Wardy, and they're having a winners interview with ShoWTimE.
Is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear you. Can I see you?
Yeah, of course.
It's too loud.
Yeah.
They're having an interview. So we'll give him a raid. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And again, we have our schedule packed here for the HomeStory Cup this weekend. Again, if you may be watching for the first time, we do cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. We cast on a daily basis, multiple times a day as well, typically multiple times a day. But over this weekend, we're going to be focusing and fixating on HomeStory Cup and making sure that we are well rested for the event itself, just because it's a really rough time for us here in Australia. So we do our best. Otherwise, thanks for watching. If you want to watch our VODs, ! Socials in the chat, you can check us out on YouTube. We are streaming both on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and VODs upload on YouTube on a daily basis. So plenty of VODs over on YouTube. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for day 2 of HomeStory Cup. See you tomorrow. When will we get lights cook ramen for everyone at HomeStory Cup? One day, papi, one day. Oh no. The dream to go to a HomeStory Cup. It'll be amazing. It'll be beautiful. But otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more HomeStory Cup action. Apparently, I didn't even know Gabe was streaming as well. He has like his own stream live. Oh, it's the pizza making stream. Let's go. Esther Gabe. But this will give HomeStory Cup a raid. So thanks for watching. Thanks for support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more HomeStory Cup. See you then. Take care. Hasta luego. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego.